rode alongside his mother in her slipstream, when he had first learned about touch from nursing and the gentle nuzzle she used to remind him to rise for air. Soon he had learned that there were other kinds of touching. There were walls and plants and the sides of all the buildings of the settlement at Catalina Under. There was the stroking, butting, and yes, biting play of his peers. There was the soft, oh, so deliciously varied touch of the males and femmes, the humans who swam about like pinnipeds, like sea lions, laughing and playing catch with him under water and above. There was the feel of water, all the different kinds of feel there were to water. The splash and crash of falling into it, the smooth laminar flow of it as you speared along faster than anyone ever could have gone before, the gentle lapping of it just below your blowmouth as you rested, whispering a lullaby to yourself. Oh, how he itched. Long ago he had learned to rub against things, and he discovered what that could do to him. Ever since then, he had masturbated whenever he felt like it, just like any other healthy Finn would. Kraidike wanted to scratch himself. He wanted to masturbate. Only there was no wall nearby to rub against. He seemed unable to move, or even to open his eyes to see what surrounded him. He was floating in mid-air, his weight held up by nothing, by a familiar magic, anti-gravity. The word, like his memories of floating this way many times before, for some reason felt alien, almost meaningless. He wondered at his lassitude. Why not open his eyes and see? Why not click out a sound beam and hear the shape and texture of this place? At intervals, he felt a spray of moistness that kept his skin wet. It seemed to come from all directions. He considered and came to the conclusion that something must be very wrong with him. He must be sick. An involuntary sigh made him realize he was still capable of some sound. He searched for the right mechanisms, experimented, then managed to repeat the faint moan. They must be working to fix me, he thought. I must have been hurt, but I don't feel any pain. I feel a vacancy. Something has been taken from me. A ball, a tool, a skill. Anyway, the people are probably trying to put it back. I trust people, he thought happily. And the apex of his mouth curled into a slight smile. The apex of his mouth did what? Oh, yes, smiling. That new thing. New thing? I've done it all my life. Why? It's expressive. It adds subtlety to my features. It is redundant. Kraidike let out a weak, warbling cry of confusion. In the brightness of the sunshine, answers swarm in schools like fishes. He remembered a little now. He had been dreaming. Something terrible had happened, plunging him into a nightmare of bewilderment. Shapes had darted toward and away from him, and he had felt ancient songs take new, eerie forms. He realized he must still be dreaming, with both hemispheres at the same time. That explained why he couldn't move. He tried to coax himself awake with a song. Levels there are, known only to sperm whales, by cedar who hunts in chasms of dreaming, to battle the squid, whose beaks are sea-mounts, and whose great arms encompass oceans. It was not a calming rhyme. It had overtones of darkness that made him want to fly away in horror. Kraidike tried to halt it, fearing what the chant might call up, but he could not stop crafting the sound glyphs. Go down to levels in the darkness where your cycloid never reaches, where all music finally settles, and it gathers stacked in layers, howling songs of ancient storms and hurricanes that never died. A presence grew alongside Kraidike, A great, broad figure could be felt nearby, forming out of the fabric of his song. Kreidaiki sensed its slow sonar pulses, filling the small chamber he lay within, a small chamber that couldn't possibly hold the behemoth taking shape beside him. Nukapai? Sounds of earthquakes stored for epochs, sounds of molten primeval rocks. The sound creature solidified with each passing verse. There was a muscular power in the presence forming beside him. The thing's slow, huge fluke strokes threatened to send him tumbling head over tail. When it blew, its spume was like a storm breaking on a rocky shore. Fear at last gave Kreidaiki the will to open his eyes. Moist mucus flowed as he labored to separate the lids. The sockets were recessed to their deepest, and it took moments to make them switch to air focus. At first, all he saw was a hospital suspension tank, small and confined. He was alone. But sound told him he was in the open sea, and a leviathan rode next to him. He could feel its great power. He blinked, and suddenly his vision shifted. Sight adopted the frame of reference of sound. The room vanished, and he saw it. The thing beside him could never have lived in any of the oceans he had known. Kreidaiki almost choked in dread. It moved with the power of tsunamis, the irresistibility of tides. It was a thing of darkness and depths. It was a god. Kree. It was a name Kreidaiki hadn't been aware he had known. It welled up from somewhere like the dragons of a nightmare. One dark eye regarded Kreidaiki with a look that seared him. He wanted to turn away, to hide or die. Then it spoke to him. It spurned Trinary as he knew it would. It cast aside primal, disdaining it a tongue for clever animals. It sang a song that brushed against him with physical force, enveloped him, and filled him with a terrible understanding. You swam away from us, Kreidaiki. You were starting to learn. Then your mind swam away. But we have not finished yet. We have waited long for one such as you. Now you need us as much as we need you. There is no going back. As you are, you would be a hulk, dead meat, emptiness without a song, never again a dreamer or a fire user. Useless, Kreidaiki, neither captain nor cetacean, useless meat. There is one path for you, through the belly of the whale dream. There you may find a way, a hard way, but a way to do your duty. There you may find a way to save your life. Kreidaiki moaned. He thrashed feebly and called out for Nukapai. But then he remembered. She was one of them. She waited down below with his other tormentors, some of them old gods named in the sagas, and some he had never heard mentioned even by the humpback whales. Kree had come to bring him back. Though Anglic was lost to him, Kreidaiki conveyed a plea in a language he had not known he knew. I am damaged. I am a hulk. I should be dead meat. I have lost speech. I have lost words. Let me die. It answered with a sonorous rumble that seemed born beneath the earth, beneath the ooze. Through the whale dream you go, where your cousins have never been, even when they played like animals and barely knew men, deeper than the humpbacks go in their idle meditation, deeper than Pfister in his devil hunt, deeper than the darkness itself. There you may decide to die if truth cannot be borne. The walls of the small chamber faded away as his tormentor began to take on a new reality. It had the great brow and bright teeth of a sperm whale, but its eyes shone like beacons, and its flanks were streaked with sparkling silver. All around it shimmered an aura like the glimmering fields around a starship. The room disappeared entirely. Suddenly all around him was a great open sea of weightlessness. The old god began to swim forward with powerful fluke strokes. Kreidaiki, wailing a soft fluting cry, was powerless to prevent being swept along in the behemoth's pulling slipstream. They accelerated faster, faster. In spite of the absence of direction, he knew, somehow, they were going down. "Did you hear that?" Maconie's assistant looked up at the tank in which the captain lay suspended. A dim spotlight within the gravity tank shone on the suture scars of repeated surgery. Every few seconds, recessed nozzles cast a fine mist over the unconscious dolphin. Maconie followed the medic's gaze. "Perhaps. I thought I picked up something a little while ago, like a sigh. What did you hear?" The assistant shook her head from side to side. "I'm not sure. I thought it sounded like he was talking to somebody, only not in Anglic. It seemed like there was a snatch of trinary, then something else. It sounded weird." The assistant shivered. "You think maybe he's dreaming?" Maconie looked up at Kreidaiki. "I don't know. Dreaming is something to wish for him, or to pray devoutly he doesn't do."
This ends Side 2 of Cassette 6, Startide Rising, Cassette 7.
Chapter 45. Tom Worley. A chilly sea breeze swept over him out of the west. A bout of shivering shook him awake in the middle of the night, his eyes open in the dark, staring into emptiness. He couldn't remember where he was. Give it a moment, he thought. It'll come. He had been dreaming of the planet Garth, where the seas were small and the rivers many. There he had lived for a time among the human and chimp colonists, a mixed colony as rich and surprising as Calafia, where man and dolphin dwelt together. Garth was a friendly world, though isolated far from other earthling settlements. In his dream, Garth was invaded. Giant warships hovered over her cities and spewed clouds of gas across her fertile valleys, sending colonists fleeing in panic. The sky had been filled with flashing lights. He had trouble separating the trailing edges of the dream from reality. Tom stared at the crystal dome of Kithrop's night. His body was locked, legs pulled in, hands clutching opposite shoulders, as much from a rigor of exhaustion as from the cold. Slowly he got the muscles to loosen. Tendons popped and joints groaned as he learned all over again how to move. The volcano to the north had died down to only a feeble red glow. There were long, ragged openings in the clouds overhead. Tom watched pinpoints of light in the sky. He thought about stars. Astronomy was his mental focus. Red means cool, he pondered. That red one there might be a small, nearby, ancient, or a distant giant already in its death throes. And that bright one over there could be a blue supergiant, very rare. Was there one in this area of space? He ought to remember. Tom blinked. The blue star was moving. He watched it drift across the star field until it intercepted another bright pinpoint, this one a brilliant green. There was a flash as the two tiny lights met. When the blue spark moved on, the green was no more. Now, what were the chances I'd witness that? How likely to be looking at just the right place at the right time? The battle must still be pretty hot and heavy up there. It isn't over yet. Tom tried to rise, but his body sagged back against the bed of vines. Okay, try again. He rolled over onto one elbow, paused to marshal his strength, then pushed upright. Kithrop's small, dim moons were absent, but there was enough starlight to make out the eerie weedscape. Water sluiced through the shifting morass. There were croaking and slithering sounds. Once he heard a tiny scream that choked off. Some small prey suddenly dying, he supposed. He was thankful for the obstinacy that had brought him to this modest height. Even 2 meters made a difference. He couldn't have survived a night down in that loathsome mess. He turned stiffly and began groping through his meager supplies on the crude sledge. First priority was to get warm. He pulled the top piece of his wetsuit from the jumbled pile and gingerly slid into it. Tom knew he should give some attention to his wounds, but they could wait just a little longer. So could a full meal. He had salvaged enough stores for a few of those. Munching on a food bar and taking sparing sips from a canteen, Tom appraised his small pile of equipment. At the moment, what mattered were his 3 psi bombs. He looked up at the sky. Except for a faint purple haze near one bright star, there were no more signs of the battle. Yet that one glimpse had been enough. Tom already knew which bomb to set off. Jillian had spent a few hours with the NIS machine before leaving Streaker to meet him at Toshio's Island. She had connected the Timbrimi device to the Thenanin microbranch library he had salvaged. Then she and the NIS had worked out the proper signals to load into the bombs. The most important was the Thenanin distress call. Ifni's fickle luck permitting, it would let Tom perform the crucial experiment to find out if the plan would work. All of the work Suesi and Tisht and the others had put into the Trojan seahorse would come to naught if Thenanin were not amongst those left in the war. What use would it be for Streaker to slip inside a hollowed-out Thenanin hulk, to rise into space in disguise, if all the combatants would shoot anyway at a remnant of a faction which had already lost? Tom picked up one psi bomb. It was spherical and rested in his hand like an orb. At the top was a safety switch and timer. Jillian had carefully labeled each bomb on a strip of tape. On this one she had added a flowing signature and a small heart with an arrow through it. Tom smiled and brought the bomb to his lips. He had felt guilty of machismo, insisting on being the one to come here while she remained behind. Now he knew he had been right. Tough and competent as Jillian was, she wasn't as good a pilot as he, and probably would have died in the crash. She certainly wouldn't have had the physical strength to haul the sledge this far. Hell, he thought. I'm glad because she's safe with friends who'll protect her. That's reason enough. She may be able to lick 10 Blenchuk cave lizards with one hand tied, but she's my lady, and I'll not let harm come near her if I can help it. The complaining volcano thundered and rumbled, reminding him ironically of Mount Diana when he had last seen it, spilling molten magma down the towering, shelving slope of Aphrodite Terra, that continent whose flanks were washed by the searing, bone-dry ghost of a primeval Dead Sea. Under the sulphurous clouds of Venus, those lava flickerings had illuminated another long night of all too well-remembered pain, only this nearby Kithrupan fumarole would have barely glimmered on mighty Diana's distant fiery shoulders. Anyway, on Venus, night has no end. There, too, he had lain amid rubble, half broken, wondering whether he was going to live or die. Through his pitted helmet visor, he had watched infrared trails through the choking atmosphere left by a slow rain of faraway descending comets, hurtling ice balls whose targeted plummet seemed aimed just over the curved horizon, beyond the reach of sight or sound. He had been young and naive then, or else he never would have trusted a stranger's word that the hired dirigiplane was fully checked out for a quick dash across Ella's burning sands, a stranger who, Tom later recalled, had never once looked him in the eye while filling out the rental forms. First impressions can be wrong, he contemplated, after barely surviving the crash. But when in doubt, trust what your senses tell you. Then, too, the overwhelming sensation had been of frustration and failure. With information in his pouch, the Venus terraforming project might yet manage to hold on to its alien advisors, galactics from the Institute for Progress, who were due to pull out the very next day, dismissing as quixotic the quaint human dream of awakening seas already dead for 3 billion years. With their knowledge and technological aid, miracles might yet happen, if only the advisors could be persuaded to stay. If the data reached them in time. He shuddered, remembering that earlier trial. The similarities were deceiving. On Venus, help had been just an hour away, and the issues, while serious, weren't as horrific. And on Venus the problem was to keep from burning up. A chill breeze penetrated his damp clothes, setting his teeth briefly chattering. Still, from now on, maybe I'd better make a point of staying away from volcanoes. Tom washed down the last of the protein bar. He hefted the bomb and considered strategy. His original plan had been to land near the volcano, wait until the glider had recharged for launching, then plant the bomb and take flight before it went off. He could have ridden thermals from the volcano to a good altitude and found another island from which to watch the results of his experiment. Lacking another island, he still could have gone far enough, landed in the ocean, and used his telescope to watch from there. It was a nice plan, foiled by a raging storm and an unexpected jungle of mad vines. His telescope had joined the metal detritus at the bottom of Kithrop's World Sea, along with most of the wreckage of his solar plane. Tom rose carefully to his feet. Food and warmth made it merely an exercise in controlled agony. Rummaging through his few belongings, he tore a long, narrow strip of cloth from the tattered ruins of his sleeping bag. The swatch of tough, insu silk seemed adequate. The psi-bomb felt heavy and substantial in his hand. It was hard to imagine the globe stuffed with powerful illusions, a super-potent counterfeit, ready to burst free on command. He set the timer for 2 hours and thumbed the safety release, arming the thing. He laid it carefully into his makeshift sling. Tom knew he was being dramatic. Distance wouldn't help all that much. Sensors all over the Kithrop system would light up when it went off. He might as well set it off at his feet. Still, one never knew. Might as well toss it as far away as he could. He let the sling sway a few times to get the feel of it. Then he began swinging it. Slowly at first, he built up momentum, while a strange feeling of well-being spread outward from his chest into his arms and legs. Fatigue seemed to fall away. He started to sing. Oh, Daddy was a caveman. He fought in skins, no shirts. He dreamed of lights up in the sky while scratching in the dirt. Your ETs and your stars. Oh, Daddy, the bold fighter, slew his cousins, fourth and third. He dreamed of peace eternally and died speared to the earth. You ETs and your stars. Oh, Daddy was a lover, and yet he beat his wife. He dreamed, longing for sanity, regretting all his life. You ETs and your stars. Yes, and Daddy was a leader. He dreamed, yet still told lies. He got the frightened masses to put missiles in the skies. You ETs and your stars. My daddy was unlearned, but ever on he tried. He hated his damned ignorance and struggled with his pride. He stepped up on a bootstrap, then, and up on nothing, cried. That tragic orphan willed to me a mind and heart, then died. So scorn me as a wolfling, sneer at my orphan scars. But tell me, boys, what's your excuse? You E.T.s and your stars. You E.T.s and your stars. Tom's shoulders flexed as he took a step. His arms snapped straight, and he released the sling. The bomb sailed high into the night, whirling like a top. The spinning sphere shone briefly, still climbing, sparkling, until it disappeared from sight. He listened, but never heard it land. Tom stood still for a while, breathing deeply. Well, he thought at last, that built an appetite. I have 2 hours to eat, tend my wounds, and prepare a shelter. Any time I get after that, O Lord, will be accepted with humble gratitude. He laid the ragged strip of cloth over his shoulder and turned to prepare himself a meal by starlight. Part 5. Concussion. In a world older and more complex than ours, they move finished and complete, gifted with extensions of the senses we have lost or never attained, living by voices we shall never hear. They are other nations caught with ourselves in the net of life and time. Henry Bateson. Chapter 46. Soud. It was evening, and the Kikwee were leaving for their hunting grounds. Soud heard them squeaking excitedly as they gathered in a clearing west of the toppled drill tree. The hunters passed not far from the pool on their way to a rock chimney on the southern slope of the island, chittering and puffing their lung sacs in pomp. Soud listened until the abos were gone. Then he sank a meter below the surface and blew depressed bubbles. Nothing was going right. Denny had changed, and he didn't like it. Instead of her usual delightful skittishness, she virtually ignored him. Worse, she had listened to 2 of his best limericks and answered seriously, completely missing the delicious double entendres. In spite of the importance of her studies of the Kikwee, Dakota Jim had ordered her also to analyze the drill tree system for Charles Dart. Twice she had gone into the water to collect samples from below the metal mound. She had ignored Soud's nuzzling advances, or even more disturbing, petted him absently in return. Soud realized that for all of his previous efforts to break her down, he hadn't really wanted her to change, at least not this way. He drifted unhappily until a tether attached to one of the sleds brought him up short, reminding him of the worst affront of all. His new assignment kept him linked to this electrical obscenity, chafed and cramped in a tiny pool, while his real work was out on the open sea with the pre-sentients. When Jillian and Kipiru left, he had assumed their absence would free him to do pretty much what he wanted. Ha! No sooner had the pilot and physician left than did Toshio step in and assume command. I should have been able to talk rings around him. How in the 5 galaxies did the boy manage to get the upper hand? But here he was, stuck monitoring a damned robot for a pompous, egocentric chimpanzee who cared only about rocks. The dumb little robot didn't even have a brain one could talk to. You don't have conversations with microprocessors. You tell them what to do, then helplessly watch the disaster when they take you literally. His harness gave off a chime. It was time to check on the probe. Soud clucked a sarcastic response. Yes, in duty, Lord and Master, metal moron and disaster. Beep again. I'll work faster. Sout brought his left eye even with the sled's screen. He sent a pulse code to the robot, and a stream of data returned. The bot had finally digested the most recent rock sample. He ordered the probe's small memory emptied into the sled's databanks. Toshio had run him through the drill until Sout could control the bot almost unconsciously. He made it anchor one end of a monofilament line to the rough rock, then lower itself another 50 meters. The old explanation for the hole beneath the metal mound had been discarded. The drill tree couldn't have needed to dig a tunnel a kilometer deep in search of nutrients. It shouldn't have been able to pierce the crust that far. The mass of the drill root was clearly too great to have been rotated by the modest tree that once stood atop the mound. The amount of material excavated wouldn't fit atop 10 metal mounds. It was found as sediment all around the high ridge on which the mound sat. To Sout, these mysteries weren't enticing. They only proved once again that the universe was weird, and that maybe humans and dolphins and chimps ought to wait a while before challenging its deeper puzzles. The robot finished its descent. Sout made it reach out and seize the cavity wall with diamond-tipped claws, then retract its tether from above. Down in stages it would go. With this little machine there would be no rising. Sout felt that way himself sometimes, especially since coming to Kithrip. He didn't really expect ever to leave this deadly world. Fortunately, the probe sampling routine was fairly automatic once triggered. Even Charles Dart should have little excuse to complain, unless... Sout cursed. There it was again, the static that had plagued the probe since it had passed the half-kilometer mark. Toshio and Kipiru had worked on it and couldn't find the problem. The crackling was unlike any static Sout had ever heard. Not that he was an expert on static. It had a syncopation of sorts, not all that unpleasant to listen to, actually. Sout had heard that some people liked to listen to white noise. Certainly nothing was more undemanding. The clock on his harness ticked away. Sout listened to the static and thought about perversities, about love and loneliness. I swim circles like the others and learn, sadly, I am sightlessly sighing alone. Slowly, Sout realized he had adopted the rhythm of the noise below. He shook his head, but when he listened again, it was still there. A song. It was a song. Sout concentrated. It was like trying to follow all parts of a 6-part fugue at the same time, the patterns interleaved with an incredible complexity. No wonder they had all thought it noise. Even he had barely caught on. His harness timer chimed, but Sout didn't notice. He was too busy listening to the planet sing to him. Chapter 47. Streaker. Moki and Haoki had both volunteered for guard duty, but for different reasons. Both enjoyed getting out of the ship for a change, and neither dolphin particularly minded having to stay plugged into a sled for hours at a stretch in the dark, silent waters outside the ship. But beyond that they differed. Haoki was there because he felt it was a necessary job. Moki, on the other hand, hoped guard duty would give him a chance to kill something. I wish Takata Jim sent me after Aki instead of Kata John, Moki rasped. I could have tracked the smart-ass just as well. Moki's sled rested about 20 yards from Haoki's on the high underwater bluff overlooking the ship. Arc lamps still shone on Streaker's hull, but the area was deserted now, off-limits to all but those few cleared by the vice-captain. Moki looked at Haoki through the flexible bubble dome of his sled. Haoki was silent as usual. He had ignored Moki's comment completely. arrogant spawn of a stink squid. Haoki was another tertiop smart-aleck like Kreidaiki, and that stuck-up little midshipman Aki. Moki made a small sound sculpture in his mind. It was an image of ramming and tearing. Once he had put Kreidaiki in the role of the victim, the captain who had so often caught him gold-bricking and embarrassed him by correcting his Anglic grammar, had finally got his just deserts. Moki was glad. But now he needed another fantasy target. It was no fun to imagine ripping into nobody in particular. The Calafian Aki served well when it was discovered that the young middy had betrayed the vice-captain. Moki had hoped to be the one sent after Aki, but Takata Jim had ordered Katha John out instead, explaining that the purpose was to bring Aki back for discipline, not to commit murder. The giant had seemed oblivious to such nice distinctions when he departed equipped with a powerful laser rifle. Perhaps Takata Jim had less than perfect control over Katha John, and had sent him away for his own safety. From the gleam in Katha John's eye, Moki did not envy the Calafian when the youth was found. Let Katha John have Aki. One small pleasure lost didn't take much away from Moki's overall joy. It was good to be big for a change. On his off-duty time, everybody got out of Moki's way, as if he was a pod leader. Already he had his eye on one or two of those sexy little females in Macanese sick bay. Some of the younger males looked good, too. Moki wasn't particular. They would all come around soon enough when they saw the way the current pulled. He briefly resisted an urge, but couldn't help himself. He let out a short skirr of triumph in a forbidden form. Glory is glory. Biting is anglory. Females submit. A new bull is. He saw Haoki react at last. The other guard jerked slightly and raised his head to regard Moki. He was silent, though, as Moki met his eye defiantly. Moki sent a focused beam of sonar directly at Haoki to show he was listening to him, too. Arrogant stink squid. Haoki would get his, too, after Takata Jim had locked his jaws on the situation, and the men of Earth would never disapprove, because big human Metz was at Takata Jim's side, agreeing with everything. Moki let out another squeal of primal, tasting the forbidden primitiveness with delight. It pulled at something deep inside him. Each taste brought on further hunger for it. Let Haoki click in disgust. Moki dared even the Galactics to come and try to interfere with him and his new captain. Haoki bore Moki's bestial squawking stoically, but it reminded him that he had joined up with a gang of cretins and misfits. Unfortunately, the cretins and misfits were right, and the brightest of Streaker's crew were caught up in a disastrous misadventure. Haoki was desperately sad over the crippling of Kreidaiki. The captain had obviously been among the best the breed could produce, but the accident had made possible a quiet and perfectly legal change in policy, and he couldn't regret that. Takata Jim at least recognized the foolishness of pursuing the desperate Trojan seahorse scheme. Even a Streaker could be moved silently to the Thenanin wreck, and if Tisht's crew had miraculously set things up so Streaker could wear the Hulk as a gigantic disguise, and actually take off under those conditions, what would that win them? Even if Thomas Orley had reported that Thenanin were still in the battle in space, there remained the question of fooling those Thenanin into coming to rescue a supposed lost battleship and escorting it to the rear. A dubious chance. The question was moot. Orley was obviously dead. There had been no word for days, and now the gamble had turned into a desperate wish. Why not just give the thrice-damned Galactics what they want? Why this romantic nonsense of saving the data for the Terrigan's Council? What do we care about a bunch of dangerous, long-lost hulks anyway? It's obviously no business of ours if the Galactics want to fight over the derelict fleet. Even the Kithrop aboriginals weren't worth dying for. It all seemed plain to Haoki. It was also apparent to Takata Jim, whose intelligence Haoki respected. But if it was so obvious, why did people like Kreidaiki and Orly and Hikahi disagree? Quandaries like this were the sort of thing that had kept Haoki a sub-sec in the engine room instead of trying for non-com or officer, as his test scores indicated. Moki blatted out another boast phrase in Primal. He was even louder this time. The Stenos was trying to get a rise out of him. Haoki sighed. Many of the crew had begun behaving that way. Not quite as bad as Moki, but bad enough. And it wasn't just Stenos either. As morale dissolved, so did the motivation to maintain Kinink, to keep up the daily fight against the animal side that always won it out. One would hardly have been able to predict, weeks ago, who later turned out to be the most susceptible. Of course, all the best crew fen were away, with Suesi and Hikahi. Fortunately, Haoki thought. He dwelt on the irony of good going to bad, and right coming out of wrong. At least Takata Jim seemed to understand how he felt, and didn't hold it against him. The vice-captain had taken Haoki's support with gratitude. He heard Moki's tail thrash, but before the angry little Stenos could voice another taunt, both of their sled speakers came to life. Haoki and Moki, Comsec Fin Huerta Pete calling. Acknowledge. The call was from the ship's comm and detection operator. The fact that the jobs had been combined showed just how bad things were. Roger, Haoki here. Moki's indisposed at the moment. What's up? He heard Moki choke a protest, but it was clear the Finn would be a while reformatting his mind for Anglic. We have a sonic bogey to the east, Haoki. Sounds like a sled. If hostile, destroy. If it's someone from the island, they must be turned back. If they refuse, shoot to disable the sled. Understood. Haoki and Moki on our way. All right, Gabby, he told the speech-tied Moki. Haoki gave his partner a long, narrow grin. Let's check it out and watch that trigger. We're only enforcing a quarantine. We don't shoot at crewmates unless we absolutely have to. With a neural impulse, he turned his sled motor on. Without looking back, he lifted off from the muddy rise, then accelerated slowly to the east. Moki watched Haoki head out before turning his sled to follow. Tempted, Moki, is temptation. Delicious, is. The sleds dropped, one after another, into the gloom. On a passive sonar screen, there were small blurry dots that drifted slowly past the shadow of the seamount, then disappeared behind it. Kipiru opened his harness's right claw and dropped the portable listening unit. It tumbled down to the soft ooze. He turned to Jillian. Done and gone, they chase our shadows. They'll not like to catch false prey. Jillian had expected guards. Several kilometers back, they had left the sled on delayed automatic and swam off to the north and west. By the time the sled started up again, they had circled to within a few hundred yards of the outlook. Jillian touched Kipiru's flank. The sensitive hide trembled under her hand. You remember the plan, Kipiru? Need you ask? Jillian raised an eyebrow in surprise. A triple upsweep trill and a wavering interrogative click. That was an unusually brief and straightforward reply for trinary. Kipiru was capable of more subtlety than she had thought. Of course not, dear bow wave rider. I apologize. I'll do my part and not worry for a moment about you doing yours." Kipiro looked at her as if wishing he didn't have to wear a breather, as if he wanted to speak to her in her native language. Jillian felt some of this in a gentle, telepathic touch. She hugged his smooth gray torso. "You take care, Kipiro. Remember that you're admired and loved. Very much so." The pilot tossed his head. To swimming or battle, to warning or rescue, to earning your trust. They dropped over the edge of the bluff and swam quickly for the ship's outer lock. Chapter 48. Takata Jim. It was impossible to rest. Takata Jim envied humans the total unconsciousness they called sleep. When a man lay down for the night, his awareness of the world disappeared, and the nerves to his muscles deactivated. If he did dream, he usually didn't have to participate physically. Even a neo-dolphin couldn't just turn himself off that way. One or the other hemisphere of the brain was always on sentry duty to control his breathing. Sleep, for a Finn, was both a milder and a far more serious thing. He knocked about the captain's stateroom, wishing he could go back to his own smaller cabin. But symbolism was important to the crew he had inherited. His followers needed more than the logic of legality to confirm his command. They needed to see him as the new bull, and that meant living in the style of the former herd leader. He took a long breath at the surface and emitted clicks to illuminate the room in sound images. Kraidaiki certainly had eclectic tastes. Ifni knew what sort of things the former captain had owned, which couldn't stand wetness, and had therefore been stowed away before Streaker landed on Kithra. The collection that remained was striking. Works by artists of a dozen sentient races lay sealed behind glass cases. Sound-stroke photos of strange worlds and weird aberrant stars adorned the walls. Kraidaiki's music system was impressive. He had recordings by the thousands, songs and eerie things that made Takata Jim's spine crawl when he played them. The collection of whale ballads was valuable, and a large fraction appeared to have been collected personally. By the desk comm there was a photo of Kraidaiki with the officers of the James Cook. Captain Helene Alvarez herself had signed it. The famous explorer had her arm over her dolphin exec's broad, smooth back as she and Kraidaiki mugged for the camera. Takata Jim had served on important ships, cargo vessels supplying the At-Last and Calafia colonies, but he had never been on missions like those of the legendary Cook. He had never seen such sights, nor heard such sounds. Until the Shallow Cluster, until they found dead ships the size of moons. He thrashed his tail in frustration. His flukes struck the ceiling painfully. His breath came heavily. It didn't matter. Nothing that he had done would matter if he succeeded. If he got Streaker away from Kithrip with her crew alive, if he did that, he would have a photo of his own, and the arm on his back would be that of the President of the Confederacy of Earth. A shimmering collection of tiny motes began to collect to his right. The sparkles coalesced into a holographic image, a few inches from his eye. "Yes, what is it?" he snapped. An agitated dolphin, harness arms flexing and unflexing, nodded nervously. It was the ship's purser, Suppa. "Sir, something strange has happened. We weren't sure we should wake you, but..." Takata Jim found the Finn's underwater Anglic almost indecipherable. Suppa's upper register warbled uncontrollably. "Calm down and talk slowly," he commanded sharply. The Finn flinched, but made an effort to obey. I was in the outlook. I heard someone say there was an alert. Quirkapete sent Haoki and Moki after sled sounds. Why wasn't I informed?" Suppa recoiled in dismay. For a moment, he appeared too frightened to speak. Dakota Jim sighed and kept his voice calm. "Never mind, not your fault. Go on." Visibly relieved, Suppa continued. A few minutes later, the light on the personnel outlook came on. Watasetti went over, and I paid no heed. But when Life Cleaner and Wormhole Pilot entered..." Dakota Jim spumed. Only dire need to hear Suppa's story without delay prevented him from crashing about the room in frustration. "Tried to stop them, as you ordered, but Watasetti and Hiska were doing backflips of joy and dashed about fetching for them both." "Where are they now?" Dakota Jim demanded. "Baskin entered the main bay with Watasetti. Hiska is off, spreading rumors throughout the ship. Kipiro took a sled and breathers and is gone." "Gone where?" "Back out," Suppa wailed. His command of Anglic was rapidly dissolving. Dakota Jim took advantage of what composure the purser had left. "Have Hercapede awaken Dr. Metz. Have Metz meet me at sickbay with 3 guards. You are to go to the dry-wheel dressing room with Sawtooth, and let no one enter. Understood?" Suppa nodded vigorously, and his image vanished. Dakota Jim prayed that Hercapede would have the sense to recall Moki and Haoki and send them after Kipiru. Together, between Haoki's brains and Moki's feral ruthlessness, they might be able to cut the pilot off before he reached the Thenanin wreck. Why isn't Cathar John back yet? I chose him to go after that middy in order to get him out of the ship for a while. I was afraid he was becoming dangerous even to me. I wanted some time to organize without him around, but now the Baskin woman's returned sooner than I expected. Maybe I should have kept Cathar John around. The giant's talents might be useful about now. Dakota Jim whistled the door open and swam out into the hall. He faced a confrontation he had hoped to put off for at least another 40 hours, if not indefinitely. Should I have seen to Krydeiki before this? It would have been easy. A power failure in his gravity tank, a switched catheter. Metz would not approve, but there was already much Metz did not know. Much that Dakota Jim wished he didn't know. He swam hard for the intra-hull lift. Maybe I won't need Cathar John in order to deal with Jillian Baskin, he thought. After all, what can one human female do? Chapter 49. The Psi Bomb. The mound of partly dried weeds formed a dome on the sea of vines. Tom had propped up a low roof using salvaged bits of strutting from his sledge, making a rude cave. He sat at the entrance, waiting in the pre-dawn dimness, and munched one of his scarce food bars. His wounds were cleaned as well as possible, and coated with hardening dabs of medicinal foam. With food in his stomach and some of the pain put down, he almost felt human again. He examined his small osmotic still. The upper part, a clear bag with a filtered spout at one end, held a thick layer of salt water and sludge. Below the filter, one of his canteens sat almost filled. Tom looked at his watch. Only 5 minutes remained. There was no time to dip for another load of scummy water to feed the still. He wouldn't even be able to clean the filters before the bomb went off. He picked up the canteen, screwed its cap tight, and slipped it into a thigh pouch. Then he popped the filter out of its frame and shook most of the sludge out, before folding it tightly and tucking it under his belt. The filter probably didn't take all the dissolved metal salts out of the water. It hadn't been designed with Kithrop in mind. Nonetheless, the little package was probably his most valuable possession. 3 minutes, the glowing numbers on his watch told him. Tom looked up at the sky. There was a vague brightening in the east, and the stars were starting to fade. It would be a clear morning, and therefore bitterly cold. He shivered and zipped the wetsuit tight. He pulled in his knees. Again Venus came to mind, perhaps because then, too, His fate and all he cared about had hung upon sending a message. Only there it had been for succor. Moreover, his enemies had been few and furtive, while all around him friendly humans and aliens had roamed the steaming skies, searching for a slender clue he had only to provide. This time matters were reversed. Friends were the scarce commodity, while his signal would be a shout, a scream directed at countless foes. Enemies who at best would willingly rack his body and strain his brain pan for what it contained. Yet he must strive to bring them here, down here, almost to this very spot. How do I keep getting into jams like this? 1 minute. When it came, it would be like the loudest sound he had ever heard, like the brightest light. There would be no keeping it out. He wanted to cover his ears and eyes as if against a real explosion. Instead, he stared at a point on the horizon and counted, pacing each breath. Deliberately, he let himself slide into a trance. 7, 8, 9, 10. A lightness filled his chest. The feeling spread outward, numbing and soothing. Light from the few stars in the west diffracted spiderweb rays through his barely separated eyelashes as he awaited a soundless explosion. "Sout, I said I'm ready to take over now." Sout squirmed and looked up at Toshio. "Just another few minutes, okay? I'm listening to something." Toshio frowned. This was not what he had expected from Sout. He had come to relieve the dolphin linguist early because Sout hated working with the robot probe. "What's going on, Tosh?" Denny sat up in her sleeping bag, rubbing her eyes, peering in the pre-dawn dark. "I offered to take over the robot so Sout wouldn't have to deal with Charlie when he calls, but he refuses to let go." Denny shrugged. "Then I'd say that's his business. What do you care, anyway?" Toshio felt a sharp answer rise to his lips, but he kept them locked and turned away. He would ignore Denny until she wakened fully and decided to behave civilly.
This ends Side 1 of Cassette 7. Cassette 7, Side 2.
Denny had surprised him after Jillian and Kipiru left by taking his new command without complaint. For the last 2 days, she hadn't seemed much interested in anything but her microscopes and samples, ignoring even Sout's desultory sexual innuendo, answering questions in monosyllables. Toshio knelt by the comm unit attached by cable to Sout's sled. He tapped out a query on the monitor and frowned at the result. "Sout," he said severely, "get over here." "In a sec." The dolphin sounded distracted. Toshio pursed his lips. "Now you will to hear in gather, or shortly cease all listening further." He heard Denny gasp behind him, though she probably didn't understand the trinary burst into detail. Toshio felt justified. This was a test. He wasn't as subtle as Jillian Baskin, but he had to get obedience or be useless as an officer. Sout stared up at him, blinking dazedly. Then the fin sighed and moved over to the side of the pool. "Sout, you haven't taken any geological readings in 4 hours, yet in that time you've dropped the probe 200 meters. What's got into you?" The Stenos rolled from side to side uncertainly. Finally, he spoke softly. "I'm getting a song." The last word faded before Toshio could be sure of it. "You're getting a what?" "A song." Toshio lifted his hands and dropped them to his sides. "He's finally cracked. First Denny, now Sout. I've been left in charge of 2 mental cases." He sensed Denny approach the pool. "Listen, Sout," Toshio said. "Dr. Dart will be calling soon. What do you think he's going to say when—" "I'll take care of Charlie when he calls." Denny said quietly. You? Denny had spent the last 40 hours cursing over the drill tree problem she had been assigned at Takata Jim's order and Charles Dart's request. It had almost completely superseded her work with the Kiwi. Toshio couldn't imagine her wanting to talk with the chimpanzee. Yes, me. What I have to tell may make him forget all about the robot, so you just lay off Sout. If he says he heard singing, well, maybe he's heard singing. Toshio stared at her, then shrugged. Fine, my job is to protect these two, not correct their scientific blunders. I just hope Jillian straightens things out back at the ship so I can report what's going on here. Denny knelt down by the water to talk to Sout. He spoke slowly and earnestly, patient with the anglic slowness he suffered after his long séance with the robot. Denny wanted to dive to look at the core of the metal mound. Sout agreed to accompany her if she would wait until he transcribed some more of his music. Denny assented, apparently completely unafraid of going into the water with Sout. Toshio sat down and waited for the inevitable buzz of the comm line from the ship. People were changing overnight, and he hadn't the slightest idea why. His eyes felt scratchy. Toshio rubbed them, but that didn't seem to help. He blinked and tried to look at Denny and Sout. The difficulty he was having focusing only seemed to be getting worse. A haziness began to spread between himself and the pool. Suddenly he felt a sense of dread expectancy. Pulsing, it seemed to migrate from the back of his head to a place between his shoulder blades. He brought his hands to his ears. Denny? Sout? Do you? He shouted the last words, but could barely hear his own voice. The others looked up. Denny rose and took a step toward him, concern on her face. Then her eyes opened in wide surprise. Toshio saw a blur of movement. Then there were Kiwi in the forest, charging them through the bushes. Toshio tried to draw his needler, knowing it was already too late. The aboriginals were already upon them, waving their short arms and screaming in tiny, high-pitched voices. 3 plowed into him, and 2 toppled Denny. He struggled and fell beneath them, fighting to keep their slashing claws away from his face, while the grating noise erupted in his brain. Then, in an instant, the Kiwi were gone. Amidst the grinding roar in his head, Toshio forced himself to turn over and look up. Denny tossed back and forth across the ground, moaning, clutching at her ears. Toshio feared she had been wounded by Kiwi claws, but when she rolled his way, he saw only shallow cuts. With both shaking hands, he drew his needler. The few Kiwi in sight weren't heading this way, but squealing as they rushed the pool and dove in. It's not their doing, he realized dimly. At least he recognized the sound of 1,000 fingernails scraping across a blackboard. A psi attack. We have to hide. Water might cushion the assault. We should dive in like the Abos did. His head roared as he crawled toward the pool. Then he stopped. I can't drag Denny in there, and we can't put on our breathing gear while shaking like this. He reversed direction until he reached a poolside tree. He sat with his back against the bowl, and he tried to concentrate in spite of the crashing in his brain. Remember what Mr. Orley taught you, Mitty. Think about your mind and go within. See the enemy's illusions. Listen lightly to his lies. Use the yin and the yang, the twin salvations, logic to pierce Mara's veil, and faith to sustain. Denny moaned and rolled in the dust a few meters away. Toshio laid the needler on his lap to have it ready when the enemy came. He called to Denny, shouting over the screaming noise. Denny! Listen to your heartbeat! Listen to each breath! They're real sounds! This isn't! He saw her turn slightly toward his voice, agony in her eyes, as she pressed white, bloodless hands over her ears. The shrieking intensified. Count your heartbeats, Denny! They're They're like the ocean, like the surf. Denny, he shouted. Have you ever heard any sound that can overcome the surf? Can anything or anybody scream loud enough to keep the tide from laughing back? She stared at him, trying. He could see her inhaling deeply, mouthing slowly as she counted. Yes! Count, Denny. Breaths and heartbeats. Is there any sound the tide of your heartbeat can't laugh at? She locked onto his eyes as he anchored himself to hers. Slowly, as the howling within his head reached its crescendo, Toshio saw her nod and give a faint, grateful smile. Stout felt it too. Even as the psychic wave rolled over him, the pool was suddenly afroth with panicky kiwi. Stout was inundated by a babble of noise from all around and within. It was worse than being blinded by a searchlight. He wanted to dive away from the cacophony. Biting back panic, he forced himself to separate the noise into parts. Denny and Toshio seemed in worse shape than he. Perhaps they were more sensitive to the assault. There would be no help from them. The kiwi were in terror, squalling as they crashed into the pool. Flee! Flight from the sad great things! Somebody help the great sad hurt things! Out of the mouths of babes. When he concentrated, the sigh attack did feel like a call for help. It hurt like the hell of the deeps, but he faced it and tried to pin it down. He thought he was making progress. Certainly he was coping, when still another voice joined in, this one over his neural link. The song from below that he had spent all night unable to decipher had awakened. From the bowels of Kithrop it bellowed. Its simplicity commanded understanding. Who calls? Who dares bother? Stout moaned as he tore the robot link free. 3 screaming noises, all at different levels of mind, were quite enough. Any more and he would go insane. Bualt of the Thenanin was afraid, though an officer in the service of the great ghosts thought nothing of death or of living enemies. The shuttle cycled through the lock of his flagship, Kriegsfire. The giant doors, comfortingly massive and enduring, swung shut behind them. The shuttle pilot plotted a course to the Tandu flagship. Tandu. Bualt flexed his ridge crest as a display of confidence. He would lose heat from the sale of nerves and blood vessels in the frigid atmosphere of the Tandu ship, but it was absolutely necessary to maintain appearances. It might have been slightly less distasteful to make an alliance with the Sorrow instead. At least the Sorrow were more thenanoid than the anthropod Tandu, and lived at a decent temperature. Also, the Sorrow's clients were interesting folk, the sort Bualt's people might have liked to uplift themselves. Better for them if we had, he thought, for we are kind patrons. If the leathern Sorrow were meddlesome and callous, the spindly Tandu were horrifying beings. Their clients were weird creatures that set off twitches at the base of Bualt's tail when he thought of them. Bualt grimaced in disgust. Politics made for strange gene transfers. The Sorrow were now strongest among the survivors. The Thenanin were weakest of the major powers. Although the Tandu philosophy was the most repulsive of those in opposition to the abdicator creed, they were now all that stood in the way of a Sorrow triumph. The Thenanin must ally with them for now. Should the Tandu seem about to prevail, there would be another chance to switch sides. It had happened a number of times already, and would happen again. Bualt steeled himself for the meeting ahead. He was determined not to let show any of his dread of stepping aboard a Tandu ship. The Tandu didn't seem to care what chances they took with their crazy, poorly understood probability drive. The insane reality manipulations of their Apesiarch clients let them move about more quickly than their opponents. But sometimes the resulting alterations of space-time swallowed whole groups of ships, impartially snatching the Tandu and their enemies from the universe forever. It was madness. Just let them not use their perverted drives while I am aboard, Buwalt's organ of prayer subvocalized. Let us make our battle plans and be done. The Tandu ships came into sight, crazy, stilt-like structures that disdained armor for wild speed and power. Of course, even these unusual shapes were mere variations of ancient library designs. The Tandu were daring, but they did not add to their crimes the gaucherie of originality. Earthlings were in many ways more unconventional than the Tandu. Their sloppy gimmickry was a vulgar habit that came from a poor upbringing. Buwalt wondered what the dolphins were doing right now. Pity the poor creatures if the Tandu or Sorrow got hold of them. Even these primitive sea mammals, clients of a coarse and hairy wolfling race, deserved to be protected, if possible. Of course, there were priorities. Pitiable or not, they mustn't be allowed to hoard the data they held. It must be shared with the abdicator faction, or with no one. Buwalt noticed that his finger claws had unsheathed in his agitation. He pulled them back and cultivated serenity as the shuttle drew near the Tandu squadron. Buwalt's musing was split by a sudden chill that made his crest tremble. A disturbance on a psi band. "Operator," he snapped, "contact the flagship. See if they verify that call." "Immediately, General Protector." Buwalt controlled his excitement. The psychic energies he felt could be a ruse. Still, they felt right. They bore the image of the Krondos fire, which none of them had hoped to see again. Determination filled him. In the negotiations ahead, he would ask one more favor. The Tandu must provide one added cooperation in exchange for the help of the Thenanin. "Confirmed, sir. It is battleship Krondos fire," the pilot said, his voice raspy with emotion. Buwalt's crest stood erect in acknowledgement. He stared ahead at the looming metal mantis shapes, steeling himself for the confrontation, the negotiations, and the waiting. Bei Chuhuan was listening to whale songs, rare and expensive copies which had cost her a month's pay some time ago, when her detectors picked up the beacon. Reluctantly, she put down her headphones and noted the direction and intensity. There were so many signals, bombs and blasts and traps. Then one of the little Wazoon pointed out to her that this particular beacon emanated from the water world itself. Bei groomed her whiskers and considered. "I believe this will change things, my pretty little ones. Shall we leave this belt of unborn rubble in space and move toward the action? Is it time to let the Earthlings know that someone is out here who is a friend?" The Wazoon chittered back that policy was her business. According to Union rules, they were spies, not strategists. Bei approved of their sarcasm. It was very tasty. "Very well," she said. "Let us try to move closer." Hikahi hurriedly queried the skiff's battle computer. "It's a psi weapon of some sort," she announced via hydrophone to the crew working in the alien wreck. Her Anglic was calm and precise, accentuated with the cool overtones of Kanit. "I detect no other signs of attack, so I believe we're feeling a fringe of the space battle. We felt others before, if not this intense. We're deep underwater, partly shielded from psi waves. Grit your teeth, streakers. Try to ignore it. Go about your duties in tropic clear logic." She switched off the speakers. Hikahi knew Tish was even now moving among the workers out there, joking and keeping morale high. The psi noise was like a nagging itch, but an itch with a weird rhythm. It pulsed, as if in some code she couldn't quite get her jaws around. She looked at Hannes Suesi, who sat on a wall rail nearby, looking very tired. He had been about to turn in for a few hours' sleep, but the psionic assault apparently affected him worse than it did the dolphins. He had compared it to fingernails scratching on a blackboard. "I can think of two possibilities, Hikahi. One would be very good news, the other's about as bad as could be." She nodded her sleek head. "We've repeatedly rechecked our circuits, sent 3 couriers back with messages, and yet there's only silence from the ship. I must assume the worst." "That streaker's been taken." Suesi closed his eyes. "Yes. This psi havoc comes from somewhere on the surface of the planet. The Galactics may even now be fighting over her, or what's left of her." Hikahi decided. "I'm returning to Streaker in this boat. I'll delay until you've sealed quarters for the work crew inside the hulk. You need power from the skiff to recharge the Thenanin accumulators." Suesi nodded. Hikahi was clearly anxious to depart as soon as possible. "I'll go outside and help, then." "You just got off duty. I cannot permit it." Suesi shook his head. "Look, Hikahi, when we've got that refuge inside the battleship set up, we can pump in filtered fizzy water for the Fen, and they'll be able to rest properly. The wreck is well shielded from this psychic screeching, too, and most important, I'll have a room of my own, one that's dry, without a crowd of squeaking, practical-joking children goosing me from behind whenever I turn the other way." His eyes were gently ironic. Hikahi's jaw made a gentle curve. "Wait a minute, then, maker of wonderful toys. I'll come out and join you. Work will distract us from the scratching of E.T. fingernails." The Sorrow, Krat, felt no grating tremors. Her ship was girded against psychic annoyances. She first learned of the disturbance from her staff. She took the data scroll from the Pila Colabera with mild interest. They had detected many such signals in the course of the battle, but none yet had emanated from the planet. Only a few skirmishes had taken the war down to Kithrop itself. Normally, she would have simply ordered a homing torpedo dispatched and forgotten the matter. The expected Tandu-Thenanin alliance against the Sorrow was forming up near the gas giant world, and she had plans to make. But something about this signal intrigued her. "Determine the exact origin of this signal on a planetary map," she told the Pila. "Include locations of all known landfalls by enemy ships." "There would be dozens by now, and the positions very vague," the pill statistician barked. Its voice was high and sharp. Its mouth popped open for each syllable, and hairy cilia waved above its small black eyes. Pratt did not dignify it with a look. "When the Sorrow intervened to end Pilan indenture to the Kisa," she hissed, "it was not to make you grand elders. Am I to be questioned like a human who pampers his chimpanzee?" Colabera shivered and bowed quickly. The stocky Pila scuttled away to its data center. Krat purred happily. Yes, the Pila were so close to perfect. Arrogant and domineering with their own clients and neighbors, they scurried to serve the Sorrow's every whim. How wonderful it was to be a grand elder. She owed the humans something at that. In a few centuries, they had almost replaced the Timbrimi as the boogeymen to use on recalcitrant clients. They symbolized all that was wrong with uplift liberalism. When terror was finally humbled and humans were adopted into a proper client status, some other bad example would have to serve instead. Krat opened a private communication line. The display lit up with the image of the Sorrow Prittle, the young commander of one of the ships in her flotilla. "Yes, Fleet Mother," Prittle bowed slowly and shallowly. "I listen." Krat's tongues flickered at the young female's insolence. "Ship number 16 was slow in the last skirmish, Prittle." "One opinion." Prittle examined her mating claw. She cleaned it in front of the screen, an indelicacy designed to show indifference. Younger females seldom understood that a real insult should be subtle and require time for the victim to discover it. Kratt decided she would teach Prittle this lesson. "You need a rest for repairs. In the next battle, ship number 16 would be next to useless. There is, however, a way in which she might win honor, and perhaps the prey as well." Prittle looked up, her interest piqued. "Yes, Fleet Mother? We have picked up a call that pretends to be one thing, perhaps an enemy pleading for succor. I suspect it may be something else." The flavor of intrigue obviously tempted Prittle. "I choose to listen, Group Mother." Kratt sighed at the predictability. She knew the younger captains secretly believed all the legends about Kratt's hunches. She had known Prittle would come around. "You have much yet to learn," she thought, "before you will pull me down and take my place, Prittle. Many learning scars shall mar that young hide first. I will enjoy teaching you until that day, my daughter." Jillian and Mackeny looked up as Takata Jim and Dr. Ignacio Metz entered sickbay, accompanied by 3 stocky, war-harnessed, hard-faced stenos. They squealed indecipherable indignation and moved to interpose himself. Mackeny's assistants chittered behind the ship's surgeon. Jillian met Mackeny's eye. It had come, the confrontation. Now they would see if Mackeny was only imagining things. Jillian still held out a hope that Takata Jim and Metz had compelling reasons for their actions, and that Krydike's injury was truly an accident. Mackeny had already made up her mind. Aki, the young midship Finn from Calafia, had still not returned. The doctor glared at Takata Jim as she would look at a tiger shark. The expression on the male dolphin's face did little to belie the image. Jillian had a secret weapon, but she had sworn never to use it except in the direst emergency. Let them act first, she thought. Let them show their cards before we pull that last ace of trumps. The first stages might be a little dangerous. She had only had time to make a brief call to the NIS machine from her office before hurrying to sickbay. Her position here might be difficult if she had miscalculated the degree of atavism loose on Streaker. Maybe she should have kept Kipiru by her side. "Dr. Baskin!" Ignacio Metz didn't swim very close before grabbing a wall rail and letting an armed stenos pass before him. "It's good to see you again, but why didn't you announce yourself?" "A gross violation of security rules, Doctor," Takata Jim added. So that's the way of it, Jillian thought, and they might try to make that stick long enough to get me into a cell. "Why, I came for the ship's council meeting, Gentle Finn and Mel. I got a message from Dr. Mackeny calling me back for it. Sorry if your bridge crew fouled up my reply. I hear they're mostly new and inexperienced up there." Takata Jim frowned. It was even possible she had sent such a call, which had been lost in the confusion on the bridge. "Mackeny's message was also against orders, and your return was contrary to my specific instructions." Jillian put on an expression of bewilderment. "Wasn't she simply passing on your call for a ship's council? The rules are clear. You must call a meeting within 24 hours of the death or disability of the captain." Preparations were underway, but in an emergency the acting captain can dispense with the advice of the council. When faced with clear disobedience of orders, I am within rights to... Jillian tensed herself. Her preparations would do no good if Takata Jim were irrational. She might have to make a break by vaulting over the row of auto docks to the parapet above. Her office would be steps away. To order that you be detained for a hearing to be held at some time after the emergency. Jillian took in the stances of the guard fen. Would they really be willing to harm a human being? She read their expressions and decided they just might be. Her mouth felt dry, but she didn't let it show. You misread your legal status, Lieutenant, she replied carefully. I think very few of the Fen aboard would be surprised to learn that... The words stopped in her throat. Jillian felt a chill in her spine as the air itself seemed to waver and throb around her. Then, as she grabbed a rail for support, a deep, growling sound began to emanate from inside her head. The others stared at her, confused by her behavior. Then they began to feel it too. Takata Jim whirled and shouted, "Spy weapon! McAdee, give me a link to the bridge. We are under attack." The Dolphin physician moved aside, amazed by Takata Jim's quickness as he rushed past. Jillian pressed her hands over her ears and saw Metz doing the same as the grating noise grew louder. The security guards were in disarray, fluting disconsolately with boat-like pupils wide in fear. Should I make my break now? Jillian tried to think. But if this is an attack, we'll have to drop our quarrels and join forces. Incompetence! Takata Jim shouted at the comm. What do you mean only 1,000 miles away? Pinpoint it! Why won't the active sensors work? Wait! Jillian cried. She clapped her hands together. Through a haze of building emotion, she started to laugh. Takata Jim continued to bark rapidly at the bridge crew, but everyone else turned to look at her in surprise. Jillian laughed. She slapped the water, pounded on the nearest autodock, grabbed Watasetti around the Dolphin's quivering flank. Even Takata Jim stopped then, captivated by her apparently psychotic fit of joy. He stared, oblivious to frantic twitters from the bridge. "Tom!" she cried out loud. "I told you you couldn't die! Damn it, I love you, you son of a... Oh, if I had gone, I would have been home by now!" The Finns stared at her, eyes opening still wider as they began to realize what she was talking about. She laughed, tears running down her face. "Tom," she said softly, "I told you you couldn't die." And blindly, she hugged close whatever was nearest to her. Sounds came to Kreideike as he drifted in weightlessness. It was like listening to Beethoven, or like trying actually to understand a humpback whale. Somebody had left the audio link on in case he made any more sounds. No one had considered that the circuit went both ways. Words penetrated the gravity tank from the outer room. They were tantalizing, like those ghosts of meaning in a great symphony, hinting that the composer had caught a glimpse of something notes could only vaguely convey, and words could never approach. Takata Jim spluttered and mumbled. The threatening tone was clear, so was the cautious clarity of Jillian Baskin's voice. If only he could understand the words, but Anglet was lost to him. Kreideike knew his ship was in peril, and there was nothing he could do to help. The old gods weren't through with him and would not let him move. They had much more to show him before he was ready to serve their purposes. He had become resigned to periodic episodes of terror, like diving to do battle with a great octopus, then rising for a rest before going back down to the chaos once again. When they came to pull him down, he would once more be caught in the maelstrom of idea glyphs, of throbbing dreams, which hammered away at his engineer's mind with insistent impressions of otherness. The assault never would have been possible without the destruction of his speech centers. Kreideike grieved over the loss of words. He listened to the talk sounds from the outer world, concentrating as hard as he could on the eerie musical familiarity. It wasn't all gone, he decided after a while. He could recognize a few words here and there, simple ones, mostly the names of objects or people or simple actions associated with them. That much his distant ancestors could do, but he couldn't remember the words more than 3 or 4 deep, so it was impossible to follow a conversation. He might laboriously decipher a sentence only to forget it completely when he worked on the next one. It was agonizingly difficult, and at last he made himself cease the vain effort. That's not the way, he concluded. Instead, he should try for the gestalt, he told himself. Use the tricks the old gods had been using on him. Encompass, absorb, like trying to feel what Beethoven felt by submerging into the mystery of the violin concerto. Murmuring sounds of angry sofas squawked from the speaker. The noises bounced around the chamber and scattered like bitter droplets. After the terrible beauty of Down, he felt repelled. He forced himself to listen, to seek a way, some humble way to help Streaker and his crew. Need swelled within him as he concentrated. He sought a center, a focus in the chaotic sounds. Rancor turbid in the riptide, ignoring sharks, internecine struggle, inviting sharks, foolish opportunism. Against his will, he felt himself begin to click aloud. He tried to stop, knowing where it would lead, but the clicks emerged involuntarily from his brow, soon joined by a series of low moans. The sounds of the argument in sickbay drifted away as his own soft singing wove a thicker and thicker web around him. The humming, crackling echoes caused the walls to fade as a new reality took shape all around. A dark presence slowly grew next to him. Without words, he told it to go away. No, we are back. You have more to learn. For all I know, you're a delirium of mine. None of you ever make a sound of your own. You always speak in reflections from my own sonar. Have your echoes ever been so complex? Who knows what my unconscious could do? In my memory are more strange sounds than any other living cetacean has heard. I've been where living clouds whistled to tame hurricanes. I've heard the doom booms of black holes and listened to the songs of stars. All the more reason you are the one we want, the one we need. I am needed here. Indeed. Come, cried Ike. The old god, Kifkree, moved closer. Its sonically translucent form glistened. Its sharp teeth flashed. Figment or not, the great thing began to move, carrying him along, as before, helpless to resist. Down. Then, just as resignation washed over, cried Ike, he heard a sound. Miraculously, it wasn't one of his own making, diffracted against the insane dream. It came from somewhere else, powerful and urgent. Pay no heed. Come. Cried Ike's mind leaped after it as if it were a school of mullet, even as the noise swelled to deafening volume. You are sensitized. You have sigh you had not known before. You know not yet its use. Relinquish quick rewards. Come the hard way. Ike laughed and opened himself to the noise from the outside. It crashed in, dissolving the shining blackness of the old god into sonic specks that shimmered and then slowly disappeared. That way is not for you, cried Ike. Then the great-browed god was gone. Ike laughed at his release from the cruel illusion, grateful for the new sound that had freed him. But the noise kept growing. Victory went to panic as it swelled and became a pressure within his head, pushing against the walls of his skull, hammering urgently to get out. The world became a whirling, groaning, alien cry for help. Kreideike let out a warbling whistle of despair as he tried to ride the crashing tide. Chapter 50. Streaker. The waves of pseudo-sound were fading at last. "Kreideike!" McEnany cried and swam to the captain's tank. The others turned also, just noticing the injured dolphin's distress. "What's the matter with him?" Jillian swam up next to McEnany. She could see the captain struggle feebly, giving off a slowly diminishing series of low moans. "I don't know. No one was watching him as the psi bomb hit its peak. Just now I saw he was disturbed." The large, dark gray form within the tank seemed calmer now. The muscles along Kreideike's back twitched slowly as he let out a low, warbling cry. Ignacio Metz swam up alongside Jillian. Jillian," he began, "I want you to know that I'm very glad Tom is alive, although this tardiness bodes poorly. I'd still stake my life that this Trojan seahorse plan of his is ill-conceived." "We'll have to discuss that at ship's council then, won't we, Dr. Metz?" she said coolly. Metz cleared his throat. "I'm not sure the acting captain will permit." He subsided under her gaze and looked away. She glanced at Takata Jim. If he did anything rash, it could be the last straw that broke Streaker's morale. Jillian had to convince Takata Jim that he would lose if he contested with her, and he had to be offered a way out, or there might still be civil war aboard the ship. Takata Jim looked back at her with a mixture of pure hostility and calculation. She saw the sound-sensitive tip of his jaw swing toward each of the Fen in turn, gauging their reaction. The news that Thomas Orley still lived would go through the ship like a clarion. Already one of the armed Stenos guards, presumably carefully picked by the vice-captain, looked mutinously jubilant and chattered hopefully with Watasetti. "I've got to act fast," Jillian realized. "He's desperate." She swam toward Takata Jim, smiling. He backed away, a loyal Stenos glaring at her from his side. Jillian spoke softly, so the others could not hear. "Don't even think it, Takata Jim. The Fen aboard this ship have Tom Orley fresh on their minds now. If you thought you could harm me before this, even you know better now." Takata Jim's eyes widened, and Jillian knew she had struck on target, capitalizing on the legend of her psi ability. "Besides, I'm going to stick close to Ignacio Metz. He's gullible, but if he witnesses me being harmed, you'll lose him. You need a token man, don't you? Without at least one, even your Stenos will melt away." Takata Jim clapped his jaw loudly. "Don't try to bully me. I don't have to harm you. I am the legal authority on this ship. I can have you confined to quarters." Jillian looked at her fingernails. "Are you so sure?" "You would incite the crew to disobey the legal ship's master?" Takata Jim sounded genuinely shocked. He must know that many, perhaps most of the Tertiops would follow her, whatever the law said. But that would be mutiny, and tear the crew apart. "I have the law on my side," he hissed. Jillian sighed. The hand must be played out for all the damage this would do if the dolphins of Earth found out. He whispered the two words she had not wanted to utter. "Secret orders," she said. Takata Jim stared at her, then let out a keening cry. He stood on his tail and did a backflip, while his guard blinked in confusion. Jillian turned and saw Metz and Watasetti staring at them. "I don't believe you," Takata Jim spluttered, spraying water in all directions. On Earth, we were promised. Streaker is our ship. Jillian shrugged. Ask your bridge crew if the battle controls work, she offered. Have someone try to leave through the outlock. Try to open the door to the armory. Takata Jim whirled and sped to a comm screen at the far end of the room. His guard stared at Jillian momentarily, then followed. His look conveyed a sense of betrayal. Not all of the crew would feel that way, Jillian knew. Most would probably be delighted, but deep inside an implication would settle. One of the main purposes of Streaker's mission, to build in the Neo-Fen a sense of independence and self-confidence, had been compromised. Did I have any other choice? Is there anything else I might have tried first? She shook her head, wishing Tom were here. Tom might have settled everything with one sarcastic little ditty in trinary that put everybody to shame. Oh, Tom, she thought. I should have gone instead of you.
This ends Side 2 of Cassette 7, Startide Rising, Cassette 8.
Jillian! McInerney's flukes pounded the water, and her harness whirred. With one metal arm, she pointed up at the wounded dolphin floating in the gravity tank. Krydeiki was looking back at her. Joshua H. Barr, but you said his cortex was fried. Met stared. An expression of profound concentration bore down on Krydeiki's features. He breathed heavily, then gave voice to a desperate cry. Out! It's not possible, McInerney sighed. His speech centers. Krydeiki frowned in effort. Out! Krydeiki! Swim! Krydeiki! It was trinary baby talk, but with a queer tone to it, and the dark eyes burned with intelligence. Jillian's telepathic sense throbbed. Out! He whirled about in the tank and slammed his powerful flukes against the window with a loud boom. He repeated the Anglic word. The falling tone slope was like a phrase in primal. Out! Help him out! McInerney commanded her assistants. Gently, quickly. Takata Jim was heading back from his comm screen at high speed, wrath on his face. But he stopped abruptly at the gravity tank and stared at the bright eye of the captain. It was the last straw. He rolled back and forth, as if unable to decide on appropriate body language. Takata Jim turned to Jillian. What I've done was in what I believe to be the best interest of the ship, crew, and mission. I could make a very good case on Earth. Jillian shrugged. Let's hope you get the chance. Takata Jim laughed dryly. Very well. We'll hold the charade ship's council. I'll call it for 1 hour from now. But let me warn you, don't push too far, Dr. Baskin. I have powers still. We must find a compromise. Try to pillory me, and you will divide the ship. And then I will fight you, he added low. Jillian nodded. She had achieved what she had to. Even if Takata Jim had done the worst things McInerney suspected of him, there was no proof, and it was a matter of compromise or lose the ship to civil war. The first officer had to be offered an out. I'll remember, Takata Jim. In 1 hour, then, I'll be there. Takata Jim swirled about to leave, followed by his 2 loyal security guards. Jillian saw Ignacio Met staring after the Dolphin lieutenant. You lost control, didn't you? She asked dryly as she swam past him. The geneticist's head jerked. What, Jillian? What do you mean? But his face betrayed him. Like many others, Metz tended to overestimate her psychic powers. Now he must be wondering if she had read his mind. "Never mind." Jillian's smile was narrow. "Let's go and witness this miracle." She swam to where Mackeny waited anxiously for the emerging Kreidike. Metz looked after her uncertainly before following. Chapter 51. Thomas Orley. With trembling hands, he pulled vines away from the cave entrance. He crept out of his shelter and blinked at the hazy morning. A thick layer of low clouds had gathered. There were no alien ships yet, and that was just as well. He had feared they would arrive while he was helpless, struggling against the effects of the psi bomb. It hadn't been fun. In the first few minutes, the psychic blasts had beaten away at his hypnotic defenses, cresting over them and drenching his brain in alien howling. For 2 hours, it had felt like eternity, he had wrestled with crazy images, pulsing, nerve-evoked lights and sounds. Tom still shook with reaction. "I sure hope there are still Feminine out there, and that they fall for it. It had better have been worth it." According to Jillian, the NIS machine had been confident it had found the right codes in the library taken from the Feminine wreck. If there were still Feminine in the system, they should try to answer. The bomb must have been detectable for millions of miles in all directions. He dragged a handful of muck out of the gap in the weeds and flung it aside. Scummy seawater welled up almost to the surface of the hole. Another gap probably lay only a few meters beyond the next hummock. The weedscape flexed and breathed incessantly, but Tom wanted a water entrance near at hand. He scooped away the slime as best he could, then wiped his hands and settled down to scan the sky from his shelter. On his lap he arranged his remaining psi bombs. Fortunately, these wouldn't pack the wallop of the Feminine distress call. They were simply pre-recorded message casts, designed to carry a brief code a few thousand kilometers. He had only recovered 3 of the message globes from the glider wreck, though he could only broadcast a narrow range of facts. Depending on which bomb he set off, Jillian and Kreidike would know what kind of aliens had come to investigate the distress call. Of course, something might happen that didn't fit into any of the scenarios they had discussed. Then he would have to decide whether to broadcast an ambiguous message or do nothing and wait. Maybe it would have been better to bring a radio, but a warship in the vicinity could pinpoint a transmission instantly and blast his position before he spoke a few words. A message bomb could do its work in a second or so and would be much harder to locate. Tom thought about Streaker. Everything desirable was there. Food, sleep, hot showers, his woman. He smiled at the way the priorities had spilled out. Ah, well, Jill would understand. Streaker might have to abandon him if his experiment led to a brief chance to blast away from Kithrop. It would not be a worthless way to die. He wasn't afraid of dying, only of having not done all he could, and not properly spitting in the eye of death when it came for him. That final gesture was important. Another image came to him, far more unpleasant. Streaker already captured, the space battle already over, all of his efforts useless. Tom shuddered. It was better to imagine a sacrifice being for something. A stiff breeze kept the clouds moving. They merged and separated in thick, wet drifts. Tom shaded his eyes against the glare to the east. About a radian south of the haze-shrouded morning sun, he thought he saw motion in the sky. He huddled deeper into his makeshift cave. Out of one of the eastern cloud drifts, a dark object slowly descended. Swirling vapor momentarily obscured its shape and size as it hung high above the sea of weeds. A faint drumming sound reached Tom. He squinted from his hiding place, wishing for his lost binoculars. Then the mists parted briefly, and he saw the hovering spaceship clearly. It looked like some monstrous dragonfly, sharply tapered and wickedly dangerous. Few races delved so deeply into the library for weird designs as did the idiosyncratic, ruthless Tandu. Wild protrusions extended from the narrow hull in all directions, a Tandu hallmark. At one end, however, a blunt, wedge-shaped appendage clashed with the overall impression of careless, cruel delicacy. It didn't seem to fit into the overall design. Before he could get a better view, the clouds came together, concealing the floating cruiser from sight. The faint hum of powerful engines grew slowly louder, however. Tom scratched an itchy 5-day growth of beard. The Tandu were bad news. If they were the only ones to show themselves, he would have to set off message bomb number 3. Tell Streaker to lock up and get ready for a death fight. This was an enemy with whom mankind had never been able to negotiate. In skirmishes on the galactic marshes, Terran ships had seldom conquered Tandu vessels, even with the odds in their favor. And when there were no witnesses around, the Tandu loved to pick fights. Standing orders were to avoid them at all costs, until such time as Timbrimi advisors could teach human crews the rare knack of beating these masters of the sneak and strike. If the Tandu were the only ones to appear, it also meant he had likely seen his last sunrise, for in setting off a message bomb, he'd almost certainly given away his position. The Tandu had clients who could sigh, sniff, even a thought, if they once caught the mental scent. Tell you what, Ifni, he thought, you sent someone else into this confrontation. I won't insist it be Thenanin. A Joffer fighting planetoid will suffice. Mix things up here, and I promise to say 5 sutras, 10 Hail Marys, and a Kiddush when I get home, okay? I'll even dump some credits in a slot machine if you like. He envisioned a Timbrimi human Cynthian battle fleet erupting out of the clouds, blasting the Tandu to fragments and sweeping the sky clear of fanatics. It was a lovely image, although he could think of a dozen reasons why it wasn't likely. For one thing, the Cynthians, friendly as they were, wouldn't intervene unless it was a sure thing. The Timbrimi, for that matter, would probably help Earth defend herself, but wouldn't stick their lovely humanoid necks too far out for a bunch of lost wolflings. Okay, Ifni, you lady of luck and chance. He fingered bomb number 3. I'll settle for a single beat-up old Thenanin cruiser. Infinity gave him no immediate answer. He hadn't expected one. The thrumming seemed to pass right over his head. His hackles rose as the ship's strong field region swept the area. Its shields screeched at his modest psi sense. Then the crawling rumble began slowly to recede to his left. Tom looked west. The ragged clouds separated just long enough to display the Tandu cruiser, a light destroyer, he now saw, and not really a battleship, only a couple of miles away. As he watched, the blunt appendage detached from the mothership and began to drift slowly to the south. Tom frowned. That thing didn't look like the Tandu scout ships he was familiar with. It was a totally different design, stout and stolid, like... The haze came together again, frustratingly, covering the two ships. Their muttering growl accompanied the muted grumblings of the nearby volcano. Suddenly, 3 brilliant streams of green light speared down from the clouds where Tom had last seen the Tandu ship, to hit the sea with flashing incandescence. There came a peal of supersonic thunder. First he thought the Tandu were blasting the surface below, but a crackling bright explosion in the clouds showed that the destroyer itself was at the receiving end. Something high above the cloud deck was shooting at the Tandu. He was too busy snatching up gear to waste time in exultation. Tom kept his head averted, and so was spared blindness as the destroyer began firing actinic beams of antimatter at its assailant. Waves of heat scorched the back of his head and his left arm as he stuffed the psi bombs under his waistband and snapped on a breather mask. The beams of annihilation made streaks of solar heat across the sky. Tom grabbed his pack and dove into the hole he had earlier cleared in the thickly woven weeds. The thunder suddenly muted as he splashed through a jungle of dangling vines. Straight shafts of flickering battle light speared into the gloom. Tom found he was automatically holding his breath. That didn't make much sense. The mask would not allow much oxygen to escape, but it would pass carbon dioxide. He started inhaling as he grabbed a strong root for an anchor, but soon found he was laboring for breath. With all the vegetation around, he had expected the oxygen content to be high, but the tiny indicator on the rim of his mask told that the opposite was true. The water was depleted compared to the normally rich brine of Kithrip Sea. The waving gill fins of the mask were picking up only a third as much oxygen as he would need to maintain himself, even if he stayed perfectly still. In just a few minutes, he would start to get dizzy. Not long thereafter, he would pass out. A battle roar penetrated the weed cover in a series of dull detonations. Shafts of brilliance shot into the gloom through openings in the leafy roof, one right in front of Orley. Even indirectly, the light hurt his eyes. He saw fronds just above the waterline, which had recently survived ashfall from a volcano, curl from the heat, turn brown, and fall away. So much for the rest of my supplies. So much for coming up for air. He wrapped his legs around the thick root and shrugged out of his backpack, rummaging through the satchel for something to improvise. In the sharp shadows, he negotiated the contents mostly by touch. The inertial tracker Jillian had given him, a pouch of food bars, 2 canteens of fresh water, explosive slivers for his needler, a toolkit. The air meter was turning an ominous orange. Tom wedged the pack between his knees and tore open the toolkit. He seized a small roll of 8-gauge rubber tubing. Purple blobs flickered on the edge of his field of vision as he used his sheath knife to cut a length of narrow hose. He crammed one end through the mask's chowlock. The seal held, but the contents of the tube sprayed at his mouth, making him gag and cough. There was no time for finesse. He shimmied up the root to a point within reach of the hole in the weeds. Tom pinched the tube below the other end, but bitter, oily water streamed from the tube as he straightened the coil. The mask's demon lock would purge the fluid, if too much didn't flood in. He averted his face, but swallowed a little anyway. It tasted foul. Tom reached out and pushed the tube above the surface of the narrow pool, where the battle flashes sent shafts of light into the depths. He sucked hard at the hose, spitting out slime and a sharp metallic tang, desperately trying to clear it. One of the searing blasts flashed closer than ever, scalding his fingers below the waterline. He fought the instinct to shout or pull away from the pain. Consciousness began to slip, and with it, the will to hold his left hand into the searing heat. He drew hard, and at last was rewarded with a thin stream of dank air. Tom sucked frantically. The hot, steamy air tasted of smoke, but it nourished. He exhaled into the mask, trusting it to hold the hard-won oxygen. The aching in his lungs subsided, and the agony of his hand took the fore. Just as he thought he couldn't hold it out there any more, the burning heat from above subsided, fading to a dull, flickering glow in the sky. A few meters away was another gap in the weeds, where he might be able to prop the tube between 2 thick roots without exposing himself. Tom took a few more breaths then pinched the tube shut. But before he could prepare any further, a sharp blue light suddenly filled the water, brighter than ever, casting stark, blinding shadows everywhere. It was a tremendous detonation. Then the sea began tossing him about like a rag doll. Something huge had struck the ocean and set it bucking. His anchor root came free of its mooring, and he fell into a maelstrom of flailing vines. The swell tore the backpack from him. He grabbed after it and caught the end of one strap, but something struck him in the back of the head, knocking him dizzy. The pack was snatched away into the noise and flashing shadows. Tom curled into a ball, his forearms holding the rim of his mask against the whipping vines. There had been another maelstrom of sand and grinding, blazing wind. The air of Venus, far thicker than water, had torn at his frail suit and helmet, its fierce grip on his chest making each breath precious. Before very long he had ceased walking, stumbling, crawling through the drifts. Finally, crouching in the lee of a jagged basalt tooth, he had waited to die. An hour or eon of delirium passed before, unexpected, the vision came to him. So they were right. He had pondered blearily, looking up as a blaze of true light pierced the inky Venusian heat haze, stabbing his unaccustomed eyes, making them flow with tears. The ancients were right after all. When death arrives, it's an angel that comes for you. The angel had bent closer. Behind a diamond-fringed face mask, fair hair had framed a face he dimly knew he should recognize. A familiar face, as if he had known it half his life. Lips moving. "So you're the Orley boy." The amplified voice had been soothing, though more efficient sounding than angelic. "Not much to look at compared to your picture, but I'll reserve judgment till we get you cleaned up." He had croaked, while hands drew him onto a stretcher, her face never leaving his sight. Tom felt life might slip away if it had. Working to pump remedies into his veins, she had kept on murmuring, "There now, it'll be all right. Say, don't you recognize me? We've never been introduced, but they've been nagging us to meet and get married." That first time, under the hellish sky of Venus, he had never once lost consciousness because of her. Now, though, all he had was a memory to cling to. Awareness bled away like bitter, irretrievable air. His first thought on coming around was a vague surprise that he was still breathing. Tom thought the battle storm was still going on, until he realized that the shaking he felt was his own body. The roar in his ears was only a roar in his ears. His throbbing left arm was draped over a thick, horizontal stump. Scummy green water came up to his chin, lapping against the thin face mask. His lungs ached, and the air was stale. He brought up his trembling right hand and pulled the mask down to hang around his neck. The filters had kept out the ozone stench, but he inhaled deeply, gratefully. At the last moment he must have chosen immolation over suffocation, and struck out for the surface. Fortunately, the battle ended just before he arrived. Tom resisted the temptation to rub his itching eyes. The slime on his hands would do them no good. Tears welled at a biofeedback command, flushing most of the blinding mucus away. He looked up when he could see again. To the north, the volcano fumed on as ever. The cloud cover had parted somewhat, revealing numerous twisted banners of multicolored smoke. All around Tom, small crawling things were climbing out from the singed weeds, resuming their normal business of eating or being eaten. There were no longer battleships in the sky, blazing away at each other with beams of nova heat. For the first time, Tom was glad of the monotonous topography of the carpet of vines. He hardly had to rise in the water to see several columns of smoke pouring from slowly settling wrecks. As he watched, one faraway metal derelict exploded. The sound arrived seconds later in a series of muted coughs and pops, punctuated unsynchronously by bright flashes. The dim shape sank lower. Tom averted his eyes from the final detonation. When he looked back, he could detect nothing but clouds of steam and a faint hissing that fell away into silence. Elsewhere lay other floating fragments. Tom turned a slow circle, somewhat in awe of the destruction. There was more than enough wreckage for a mid-sized skirmish. He laughed at the irony, although it made his abused lungs hurt. The Galactics had all come to investigate a counterfeit Mayday signal, and they had brought their death feuds along to what should have been a mission of mercy. Now they were dead while he still lived. This didn't feel like the random capriciousness of Ifni. It was too like the mysterious, wry work of God himself. Does this mean I'm all alone again? He wondered. That would be rich. So much fireworks and one humble human the only survivor? Not for long, perhaps. The battle had caused him to lose almost all of the supplies he had struggled so hard to recover. Tom frowned suddenly. The message bombs. He clutched at his waist, and the world seemed to drop away. Only one of the globes remained. The others must have popped out in the struggle below the clinging vines. When his right hand stopped shaking, he carefully reached under his waistband and drew out the psi bomb, his very last link with Streaker, with Jillian. It was the verifier, the one that he was to set off if he thought the Trojan seahorse should fly. Now he would have to decide whether to set off this one or none at all. Yes or no were all he could say. I only wish I knew whose ships those were that fired on the Tandu. Tucking the bomb away, he resumed his slow turn. One wreck on the northwest horizon looked like a partially crushed eggshell. Smoke still rose from it, but the burning seemed to have stopped. There were no explosions, and it seemed not to be sinking any lower. All right, Tom thought. That will do as a goal. Looks intact enough to have possibilities. It may have salvageable gear and food. Certainly it's shelter, if it's not too radioactive. It seemed only 5 kilometers away or so, though looks could be deceiving. A destination would give him something to do, at least. He needed more information. The wreck might tell what he needed to know. Tom pondered whether to try to go by land, trusting his weary legs to negotiate the weedscape, or to attempt the journey underwater, swimming from air hole to air hole, daring the unknown creatures of the deep. He suddenly heard a warbling whine behind him, turned, and saw a small spacecraft about 1 kilometer away, heading slowly northward, wavering bare meters above the ocean. Its shimmering shields flickered. Its drives heaved and faltered. Tom pulled up his mask and prepared to dive, but the tiny ship wasn't coming his way. It was passing to the west, sparks shooting from its stubby stasis flanges. Ugly black streaks stained its hull, and one patch had blistered and boiled away. Tom caught his breath as it passed. He had never seen a model like this before, but he could think of several races whose style would be compatible with the design. The Scout dipped as its dying drives coughed. The high whine of the gravity generator began to fall. The boat's crew obviously knew it was done for. It banked to change course for the island. Tom held his breath, unable to help sympathizing with the desperate alien pilot. The boat sputtered along just above the weeds, then passed out of sight behind the mountain's shoulder. The faint crump of its landing carried over the whistling of the trade winds. Tom waited. After a few seconds, the boat's stasis field released with a loud concussion. Glowing debris flew out over the sea, the fragments quenched in water or burned slowly into the weeds. He doubted anyone could have gotten away in time. Tom changed goals. His long-range destination was still the eggshell ship floating a few miles away, but first he wanted to sift through the wreckage of that scout boat. Maybe there would be evidence there to make his decision easier. Maybe there would be food. He tried to crawl up onto the weeds, but found it too difficult. He was still shaking. All right, then. We'll go under the sea. Probably all mood anyway. I might as well enjoy the scenery. Chapter 52. Aki. The son of a blood-gorged lamprey just wouldn't let go. Aki was exhausted. The metallic tang of the water mixed with the taste of bile from his forestomach as he swam hard to the southeast. He wanted desperately to rest, but he knew he couldn't afford to let his pursuer cut away at his lead. Now and then he caught sight of John about 2 kilometers behind him and closing the gap. The giant, darkly counter-shaded dolphin seemed tireless, his breath condensed in high vertical spouts like small rockets of fog as he plowed ahead through the water. Aki's breath was ragged, and he felt weak with hunger. He cursed in Anglic and found it unsatisfying. Playing over a resonating, obscene phrase in primal Delphin helped a little. He should have been able to outdistance John, at least over a short stretch. But something in the water was affecting the hydrodynamic properties of his skin. Some substance was causing an allergic reaction. His normally smooth and pliant hide was scratchy and bumpy. He felt like he was plowing through syrup instead of water. Aki wondered why no one else had reported this. Did it only affect dolphins from Calafia? It was one more unfairness in a series that stretched back to the moment he had left the ship. Escaping John hadn't been as easy as he expected. Heading southeast, he should have been able to veer right or left to reach help, either Hikahi and the crew at the Thenanin wreck, or at Toshio's island. But every time he tried to change course, John moved to cut the corner. Aki couldn't afford to lose any more of his lead. A wave of focused sonar swept over him from behind. He wanted to curl up into a ball every time it happened. It wasn't natural for a dolphin to flee another for so long. In the deep past, a youngster who angered an older male, by trying to copulate with a female in the old bull's harem, for instance, might get thumped or raked, but only rarely was a grudge held. Aki had to stifle an urge to stop and try to reason with John. What good would that do? The giant was obviously mad. His speed advantage was lost to this mysterious skin itch. Diving to get around John was also out of the question. The Stenos bredonensis were pelagic dolphins. John could probably outdive anyone in the streaker's crew. When next he glanced back, John had closed to within about 1 kilometer. Aki warbled a sigh and redoubled his efforts. A line of green-topped mounds lay near the horizon, perhaps 4 or 5 kilometers away. He had to hold on long enough to reach them. Chapter 53. Moki. Moki drove the sled at top speed to the south, blasting its sonar ahead like a bugle. "Calling Haoki, calling Moki. This is Herca Pete." "Come in." "Verify, please." Moki tossed his head in irritation. The ship was trying to reach him again. Moki clicked the sled's transmitter on and tried to talk clearly. "Yes! What you want?" There was a pause, then, Moki, let me talk to Haoki. Moki barely concealed a laugh. Haoki, dead. Killed by intruder. I'm chasing now. Tell Takata Jim I'll get to them. Moki's Anglic was almost indecipherable, yet he didn't dare use trinary. He might slip into primal in public, and he wasn't ready for that yet. There was a long silence on the sonar speak line. Moki hoped that now they'd leave him alone. When he and Haoki had found the Baskin woman's empty sled, drifting slowly westward at low power, something had finally snapped within him. He had then entered a confused but exalted state, a blur of action, like a violent dream. Perhaps they were ambushed, or perhaps he merely imagined it. But when it was over, Haoki was dead, and he, Moki, had no regrets. After that, his sonar had picked up an object heading south, another sled. Without another thought, he had given chase. The sonar speak crackled. Herka again. Moki, you're getting out of Caesar range, and we still can't use radios. You are now given 2 orders. First, relay a sonar speak message to Katha John ordering him back. His mission is canceled. Number 2, after that, turn around yourself. That's a direct order. The lights and dots meant little to Moki anymore. What mattered were the patterns of sound that the sled sensors sent him. The expanded hearing sense gave him a godlike feeling, as if he were one of the great dreamers himself. He imagined himself a huge catodon, a sperm whale, lord of the deep, hunting prey that fled at any hint of his approach. Not far to the south was the muffled sound of a sled, the one he had been chasing for some time. He could tell that he was catching up to it. Much farther away, and to the left, were 2 tiny rhythmic signals, sounds of rapid cetacean swimming. That had to be Katha John and the upstart Calafian. Moki would dearly love to steal Katha John's prey from him, but that could wait. The first enemy lay dead ahead. Moki, you copy me? Answer. You have your orders. You must. Moki clapped his jaws in disgust. He shut off the sonar speak in the middle of Herka Pete's complaint. It was getting hard to understand the stuck-up little petty officer anyway. He had never been much of a stenos, always studying Kanik with the Terciops and trying to better himself. Moki decided he would look the fellow up after he had finished taking care of his enemies outside the ship. Chapter 54. Kipiru. Kipiru knew he was being followed. He had expected that someone might be sent after him to keep him from reaching Hikahi. But his pursuer was some sort of idiot. He could tell from the distant whine of the engines that the Finn's sled was being driven well beyond its rated speed. What did the fellow hope to accomplish? Kipiru had a long enough head start to make it within sonar-speak range of the Thenanin wreck before his pursuer caught up. He only had to push his sled's throttle slightly into the red. The Finn behind him was spraying sonar noise all over the place, as if he wanted to announce to all and sundry that he was coming. With all his screeching, the imbecile was making it hard for Kipiru to piece together what was going on to the southeast. Kipiru concentrated and tried to block out the noise from behind. 2 dolphins, it seemed, one almost out of breath, the other powerful and still vigorous, were swimming furiously toward a bank of sonar shadows 50 kilometers away. What was going on? Who was chasing whom? He was listening so narrowly that Kipiru suddenly was yanked back to the present and had to veer to avoid colliding with a high seamount. He passed on the west side, banking hard to sweep past by meters. The mountain's bulk momentarily cast him into silence. "Where shoals, child of Terciops?" He trilled a lesson rhyme, then switched to trinary haiku. Echoes of the shore are like drifting feathers dropped by pelicans. Kipiru chided himself. Dolphins were supposed to be hot pilots. It was what had won them their first starship berths over a century before, and he was known far and wide as one of the best. So why were 40 knots underwater harder to handle than 50 times light speed down a wormhole? His thrumming sled left the shadow of the seamount and came into open water. East of southeast came a faint image gestalt of racing cetaceans once again. Kipiru concentrated. Yes, the one in pursuit was a stenos, a big one. It used a strange pattern of search sonar. The one in front... It has to be Aki, he thought. The kid is in trouble, bad trouble. He was almost deafened as a blast of sound from the sled behind him caught him directly in a focused beam. Kipiru chattered a curse glyph and shook his head to clear it, tempted to turn around to take care of the self-sucking turd swallower behind him. Kipiru was tormented by a choice. Strictly speaking, his duty was to get a message to Hikahi, yet it went against everything inside him to abandon the MIDI. It sounded like the youngster was exhausted. His pursuer was clearly catching up. But if he swung to the east, he would give his own pursuer a chance to catch up. But he might also distract Katha John, force him to turn around. It didn't become a Tarragon's officer. It didn't reflect Kanik. But he couldn't decide logically. He wished some distant great-great-grandchild of his were here now, a fully mature and logical dolphin who could tell his crude, half-animal ancestor what to do. Kipiru sighed. What makes me think they'll let me have great-grandchildren anyway? Finally, he chose to be true to himself. He banked the sled to the left and pulled the engine throttle one more notch into the red. Chapter 55. Charles Dart. One of the two earthlings in the room, the human, rummaged through dresser drawers and distractedly tossed things into an open valise on the bed. He listened while the chimpanzee talked. The probe is down below 2 kilometers. The radioactivity is rising fast, and a temperature gradient, too. I'm not sure the probe will last more than another few hundred meters, yet the shaft keeps going. Anyway, I'm now positive that there's been garbage dumping by a technological race, and recently, like hundreds of years ago. That's very interesting, Dr. Dart. Really it is. Ignacio Metz tried not to show his exasperation. One had to be patient with chimps, especially Charles Dart. Still, it was hard to pack while the chimp ran on, perched on a chair in his stateroom. Dart went on obliviously. If anything made me appreciate Toshio, as inefficient as that boy is having to work with that lousy dolphin linguist, Soud. Still, I was getting good data until Tom Worley's damn bomb went off, and Soud started hollering stuff about voices from below. Crazy bloody Finn. Metz sorted his belongings. Now, where is my blue land suit? Oh, yes, it's already packed. Let's see. Duplicates of all my notes are already loaded aboard the boat. What else is there? I said, Dr. Metz. He looked up quickly. I'm sorry, Dr. Dart. It's all these sudden changes and all. I'm sure you understand. What were you saying? Dart groaned in exasperation. I said I want to go with you. To you, this trip may be a form of exile, but to me, it'd be an escape. I've got to get out to where my work is. He pounded the wall and showed 2 rows of large yellowed teeth. Metz thought for a moment, shaking his head. Exile? Perhaps Dakota Jim looked at it that way. Certainly he and Jillian were like oil and water. She was determined to set in motion Orley's and Krydike's Trojan seahorse plan. Takata Jim was just as adamant, resisting it. Metz agreed with Takata Jim, and had been surprised when the lieutenant meekly resigned his acting captaincy at the ship's council meeting, appointing Jillian in command until Hikahi could be recalled. That meant the seahorse scheme would go forward after all. Streaker was to begin her underwater move in a few hours. If the ruse was really to be tried, Metz was just as happy to be gone from the ship. The longboat was spacious and comfortable enough. In it, he and his notes would be safe. The records of his special experiments would get to Earth eventually, even when, if Streaker was destroyed trying to escape. Besides, now he could join Denny Sudman in examining the Kiwi. Metz was more than a little eager to get a look at the pre-sentients. "You'll have to talk to Jillian about coming with us, Charlie." He shook his head. "She's letting us take your new robot with us to the island. You may have to settle for that."
"But you and Takata Jim promised that if I cooperated, if I kept quiet to Toshio earlier, and was willing to give you my proxy on the council."
The chip lapsed when he saw the expression on Metz's face. Charlie's lips pressed close together, and he got up to his feet.
"Thanks for nothing,"
he growled as he went for the door. "Now, Charlie!" Dart marched out into the hall. The shutting door cut off Metz's last words. The chimp walked along the sloping corridor, head bowed in determination.
"I gotta get out there,"
he grumbled.
"There's gotta be a way."
This ends Side 1 of Cassette 8. Cassette 8, Side 2.
Chapter 56. Sout. When Jillian called to ask that he talk to Krydike, his first thought had been to rebel over the workload. I know, her tiny simulacrum had agreed. But you're the only one I can spare who has the qualifications. Let's rephrase that. You are the only one for the job. Krydike is clearly aware and alert, but he can't talk. We need someone to help him communicate through parts of his brain that weren't damaged. You're our expert. Stout had never really liked Krydike, and the type of injury the captain had suffered made Sout feel queasy. Still, the challenge appealed to his vanity. What about Charles Dart? He's been driving Toshio and me until our flukes droop, and he has top priority on this line. In the small holo image, Jillian looked very tired. Not anymore, he doesn't. We're sending out a new probe with Takata Jim and Metz, one he'll be able to control himself by comlink. Until then, his project takes last place. Last place. Is that understood? Sout clapped his jaw loudly in assent. It felt good to hear decisive leadership again. The fact that the voice was that of a human he respected helped, too. This bit about Metz and Takata Jim. I've filled in Toshio, Jillian said. He'll brief you when the chance comes. He is in absolute charge now. You're to obey him with alacrity. Is that clear? Jillian never lost her vocabulary under pressure. Sout liked that. Yes, eminently. Now about these resonances I'm getting from the planet's crust. What shall I do? They are, to my knowledge, totally unprecedented. Can you spare someone to do a library search for me? Jillian frowned. You say resonances of apparent intelligent origin are coming from deep in Kithrop's crust? Exactly. Jillian rolled her eyes. Ifni, to explore this world in peace and quiet would demand a decade of work by a dozen survey ships. She shook her head. No, my quick guess is that some formation of probability-sensitive rock below the surface is resonating with emanations from the battle overhead. In any event, it comes after the other priorities: security, the Kiwi, and talking to Krydeiki. You've got a mouthful to deal with already. Stout stifled a protest. Complaining would only get Jillian to order him explicitly away from the probe. She hadn't yet, so it would be best to stay quiet. Now think about your options, Jillian reminded him. If Streaker makes a break for it, we'll try to get the skiff out to pick up Tom and whoever wants to join us from the island. You can choose to come along or stay with Metz and Takata Jim and wait it out in the longboat. Inform Toshio of your decision. I understand. I'll think about it. Somehow the issue seemed less urgent than it would have a few days ago. The sounds from below were having an effect on him. If I stay, I still wish you all the best of luck, he added. You too, Melfin. Jillian smiled. You're a strange duck, but if I get home, I'm going to recommend you get lots of grandchildren. Her image vanished as she broke the connection. Stout stared at the blank screen. The compliment, wholly unexpected, left him momentarily stunned. Then a few Kiwi who were foraging nearby were surprised to see a large dolphin rise up onto his tail and dance about the small pool. To be noticed by a humpback, to be credited at last for being me. Chapter 57. Denny and Toshio. I'm afraid. Almost without a thought, Toshio put his arm around Denny's shoulder. He gave her a reassuring squeeze. What for? There's nothing to be scared of. Denny looked up from the pounding breakers to see if he was serious. Then she realized she was being teased. She stuck out her tongue at him. Toshio inhaled deeply and was content. It wasn't clear to him where his new relationship with Denny was going. It wasn't physical, for one thing. They had slept together last night, but fully clothed. Toshio had thought it would be frustrating, and it was, sort of, but not as much as he had expected. It would work out one way or another. Right now, Denny needed someone to be nearby. It was satisfying just filling that need. Maybe, when all this was over, she would go back to thinking of him as a boy, 4 years her junior. Somehow he doubted it. She was touching him more now, rather than less, holding his arm and punching him in mock anger, even as memories from the Psy-Bomb episode faded. When are they supposed to get here with the longboat? She looked back over the ocean once more. Late tomorrow sometime, he answered. Takata Jim and Metz wanted to negotiate with the ETs. What's to stop them if they decide to ignore orders and try anyway? Jillian's giving them only enough power to get here. They have a regenerator, so they'll be able to charge up for space travel in a month or so. By then, Streaker'd be gone one way or another. Denny shivered. Toshio cursed his awkward tongue. Takata Jim won't have a radio. I'm to guard ours until the skiff comes to pick us up. Besides, what could he offer the Galactics? He won't have any of the charts marking the derelict fleet. My guess is he and Metz will wait until everybody leaves, then scuttle off to Earth with Metz's tapes and a hold full of gripes. Denny looked up at the first stars of the long Kithrip twilight. Are you going back? She asked. Streaker's my ship. Thank God Krydeiki is still alive, but even if he's not skipper anymore, I owe it to him to keep on, as one of his officers should. Denny glanced up at him briefly, then nodded and looked back out at the sea. She's thinking we haven't a chance, Toshio realized. And maybe we don't. Wearing a feminine battle wagon as a disguise, we'll have all the maneuverability of a Calathian mud gleaner. And even fooling the Galactics might not be so good an idea. They want to capture Streaker, but they won't hold back their fire if they see a defeated enemy climbing back up for another round. There still have to be Thenanin around if this scheme is to work. But we can't just sit here waiting, can we? If we do, the Galactics will learn that they can push Earthlings around. We just can't afford to let anyone profit from chasing one of our survey ships. Toshio changed the subject. How's your report coming? Oh, all right, I guess. It's clear the Kikwi are fully presentient. They've been fallow a very long time. In fact, some Darwinist heretics might think they were just getting ripe to bootstrap themselves. They show signs. Some iconoclast humans still push the idea that a pre-sentient race could make the leap to spacefaring intelligence by evolution alone, without the intervention of a patron. Most galactics thought the idea absurd and strange, but the failure to find humanity's missing benefactor had regained the theory a few adherents. What about the metal mound? Toshio asked about Denny's other research, begun at Charlie Dart's behest when the chimp had been given top priority, but pursued now out of interest. Denny shrugged. Oh, the mound's alive. The professional biologist in me would give her left arm to be able to stay a year on this island with full laboratory equipment. The metal-eating pseudo-coral, the drill tree, the living core of the island, are all symbiotes. In effect, they're organs in one giant entity. If I could only write it up at home, I'd be famous if anyone believed me. Well, they'll believe you, Toshio assured her. And you'll be famous. He motioned that they should start heading back to camp. They only had a little time after second supper to walk and talk. Now that he was in command, he had to make sure that timetables were kept. Denny held his arm as they turned to return to the encampment. Over the rushing rustle of the wind through the foliage came the intermittent squeaks of the natives, rousing from their siesta to prepare for the evening hunt. They walked in silence along the narrow trail. Chapter 58. Galactics. Krat licked slowly at her mating claw, studiously ignoring the creatures who scurried to clean up the bloody mess in the corner. There would be trouble over this. The Pelan High Council would protest. Of course, she was within her rights, as Grand Admiral, to deal with any member of the fleet as she saw fit. But that did not traditionally cover the skewering of a senior librarian, simply because he was the bearer of bad news. I am getting old, she realized, and the daughter I had hoped would soon be strong enough to pull me down is now dead. Who now will do me the honors before I grow erratic and become a hazard to the clan? The small furry body was hauled away, and a sturdy Paha mopped up the bloody mess. The other Pila looked at her. Let them stare. When we capture the Earthlings, it won't matter. I shall be famous, and this incident will be ignored by all, especially the Pila. If we are the first ones to approach the progenitors with an offering, the law won't matter anymore. The Pila will not simply be our adult liege clients. They will be ours again, to meddle with, to redesign, to shape once more. Back to work! All! She snapped her mating claw. The twang sent the bridge crew scuttling off to their stations, some to repair the smoking damage from a near miss in the most recent battle with the Tandu. Think now, Sorrow Mother. Can you spare ships to send once more to the planet? To that hellish volcano where every fleet has already sent a party to fight and die? There weren't supposed to be any Gubru left here, but a battered Gubru scout had shown up at the place where the distress call came from. It had gone to smoky ruin along with a Tandu destroyer, Prittle's ship number 16, and 2 other vessels even her battle computers could not identify. Perhaps one was a surviving spear ship of the Brothers of the Night, which had hidden on one of Kithrop's moons. Meanwhile, out here, the final battle with the Tandu's unholy alliance had turned into a bloody draw. The Sorrow still had a slim advantage, so the remaining Feminine stayed by their Tandu allies. Should she risk all in the next encounter? For the Tandu to win would be horrible. They would, if they gained the power, destroy so many beautiful species that the Sorrow might someday own. If it came down to a choice, she guessed the Feminine would switch sides one more time. "Strategy section," she snapped. "Fleet Mother?" A Paha warrior approached, but stopped just out of arm reach. It eyed her cautiously. Given a chance, she would breed respect into the Paha genes so deeply nothing would ever eradicate it. The Paha stepped back involuntarily as her claws stretched. "Find out which ships are now most expendable. Organize them into a small squadron. We're going to investigate the planet again." The Paha saluted and returned to its station quickly. Krat settled deeper into the Vlitor cushion. We shall need a distraction, she thought. Perhaps another expedition to that volcano would make the Feminine nervous and let the Tandu think we know something. Of course, she reminded herself, the Tandu themselves may know what we do not. Chapter 59 Krydeiki. Far away, they call. The giants, the spirits of ocean, the leviathans. Krydeiki begins to understand. Does begin. The old gods are part figment, part racial memory, part ghost, and part something else. Something an engineer could never have allowed his ears to hear or eyes to see. Far away, they call. Leviathans. Not yet. Not yet. Not. Krydeiki has a duty to perform yet. Does have a duty. No more an engineer. But Krydeiki remains a spacer. Not useless. Krydeiki will do what he can do to help. Can do to help save his crew, his ship. Chapter 60 Jillian. She wanted to rub her eyes, but the face mask was in the way. Too much remained to be done. The Finns came and went, swooping by her wherever she traveled in the ship, almost toppling her in their hurry to report and then be off again, carrying out orders. I hope Hikahi gets back soon. I'm not doing badly, I guess, but I'm no starship officer. She has the training to rule a crew. Hikahi doesn't even know she's captain, Jillian thought. Much as I pray they get the line open soon, I'll hate having to break that news to her. She wrote a brief message to Emerson Dioniti, and the last courier dashed off for the engine room. Watasetti kept pace alongside her as she turned to swim into the outlook. There were two small crowds of dolphins in the bay, one at the forward sally hatch, and the other clustered about the longboat. The bow of the small spaceship almost touched the iris of one of the outer hatches. Its stern disappeared into a metal sheath beyond the rear end of the outlook. When the longboat is gone, this place will look pretty empty, she thought. A Finn in the party at the lock saw her and sped toward Jillian. He halted abruptly before her and hovered in the water at attention. Flankers and scouts are ready to depart when you give the word, Jillian. Thank you, Zaft. It will be soon. Is there still no word from the line repair party? Or from Kipiru? No, sir. The courier you sent to follow Kipiru should be near the wreck shortly, though. It was frustrating. Takata Jim had severed the link to the Thenanin wreck, and now it seemed impossible to find the break. For once she cursed the fact that monofilaments could be hidden so well. For all they knew, some terrible disaster might have struck the work party at the very site where she was planning on moving Streaker. At least the detectors indicated the space battle was still going on, almost as fierce as ever. But what was keeping Tom? He was supposed to set off a message bomb when ETs showed up to investigate his ruse. But since the fake distress call, there had been nothing. In addition to everything else, the damn NIS machine wanted to talk to her. It had not set off the hidden alarm in her office to indicate that it was an emergency, but every time she used a comm unit, she heard a faint click that signaled the thing's desire to talk. It was enough to make a femme just want to climb into bed and stay there. A sudden commotion broke out near the lock. The wall speaker let out a brief, sloppy squeal of trinary, followed by a longer report in loose, high-pitched Anglic.
Sir!
Zoft turned excitedly.
They report.
I heard. She nodded. The line's been repaired. Congratulate the repair team for me, and get them inside for a couple of hours' rest. Then please ask Hercopete to contact Hikahi right away. He's to ascertain her situation and tell her we begin moving the ship at 2100 hours unless she objects. I'll be calling her shortly.
Aye, sir.
Zoft whirled and sped off. Watasetti watched her silently, waiting. All right, she said. Let's see Takata Jim and Metz off. You've made certain the crew has offloaded anything not on our checklist and inspected everything the exiles took aboard? Yes. They haven't even got a flare gun, no radio, and no more fuel than the minimum needed to reach the island. Jillian had gone on her own inspection of the boat a few hours back, while Metz and Takata Jim were still packing. She had taken a few additional precautions that nobody else knew about. Who's going with them?
3 volunteers, all of them strange stenos. All males. We searched them down to their penile sheaths. They're clean, all in the longboat now, ready to go.
Jillian nodded. Then, for better or worse, let's get them out of here so we can get on with other things. Mentally, she had already begun rehearsing what she had to tell Hikahi. Chapter 61. Hikahi and Suesi. Remember, she told Tisht and Suesi, maintain radio silence at all costs, and try to keep those crazy Fen in the wreck from eating up all the supplies in the first few days, Tisht signaled assent with a jaw clap, although her eyes were heavy with reservation. Suesi said, Are you sure you won't let one of us come with you? I'm sure if I encounter disaster, I want no more lives lost. If I find survivors, I might need every bit of room. In any event, the skiff runs itself, essentially. All I have to do is watch it. You can't fight while piloting, Hannes pointed out. If I had a gunner along, I might be tempted to fight. This way I have to run away. If Streaker is dead or captured, I must be able to return the skiff to you here, or you'll all be doomed. Suesi frowned, but found he had to agree with her reasoning. He was thankful Hikahi had stayed as long as she had, letting them use the skiff's power to finish preparing a habitat inside the wreck. We're all worried about Streaker and the captain, he thought, but Hikahi must be in agony. All right, then. Goodbye and good luck, Hikahi. May Ifni's boss watch over you. The same to both of you. Hikahi took Suesi's hand gently between her jaws, then did the same with Tisht's left pectoral fin. Tisht and Suesi left through the skiff's small airlock. They backed their sled toward the yawning opening in the sunken alien battleship. A low whine spread from the skiff as power came on. The sound echoed back to them from the mammoth sea cliff that towered over the crash site. The tiny space vessel began to move slowly eastward, picking up speed underwater. Hikahi had chosen a roundabout route, taking her far out before swinging back in an arc to Streaker's hiding place. This would keep her out of touch for as long as a couple of days, but it would also mean that her point of origin could not be traced if an enemy lay in wait where Streaker had been. They watched until the boat disappeared into the gloom. Long after Suesi ceased hearing anything, Tish waved her jaw slowly back and forth, following the diminishing sound. 2 hours later, as Hannes was lying down for his first nap in his new dry quarters, the makeshift intercom by his pallet squawked. Not more bad news, he sighed. Lying in the darkness with one arm over his eyes, he touched the comm. What? He said simply. It was Lucky Ka, the young electronics tech and junior pilot. His voice fizzed with excitement. Sir, Tish says you should come quickly. It's the ship. Suesi rolled over onto one elbow. Streaker? Yes, the line just reopened. They want to talk to Hikahi right away. All of the strength went out of Suesi's arms. He slumped back and groaned. Oh, frabjous day. By now she's well out of sonar speak range. At times like these, I wish I talked dolphin jabber like Tom Orley. Maybe Trinary could express something properly ironic and vulgar about the way the universe works. Chapter 62. Exiles. The longboat slid smoothly through the port and out into the twilight blue of Kithrop's ocean. You're going the wrong way, Ignacio Metz said after the iris closed behind them. Instead of turning east, the boat spiraled upward. Just a small detour, Dr. Metz, Takata Jim soothed. Sneak-a Joe, tell Streaker I'm adjusting the trim. The dolphin on the co-pilot's ramp began whistling to his counterpart on the ship. The sonar speak squawked back angrily. Streaker also had noticed the change in course. Metz's seat was above and behind Takata Jim's. The water level came up to his waist. What are you doing? He asked. Just getting used to the controls. Well, watch out. You're headed straight for the detection boys. Metz watched, amazed, as the craft sped toward the crew of dolphins, dismantling the listening devices. The workmen scattered out of the way, cursing shrilly as the boat crashed into the tethered buoys. Metal smithereens clattered along its prow and fell into blackness. The sonar speak squawked. Dr. Metz blushed. Good Finn persons shouldn't use language like that. Takata Jim seemed oblivious. He calmly turned the small ship around and piloted it at a sedate pace eastward toward their island destination. The longboat drove down a narrow canyon, leaving the brightly lit sub-sea veil and Streaker behind it. Tell them it was an accident, Takata Jim told his co-pilot. The trim was out of line, but now we've got it under control. We're proceeding underwater to the island as ordered.
Accident my hairy Uncle Fred's scrotum.
The words were followed by a sniggering laugh from the back of the control room.
You know, I kind of figured you wouldn't leave without destroying the incriminating evidence first, Takata Jim.
Dr. Metz struggled with his straps to turn around. He stared. Charles Dart? What are you doing here? Perched on a shelf in a storage locker, whose door was now open, a space-suited chimpanzee grinned back at him.
Why, exercising a teeny-tiny bit of initiative, Dr. Metz. Now, you be sure and note that in your records. I want to be given credit for it."
He broke into a shrieking giggle, amplified by his suit speaker. Takata Jim twisted about on his ramp to regard the chimp for a moment. He snorted and turned back to his piloting. Charlie visibly screwed up his nerve to slide out of the cabinet into the water, even though none of it could touch him through the spacesuit. He floundered in the liquid up to his helmet ring. "But how?" Metz started to ask. Charlie hefted a large, heavy, waterproof sack from the locker to a man's seat next to Metz.
"I used deductive reasoning," he said as he climbed up. "I figured Jillian's boys would only be watching out for misbehaving by a few grumbling stenos. So, thought I, why not get to the longboat by a route they wouldn't even think of watching?"
Metz's eyes widened.
"The sleeve? You crawled into one of the sealed maintenance ways that the builders used on Earth and made your way to the boat's access panels down by the thrust motors." "Right-o!" Charlie beamed as he buckled his seatbelt. "You probably had to remove some plates in the sleeve wall using a jack pry. No dolphin could manage such a thing in an enclosed space, so they didn't think of it." "No, they didn't." Metz looked Charlie up and down. "You passed pretty close to the thrusters. Did you get cooked?" My suit rad meter says raw to medium rare." Charlie mocked, blowing on his fingertips. Metz grinned. "I shall indeed take note of this rare display of ingenuity, Dr. Dart. And welcome aboard. I'll be too busy anyway inspecting the Kiwi to take proper care of that robot of yours. Now you can do it right." Dart nodded eagerly. "That's why I'm here." "Excellent. Perhaps we can have a few games of chess as well." "I'd like that." They sat back and watched as the ocean ridges passed by. Every few minutes one would look at the other and would burst out laughing. The Stenos were silent. "What's in the sack?" Metz pointed to the large satchel on Dart's lap. Charlie shrugged. "Personal effects, instruments, only the barest, most minuscule, most Spartan necessities." Metz nodded and settled back again. It would indeed be nice to have the chimpanzee along on the trip. Dolphins were fine people, of course, but mankind's older client race had always struck him as better conversationalists, and dolphins didn't play chess worth a damn. It was an hour later that Metz recalled Charlie's first words on announcing his presence aboard. Just what did the chimp mean when he accused Takata Jim of destroying evidence? That was a very strange thing to say. He put the question to Dart. "Ask the lieutenant," Charlie suggested. "He seemed to know what I meant. We're not exactly on speaking terms," he grumbled. Metz nodded earnestly. "I will ask him as soon as we get settled on the island. I will certainly do that." Chapter 63. Tom Orley. In the tangled shallows below the weed carpet, he made his way cautiously from air-hole to air-hole. The face mask helped him stretch a deep breath a long way, especially when he got near the island and had to search for an opening to the shore. Tom finally crawled out onto land just as the orange-sun Castemone slipped behind a thick bank of clouds to the west. The long Kithrip day would last for a while yet, but he missed the direct warming of the sun's rays. Evaporation chill made him shiver as he pulled himself through a gap in the weeds and up the rocky shoreline. He climbed on his hands and knees to a hummock a few meters above the sea and sat back heavily against the rough basalt. Then he pulled the breathing mask down around his neck. The island seemed to rock slowly
as if it were a cork bobbing in the sea. It would take a while to grow used to solid ground again, just long enough, he realized ironically, for him to finish what he had to do here and get back into the water again. He pulled clumps of green slime from his shoulders and shivered as the damp slowly evaporated. Hunger. Ah, there was that too. It took his mind off the damp and chill, at least. He thought about pulling out his last food bar, but decided it could wait. It was all within 1,000 kilometers that he could eat, barring what he might find in alien wreckage. Smoke still rose where the small ET Scout had crashed, just over the shoulder of the mountain. The thin stream climbed to merge high above with sooty drifts from the volcano's crater. Once in a while, Tom heard the mountain itself growl. Okay, let's move. He gathered his feet beneath him and pushed off. The world wavered unsteadily. Still, he was pleasantly surprised to find himself standing without too much trouble. Maybe Jill's right, he thought. Maybe I have reserves I've never touched before. He turned to his right, took a step, and almost tripped. He recovered, then stumbled along the rocky slope, thankful for his webbed gloves when it came to climbing over jagged rocks, serrated like chipped flint. One step after another, he drew near the source of the smoke. Topping a small rise, he came into view of the wreck. The Scout had broken into 3 pieces. The stern section lay submerged, only its torn front end protruding from the charred weeds in the shallows. Tom checked the radiation meter at the rim of his face mask. He could stand the dose for a few days if necessary. The forward half of the wreck had split longitudinally, spilling the contents of the cockpit along a stony strand. Loose banners of fine wire wafted above metal bulkheads, which had been pulled and twisted apart like taffy. Looks easy enough, Tom thought. I'd just go down and inspect the damn thing, one step at a time. He thought about drawing his needler, but decided it would be better to have both hands free in case he fell. There wasn't much left. Tom poked through the scattered small pieces, recognizing bits of various machines, but nothing told him what he wanted to know, and there was no food. Large bent sheets of metal lay everywhere. Tom approached one that seemed to have cooled off and tried to lift it. It was too heavy to budge more than a few inches before he had to let it drop. Tom panted with his hands on his knees for a moment, breathing heavily. A few meters away was a great pile of driftwood. He went over and pulled out a few of the thicker stumps of dried seaweed. They were tough, but too springy to use as pry bars. Tom scratched his stubble and thought. He looked at the sea, covered all the way to the horizon with vile, slimy vines. Finally, he started gathering dried vines together into 2 piles. After dark, he sat by a driftwood fire, weaving tough strands of vine into a pair of large, flat fans, somewhat like tennis rackets with loops on one side. He wasn't sure they would work as desired, but tomorrow he would find out. He sang softly in trinary to distract himself from his hunger. The whistled nursery rhyme echoed softly from the nearby cliffside. Hands and fire, use them, to leap higher. Dreams and song, use them, to leap long. Tom stopped suddenly and cocked his head. After a silent moment, he slid his needler out of its holster. Had he heard a sound? Or was it his imagination? He rolled quietly out of the firelight and crouched in the shadows, looking into the darkness, and, like a dolphin, tried to listen to the shape of things. In a stalker's crouch, from cover to cover, he made a slow circuit of the wreckage-strewn beach. "Bar Keen Klemp anatan plikeno v'huminim? Tom dove behind a hull shard and rolled over, breathing open-mouthed to keep silent. He listened. V'humin kinsun. The voice resonated as if from a metal cavity, from under one of the large pieces of wreckage. A survivor? Who would have imagined? Tom called out, Birkeksklemp, v'humin iditsk, v'thinen klef fif. He waited. When the voice in the darkness answered, Tom was up and running. Idates, v'thinen klif. He dove once again and fetched up against another shard of metal, then crawled on his elbows and took a quick look around the side of the bulkhead, and aimed his weapon directly into the eyes of a large reptiloid face, only a meter away. The face grimaced in the dim starlight. He had only met Thenanin once, and studied them at the school on Cathrenolin for 1 week. The creature was half squashed under a massive warped metal plate. Tom could guess its expression was one of agony. The scout's arms and back had been broken under the piece of hull. V'humin tibarchitpa. Tom adjusted to the dialect the others spoke, a version of Galactic 6. Would not kill you, human, had I even the means. I wish only to persuade you to talk to me and distract me for a time. Tom holstered the needler and moved to sit cross-legged in front of the pilot. It would only be polite to listen to the creature, and be ready to put him out of his misery if he asked the favor. I grieve that I am unable to succor you, Tom answered in Galactic 6. Though you are an enemy, I have never been one to call Thenanin wholly evil. The creature grimaced again. His ridge crest bumped intermittently against the metal roof, and he winced each time. Nor do we think of human Vlek as totally without promise, though recalcitrant, wild, and irreverent. Tom bowed, accepting as whole the partial compliment. I am prepared to do the service of termination, should you wish it, he offered. You are kind, but that is not our way. I will wait as my pain balances my life. The great ghosts shall judge me brave. Tom lowered his gaze. May they judge you brave. The Thenanin breathed raggedly, eyes closed. Tom's hand drifted to his waistband. He touched the bulge that was the message bomb. Are they still waiting back at Streaker? He wondered. What will Krydike decide to do if he doesn't hear from me? I must know what's been happening in the battle above Kithrid. For conversation and distraction, he offered, shall we exchange questions? The Thenanin opened his eyes. They actually seemed to hold a hint of gratitude. Nice. A nice idea. As elder I shall begin. I will ask simple questions, so as not to strain you. Tom shrugged. Almost 300 years we've had the library. We've had 6,000 years of intricate civilization, and still nobody believes humans could be anything but ignorant savages. Why did you not from Morgren flee to a safer haven? The scout asked. Earth could not protect you, nor even those scoundrel Timbrimi who lead you into evil ways. But the abdicators are strong. You would have found safety with us. Why did you not come into our arms? He made it all sound so simple. If only it were so. If only there had been a truly powerful alignment to flee to, one that would have not charged in return more than Streaker's crew or Earth could afford to pay. How to tell the Thenanin that his abdicators were only slightly less unpalatable than most of the other fanatics? It is our policy never to surrender to bullying threats, Tom said. Never. Our history tells us the value of this tradition more than those brought up on the library annals could imagine. Our discovery will be given only to the Galactic Institutes and only by our Terrigan's Council leaders themselves. At mention of Streaker's discovery, the Thenanin's face showed unmistakable interest, but he waited his turn, allowing Tom the next question. "Are the Thenanin victorious overhead?" Tom asked anxiously. "I saw Tandu. Who prevails in the sky?" Air whistled through the pilot's breathing vents.
"The glorious fail. The killer Tandu thrive, and sorrow pagans abound. We harass where we can, but the glorious have failed. Heretics shall gain the prize."
It was a bit of a tactless way to put it, with one of the prizes sitting in front of him. Tom cursed softly. What was he going to do? Some of the Thenanin survived, but could he tell Krydike to go ahead and take off on that basis? Should they try a ruse which, even if successful, would gain them allies too weak to do any good? The Thenanin breathed raggedly. Although it was not his turn, Tom asked the next question. "Are you cold? I will move my fire here. Also, there is work I must do as we talk. Forgive this junior patron if I offend." The Thenanin looked at him with purple, cat-irised eyes.
"Politely spoken. We are told you humans are without manners. Perhaps you are merely unlearned, yet well-meaning."
The scout wheezed and blew sand grains from his breathing slits, while Tom quickly moved his camp. By the flickering flame light, the Thenanin sighed.
"It is appropriate that, trapped and dying on a primitive world, I shall be warmed by the crafty fire-making skills of a wolfling. I shall ask you to tell a death-bound being about your discovery. No secrets, just a story. A story about the miracle of the Great Return."
Tom drew forth the memory, one that still gave him chills. "Consider ships," he began. "Think of starships, ancient, pitted, and great as moons."
This ends Side 2 of Cassette 8, Startide Rising, Cassette 9.
When he awakened next to the warm coals of his fire, the dawn was barely breaking, casting long, dim shadows along the beach. Tom felt much better. His stomach had become resigned to a fast, and sleep had done him a lot of good. He was still weak, but he felt ready to try a dash for the next possible haven. He got up, brushed off the multicolored sand, and peered to the north. Yes, the floating derelict was still there. Hope on the horizon. To his left, under the massive bulkhead, the Thenanin scout breathed softly, slowly dying. It had fallen asleep listening to Tom's story of the shallow cluster, of the shining giant ships, and the mysterious symbols on their sides. Tom doubted the creature would ever reawaken. He was about to turn and pick up the shoes he had woven the night before, when he frowned and peered under a shading hand toward the eastern horizon. If only the binoculars had been saved. He squinted, and at last he made out a line of shadows moving slowly against the brightening horizon, spindly-legged figures, and one smaller, shambling thing. A column of tiny silhouettes moved slowly northward. Tom shivered. They were headed toward the eggshell wreck. Unless he acted quickly, they would cut him off from his only chance at survival. And he could tell already that they were Tandu. Part 6. Scatter. The moot point is whether Leviathan can long endure so wide a chase and so remorseless a havoc, and the last whale, like the last man, smoke his last pipe, and then himself evaporate in the final puff. Herman Melville. Chapter 64. Krydike Sout. Kreidaiki stared at the holo display and concentrated. It was easier to talk than to listen. He could call up the words one or two at a time, speak them slowly, shuttling them like pearls on a string. Neural link repaired by Jillian and Makani. But speech still gone. Sout's image nodded. You can use tools now, though. Kreidaiki concentrated on Sout's simple question. You can use... Each word was clear, its meaning obvious, but in a row they meant nothing. It was frustrating. Sout switched to trinary. Tools to prod, the balls, the starships, is your jaw, the player, the pilot. Kreidaiki nodded. That was much better, though even trinary came to him like a foreign tongue, with difficulty. Spider walkers, walkers, walkers. Holocom talkers, talkers, talkers. Are my playthings, are... Kreidaiki averted his eyes. He knew there were elements of primal in that simple phrase, in the repetition and high whistling. It was humiliating to still have an active, able mind, and know that to the outside world you sounded retarded. At the same time, he wondered if Sout noticed a trace of the language of his dreams, the voices of the old gods. Listening to the captain, Sout was relieved. Their first conversation had started off well, but toward the end, Kreidaiki's attention had begun to wander, especially when Sout had started running him through a battery of linguistic tests. Now, after Makani's last operation, he seemed much more attentive. He decided to test Kreidaiki's listening ability by telling him about his discovery. He carefully and slowly explained in trinary about the singing he had heard while linked to the robot in the drill tree funnel. Kreidaiki looked confused for a long moment as he concentrated on Sout's slow, simplified explanation. Then he seemed to understand. In fact, from his expression, it seemed he thought it the most natural thing in the world that a planet should sing. Link me. Please. I will listen. Sout clapped his jaw in assent, pleased. Not that Kreidaiki, with his language centers burned, would be able to make out anything but static. It took all of Sout's subtle training and experience to trace the refrain, except for that one time when the voices from below had shouted in apparent anger. The sounds had been almost amorphous. He still shuddered, remembering that one episode of lucidity. Okay, Kreidaiki, he said, as he made the connection. Listen closely. Kreidaiki's eyes recessed in concentration as the static crackled and popped over the line. Chapter 65. Jillian. Triple damn! Well, we can't wait for her to get here to start the move. It might take Hikahi 2 days to circle around in the skiff. I want to have Streaker safely inside the Seahorse by then. Suessi's simulacrum shrugged. Well, you could leave her a note. Jillian rubbed her eyes. That's just what we'll do. We'll drop a monofilament relay link at Streaker's present position so we can stay in touch with the party on the island. I'll stick a message to the relay telling her where we've gone. What about Toshio and Denny? Jillian shrugged. I'd hoped to send the skiff after them and Sout, and maybe after Tom. But as things are, I'd better have Denny and Sout head toward your site by sled. I hate doing it. It's dangerous, and I need Toshio there watching Takata Jim until just before we take off. She didn't mention the other reason for wanting Toshio to stay as long as possible. They both knew that Tom Orley, if he flew the glider home, would return to the island. He ought to have someone waiting for him. "Are we really going to abandon Metz and Takata Jim?" Suesi looked perplexed. "And Charlie Dart, apparently. He's stowed away on the longboat. Yes, it's their choice. They hope to make it home after the Galactics blow us to Kingdom Come. For all I know, they may be right. Anyway, the final decision's Hikahi's when she finally shows up and finds out she's in command." Jillian shook her head. "Ifni sure seems to have gone out of her way to throw us curves, hasn't she, Hannes?" The elderly engineer smiled. "Luck's always been fickle. That's why she's a lady." But Jillian didn't have the energy to give him much of a dirty look. A light winked on the console next to the holo display. "Here it is, Hannes. The engine room is ready. I've got to go now. We're getting underway." "Good luck, Jillian." Suesi held up an O sign, then broke the connection. Jillian flicked a switch, cutting into the comm line from Streaker to the island. "Sout, this is Jillian. Sorry to break in, but would you please tell the captain we're about to move?" It was a courtesy to let Krydeiki know. Streaker had been his once. "Yes, Jillian." There was a series of high, repetitious whistles in very primal-like trinary, much of it crested over the upper range of even Jillian's gene-enhanced hearing. "The captain wants to go outside to watch," Sout said. "He promises not to get in the way." Jillian couldn't see any reason to refuse. "All right, but tell him to check with Watasetti first, to use a sled, and to be careful. We won't be able to spare anyone to go chasing him if he wanders off." There was another high series of whistles that Jillian could barely follow. Krydeiki signaled that he understood. "Oh, by the way, Sout," Jillian added, "please ask Toshio to call me as soon as the longboat arrives." "Yes." Jillian cut the connection and got up to dress. There were so many things to juggle simultaneously. "I wonder if I did the right thing, letting Charlie Dart sneak away," she thought. "If he or Takata Jim behave in a way I don't expect, what'll I do?" A tiny light shone at the corner of her console. The NIS machine still wanted to talk to her. The light didn't flash urgent. Jillian decided to ignore it as she hurried out to supervise the move. Chapter 66. Aki. With aching muscles, Aki swam slowly out of the notch in which he had rested until dawn. He took several deep breaths and dove, scattering a school of brightly scaled fish-like creatures through shafts of morning light. Without thinking, he speared through the school and snapped up a large one, relishing its frantic struggle between his jaws. But the metal taste was bitter. He flipped the creature away, spitting. Red clouds spread a pink glow across the east as he surfaced again. Hunger growled in his compound stomachs. He wondered if the sound was loud enough to be picked up by his hunter. "It's unfair. When Katha John finds me, he, at least, will have something to eat." Aki shook himself. What a bizarre thought. "You're falling apart, Mitty. Katha John is no cannibal. He's a what?" Aki remembered the final stretch yesterday at sunset, when he had somehow made it to the chain of metal mounds just meters ahead of his pursuer. The chase amidst the tiny islands had been a confusion of bubbles and surf and hunting cries. For hours after he had finally found a hiding place, he had listened to staccato bursts of sonar that proved Katha John had not gone far. Thought of the bosun sent chills down Aki's spine. What kind of creature was he? It wasn't just the irrationality of this death chase. There was something else as well, something in the way Cathajon hunted. The giant sonar sweeps contained something malevolent that made Aki want to curl up in a ball. Of course, Stenos gene graphs might account for some of his size and irritability, but in Cathajon there was more. Something very different must have gone into the bosun's genetic splice. Something terrifying. Something Aki, raised on Calafia, had never encountered. Aki swam close to the edge of the coral mound and stuck his jaw out beyond the northern verge. There were only the natural sounds of the Kithrip Sea. He hopped up on his tail and scanned visually. To go west or north? To Hikahi or Toshio? Better north. This chain of mounds might extend to the one where the encampment lay. It might provide cover. He dashed across the quarter-kilometer gap to the next island, then listened quietly. There was no change. Breathing a little more easily, he crossed the next channel, then the next, swimming quick bursts, then listening, then resuming his cautious passage. Once he heard a strange, complex chatter to his right. He lay motionless until he realized that it couldn't be Cathajon. He detoured slightly to take a look. It was an underwater skirmish line of balloon-like creatures with distended air bladders and lively blue faces. They carried crude implements and nets filled with thrashing prey. Except for a few holos sent back by Denny Sudman and Saud, this was Aki's first glimpse of the Kithrip natives, the Kikwi. He watched, fascinated, then swam toward them. He had thought himself still far south of Toshio, but if this group was the same... As soon as they caught sight of him, the hunters squeaked in panic. Dropping their nets, they scrambled up the vine-covered face of a nearby island. Aki realized that he must have encountered a different tribe, one which had never seen dolphins before. Still, seeing them was something. He watched the last one climb out of sight. Then he turned northward once more. But when he passed the northern shore of the next mound, a sharp beam of sound passed over him. Aki quailed. How? Had Cathajon duplicated his logic about an island chain? Or had some demon instinct told him where to hunt his prey? The eerie call passed over him once more. It had mutated further during the night into a piercing, falling cry that set Aki shivering. The cry pealed again, nearer, and Aki knew he couldn't hide. That cry would seek him out in any cleft or cranny until the panic took hold. He had to make a break for it, while he still had control over his mind. Chapter 67. Kipiru. The fight had begun in the pre-dawn darkness. A few hours ago, Kipiru realized that his pursuer's sled was showing no sign of failing. The engine screamed, but it would not die. Kipiru notched his own upward well beyond the red line, but it was too late. A short time later, he heard the whine of a torpedo homing in from behind. He zigged leftward and down, blowing ballast to leave a cloud of noisy bubbles in his wake. The torpedo streaked past and into the gloom beyond. An amplified squawk of disappointment and indignation echoed amongst the rills and seamounts. Kipiru was used to hearing primal obscenities from his pursuer. He had almost reached the line of metal mounds before which the two swimming dolphins had disappeared a few hours back. As he had drawn nearer, Kipiru had listened to the distant hunt cries and been chilled by a gnawing association that he couldn't bring himself yet to believe. It made him dread for Aki. Now Kipiru had his own problems. He wished Aki luck holding out until he could get rid of this idiot on his own tail. It was growing light overhead. Kipiru dove his sled behind a lumpy ridge, then throttled the engine back and waited. Moki cursed as the tiny torpedo failed to detonate. Teeth are better than things. He swung his jaw left and right. He had abandoned the sled sensors and was controlling the machine purely by habit. Where was the smart aleck? Let him come out and get it over with. Moki was tired and cranky and unutterably bored. He had never imagined that being a great bull could be so tedious. Moki wanted the hot, almost orgasmic rage back. He tried to call up the bloodlust again, but kept thinking about killing fish, not dolphins. If only he could emulate the savagery he had heard in Cathah John's hunt cry. Moki no longer hated the frightening bosun. He had begun to see the giant as a spirit creature of pure and evil nature. He would kill this smart-aleck Tersiops and bring its head to Cathah John as proof of his worthiness as a disciple. Then he, too, would become elemental, a terror that none would ever dare thwart. Moki brought the machine about in a circle, keeping close to the seafloor to take advantage of shadows of sound. The Tersiops had turned left at high speed. His turn had to be wider than Moki's, so all Moki had to do was hunt in the correct arc. Moki had been on guard duty when this chase began, so his sled had torpedoes. He was sure the smart-ass didn't have any. He whistled in eager anticipation of an end to the tedious chase. A sound. He turned so quickly he banged his snout against the plastic bubble dome. Moki gunned the sled forward, readying another torpedo. This one would finish his enemy off. A sheer drop opened into a broad ocean canyon. Moki took ballast and fell, hugging the wall. He throttled back and stopped. Minutes passed as the sound of muffled engines grew louder from his left. The oncoming sled was staying close to the cliff face at a greater depth. Suddenly it was below him. Moki chose not to fire right away. This was too easy. Let the smart aleck hear death suddenly fall upon him from behind, too close to evade. Let him writhe in panic before Moki's torpedo tore his body into pieces. His sled growled, then dropped in pursuit. His victim could never turn in time. Moki crowed. A herd bull is a great bull. Moki interrupted his chant. Why wasn't the smart aleck fleeing? He had been relying entirely upon sound. Only now did he turn his eye on his intended victim. The other sled was empty. It drove along slowly, unpiloted. But then where? Hunting ears can make a bull, but eyes and brains make spacemen. The voice was above him. Moki cried out, trying to turn the sled and fire a torpedo at the same time. With a despairing wail, the engine screamed and then died. His neural link went dead just as he came about into sight of a sleek gray Tersiops dolphin, 2 meters above him, white teeth shining in the light from the surface. And fools make only corpses. Moki screamed as the cutting torch on the pilot's harness exploded into laser blue brilliance. Chapter 68. Tom Orley. Where did they all come from? Tom Orley hid behind a low weed mound and looked about at the various alien parties on the horizon. He counted at least 3 groups, all converging from different directions on the floating eggshell-shaped wreck. About a mile behind him, the volcano still rumbled. He had left the crashed Thenanin scout ship at dawn, leaving a pan of precious fresh water under the dying pilot's mouth. within reach if he should ever awaken. He had set out soon after sighting the party of Tandu, testing his newly woven weed shoes on the uneven, slimy surface. The splayed snowshoe-like devices helped him walk cautiously across the slick carpet of vines. At first, he moved much faster than the others, but soon the Tandu developed a new technique. They stopped floundering in the mire and came on at a brisk walk. Tom kept low and worried about what would happen if they caught sight of him. And now there were other parties as well, one approaching from the southwest and one from the west. He couldn't make them out clearly yet, just dots bobbing slowly and with difficulty on a long, serrated horizon. But where the hell had they all come from? The Tandu were closest. There were at least 8 or 9 of them approaching in a column. Each creature splayed its 6 spindly legs wide apart to spread its weight. In their arms they cradled long, glistening instruments that could only be weapons. They marched forward rapidly. Tom wondered what their new tactic was. Then he noticed that the lead Tandu did not carry a weapon. Instead, it held the leash of a shaggy, shambling creature. The keeper leaned forward over its charge, as if coaxing it to keep at a given task. Tom risked raising his head a couple of feet above the mound. Well, I'll be damned. The hairy creature was creating land, or at least solidity, in a narrow causeway in front of the party. Just before and on both sides of the trail, there was a faint shimmering where reality seemed to struggle against a noxious intrusion. An episioarch! Momentarily, Tom forgot his predicament, grateful for this rare sight. As he watched, the causeway failed in one spot. The luminous band around the edges of the trail snapped together with a loud bang. The Tandu warrior standing there flailed and thrashed as it fell into the weeds. By fighting, it merely tore the carpet and opened the hole wider, until finally it sank like a stone into the sea. None of the other Tandu seemed to take notice. The 2 behind the gap leaped across to the temporarily solid ground beyond. The party, diminished by 1, continued to advance. Tom shook his head. He had to reach the wreck first. He couldn't afford to let the Tandu pass him. Yet if he did anything, even resumed his own march, they'd certainly spot him. He didn't doubt their efficiency with those weapons they carried. No human warrior ever underestimated the Tandu for long. Reluctantly, he knelt and untied the fastenings on his weed shoes. Discarding them, he crawled carefully to the edge of an open pool. He counted slowly, waiting until he could hear the column of galactics approaching, rehearsing his moves in his mind. Taking several deep breaths, he pulled his diving mask over his face, making certain it was snug and the collecting fins were clear. Then he pulled his needler from its holster, holding it in 2 hands. Tom set his feet on 2 firm roots and checked his balance. The pool was just in front of him. He closed his eyes. Listen for the swishing tail of the tiger shark. His empathy sense pinpointed the powerful psi emissions of the mad ET adept, now only some 80 meters away. Jillian, he sighed. Then, in one sudden fluid motion, he stood up and extended his weapon. His eyes opened, and he fired. Chapter 69. Toshio. Against Toshio's objections, they had used the last of the longboat's energy to lift it to a landing site on top of the island. He had offered to blast a wider opening into the chamber below the metal mound, but Takata Jim had turned his suggestion down cold. That meant 2 hours of back-breaking work, heaping chopped foliage over the small ship to camouflage it. Toshio wasn't sure even that would do any good if the Galactics finished their battle and turned their full attention to the planet's surface. Metz and Dart were supposed to help him. Toshio had set them to work cutting brush, but found that he had to tell them to do each and every thing. Dart was sullen and angry at being commanded by a middy he had ordered around only days before. He obviously wanted to get to the supplies he had excitedly dropped by the drill tree pool before being drafted into the work crew. Metz had been willing enough, but was so anxious to be off talking to Denny that he was distracted and worse than useless. Toshio finally sent them both away and finished the job by himself. At last, the boat was covered. He slumped to the ground and rested against the bole of an ollie-nut tree. Damn Takata Jim. Toshio and Denny were supposed to see the encampment secure, report their findings on the Kiwi to Metz, and then climb on their sleds and get out of here. Jillian expected them to set out in a few hours, and yet almost nothing was accomplished. To top it all off, Streaker had only warned him an hour or so in advance that he could probably expect a stowaway. Jillian decided not to have Charlie arrested for violation of orders, even though it appeared he had stolen equipment from at least a dozen labs aboard the ship. Toshio was glad to be spared the added chore. There wasn't much of anything hereabouts to use as a jail anyway. Foliage rustled to Toshio's left. A series of mechanical whirrings accompanied the sound of crushing vegetation. Then 4 spiders pushed through the brush to enter his tiny clearing. A Stenos dolphin lay on the flotation pad of each armored mechanical, controlling the 4 high-jointed legs with neural link commands. Toshio stood up as they approached. Takata Jim passed by, eyeing him coolly, silently. The other 3 spiders followed him across the clearing and back into the forest. The Stenos piped to each other in gutter trinary. Toshio stared after them. He discovered that he had been holding his breath. I don't know about Takata Jim, but those Fen with him are crazier than at-last pier nesters, he said to himself, shaking his head. He had met few so-called Stenos on Calafia. Some had displayed quirks, positive and negative, like Saud, but none had ever had the look that the former vice-captain's followers had in their eyes. The sound of the procession faded away. Toshio got up to his feet. He wondered why Jillian had let Takata Jim go at all. Why not just throw him and his cohorts in the brig and have done with it? Granted, it was a good idea to leave a party with the longboat to try to sneak back to Earth if Streaker was lost trying to escape. Jillian probably couldn't spare any of the reliable members of the crew, but he turned toward the village of the Kiwi, thinking as he walked. Of course the longboat was stripped. Theoretically, Takata Jim couldn't contact the Galactics, even if he wanted to. And Toshio couldn't imagine a reason he'd want to. But what if he had a reason? And what if he found a way? Toshio almost bumped into a tree in his worried concentration. He looked up and corrected his path. I'll just have to make sure, he decided. Tonight I'll have to find out if he can cause trouble. Tonight. The tribe's adults squatted around a circle in a clearing in the center of the village. Ignacio Metz and Denny Sutman sat to one side. The nest mother squatted across from them, her bright green and red striped puffer sacks fully inflated. The elders on either side of her billowed and chuffed like a chain of gaily painted balloons in the forest-filtered sunshine. Toshio stopped at the edge of the village clearing. Sunshine filtered through the trees, revealing a conclave of races. The Kiwi nest mother chattered, waving her paws in a queer up-and-down pattern that Denny had said connoted happy emphasis. If the oldest female had been angry, her gestures would have been crosswise. It was a blissfully simple expression pattern. The rest of the tribe repeated her sounds, sometimes anticipating her in a rising and falling chant of consensus. Ignacio Metz nodded excitedly, cupping one hand over an earphone as he listened to the translation computer. When the chant died down, he spoke a few words into a microphone. A long series of high-pitched, repetitive squeaks came out of the machine's speaker. Denny's expression was one of relief. She had dreaded the uplift specialist's first meeting with the Kiwi. But Metz had not, apparently, muffed her long and careful negotiations with the pre-sentients. The meeting seemed to be coming to a satisfactory conclusion. Denny caught sight of Toshio and smiled brilliantly. Without ceremony, she stood up and left the circle. She hurried over to where he waited at the edge of the village clearing. "How's it going?" he asked.
"Wonderfully. It turns out he's read every word I sent back. He understands their pack protocol, their physical manifestations of sex and age, and he thought my behavioral analysis was exemplary." "Exemplary!"
Toshio smiled, sharing her pleasure.
"He's talking about getting me an appointment as a fellow at the Uplift Center. Can you imagine that?"
Denny couldn't help bouncing up and down excitedly.
"What about the treaty?" "Oh, they're ready any time. If Hikahi makes it here in the skiff, we'll take a dozen Kiwi back to Streaker with us. Otherwise, a few will go back to Earth with Metz in the longboat. It's all settled."
Toshio looked back at the happy villagers and tried not to show his misgivings. Of course, it was for the good of the Kiwi as a species. They would fare far better under the patronage of mankind than under almost any other starfaring race, and Earth geneticists had to have living beings to examine before any sort of adoption claim could be made. Every attempt would be made to keep the first group of aboriginals healthy. Half of Denny's job had been to analyze their bodily requirements, including needed trace elements. But it was still unlikely any of the first group would survive. Even if they did, Toshio doubted the Kiwi had a notion of the strangeness they were about to embark upon. "They're not sentients yet," he reminded himself. "By galactic law, they're still animals, and unlike anyone else in the 5 galaxies, will at least try to explain to their limited understanding and ask permission." But he remembered a stormy night with driving rain and flashing lightning, when the little amphibians had huddled around him and an injured dolphin who was his friend, keeping them warm and warding off despair with their company. He turned away from the sun-washed clearing. "Then there's nothing keeping you here any longer?" he asked Denny. She shook her head. "I'd rather stay a while longer, of course. Now that I'm finished with the Kiwi, I can really work on the problem of the metal mound. That's why I was so grouchy a couple of days ago. Besides being so tired trying to do 2 major jobs, I was also frustrated. But now we're a step closer to solving that problem. And did you know the core of the metal mound is still alive? It's—" Toshio had to interrupt to stop the flow of words. "Denny, stop it for a minute, please. Answer my question. Are you ready to leave now?" Denny blinked. She changed tracks, frowning. "Is it Streaker? Has something gone wrong?" "They began to move a few hours ago. I want you to gather all of your notes and samples and secure them to your sled. You and Saud are leaving in the morning." She looked at him, his words slowly sinking in. "You mean you, me, and Saud, don't you?" "No, I'm staying for another day. I have to." "But why?" No one could spot him. He even resumed his own march. Yet if he did anything, he couldn't afford to let the Tandu pass to reach the wreck first. And Tom shook his head and continued to advance. ground beyond. The two behind the gap, leaping the other Tandu, seemed to take known into the sea. Finally, if this is what being grown up means, they can have it, he thought. It sucks. As they approached the pool, sounds of loud argument came from that direction. Toshio hurried. Denny trotted alongside until they burst into the clearing. Charles Dart screamed and clutched at a slender cylinder that was gripped at the other end by the manipulator arm of Takata Jim's spider. Charlie strained against the pull of the Waldo machine. Takata Jim grinned, open-mouthed. The tug-of-war lasted for a few seconds as the Neo-Chimp's powerful muscles strained. Then the cylinder popped out of his hands. He fell back to the dust and barely stopped before rolling into the pool. He hopped up and shrieked his anger. Toshio saw 3 other Stenos-controlled spiders trooping off toward the longboat. Each carried another of the thin cylinders. Toshio stopped in his tracks when he got a good look at the one Takata Jim had taken. His eyes went wide. "There is no longer any danger," Takata Jim told him. His voice carried insouciance. "I have confiscated these. They'll be kept safe aboard my boat, and there will be no harm."
"They're mine, you thief!"
Charles Dart hopped angrily, and his hands fluttered.
"You criminal!" he growled. "You think I don't know you tried to murder Krydike? We all know you did. You wrecked the buoys to destroy the evidence, and now you steal the tools of my trade."
"Which you stole from Streaker's armory, no doubt, or do you wish to call Dr. Baskin for confirmation that they truly are yours?" Dart growled and showed an impressive display of teeth. He whirled away from the Neo-Dolphin and sat down in the dust in front of a complex diving robot, freshly unpacked on the verge of the pool. Takata Jim's spider started to turn, but the Finn noticed Toshio looking at him. For just a moment, Takata Jim's cool reserve broke under the youth's fierce gaze. He looked away, and then back at Toshio. "Don't believe everything you hear, boy human," he said. "Much I have done and will do, and I'm convinced I am right. But it was not I who hurt Krydike." "Did you destroy the buoys?" Toshio could sense Denny standing close behind him, watching the large dolphin silently over his shoulder. "Yes, but it was not I who set the trap. Like King Henry with Becket, I only found out about it after. Tell this on Earth, if by some strange chance you should escape, and I don't. Another took the initiative." "Who did it, then?" Toshio's fists were tight balls. A long sigh escaped Takata Jim's blowmouth. "Our Dr. Metz wrung from the survey board berths for some who shouldn't have been on this voyage. He was impatient. A few of his stenos had unusual family trees." "The stenos?" "A few stenos. I am not one of Metz's experiments. I am a starship officer. I earned my place." The dolphin's voice was defiant. "When the pressure built to the breaking point, some of them turned to me. I thought I could control them, but there was one who turned out to be more than even I could manage. Tell them if you go home, Toshio Iwashika, tell them on Earth that it's possible to turn a dolphin into a monster. And they should be warned." Takata Jim gave him one long, intent look. Then his spider turned away and followed his crew back to the longboat. "He's a liar," Denny whispered after he had gone. "He sounds so reasonable and logical, but I shiver when I listen to him." Toshio watched the spider disappear down the trail. "No," he said. "He is ambitious and maybe crazy, too. He's probably a traitor as well, but for some reason I think everything he said was explicitly true. Maybe a surface honesty is what he clings to now, for pride's sake. He turned, shaking his head. Not that that makes him any less dangerous. He approached Charles Dart, who looked up with a friendly smile. Toshio squatted near the chimp planetologist. Dr. Dart, how big were they?
Were what, Toshio? Say, have you seen this new robot? I made it up special. It can dive to the base of the shaft, then dig laterally to those big magma tunnels we detected.
How big were they, Charlie? Toshio demanded. He was tense and ready to throttle the chimpanzee. Tell me. Dart glanced briefly, guiltily, at Toshio, then looked down at the pool wistfully.
Only about a kiloton each, he sighed. Hardly big enough to set off decent crust waves, really.
He looked up with large, innocent brown eyes.
They were really only teeny little A-bombs. Honest.
This ends Side 1 of Cassette 9. Cassette 9, Side 2.
Chapter 70. Hikahi. The need to run quietly kept her speed to little more than it might have been with a sled. It was frustrating. Cut off from contact with anyone for more than a day, Hikahi studied the seascape around her to avoid thinking about the possible fate of Kreidaiki and Streaker. She would find out what had happened sooner or later. Until then, worry would only wear her out. Morning light filtered down to the canyon bottoms as she swung east and then northward. Clots of dangleweed drifted overhead, and copper-backed fish darted briefly alongside until the driving skiff left them behind. Once she caught sight of something long and sinuous that quickly slithered into a sea cave as she approached. There was no time to stop and explore, but she did take the monster's picture as she passed. What will I do if I find Streaker destroyed? The thought came unwanted. I'll go back to the Thenin wreck as an intermediate step. They'd need me there, but I'd be commander then, and hiding at the bottom of the ocean wouldn't be a long-term solution, not on this deadly world. Can I bring myself to negotiate a surrender? If she did, she wouldn't let the Galactics take her personally. She was one of the few who, with the right notes, could plot an accurate course back to the derelict fleet. Maybe I'd see the crew safely interned, and then make a break for it in the skiff, she thought. Not that the skiff could ever make it all the way home, even if it could run a galactic blockade. But someone has to try to get word back to Earth. Perhaps there would be a way to punish the fanatics, make their behavior so costly to them that they'd think twice before bullying Earthlings again. Hikahi knew she was dreaming. In a few thousand years, humans and their clients might have that kind of power. Maybe. Hikahi listened. There was a sound. She turned up the gain on the ship's hydrophones. Filters removed the background growl of the engines and the tide. She heard the soft scurrying sounds of the ocean creatures. Computer, filter for cetacean output. The patterns of sound changed. The sea became quiet. Still, there was a trace of something. Increase gain. The noise level rose. Above the static hiss, she heard the faint but distinguishable cries of swimming dolphins. They were desperate sounds of combat. Was she picking up the echoes of straggling survivors of a disaster? What to do? She wanted to rush to the aid of the distressed Fen, but who was pursuing them? Machine sounds, she commanded. But the detector winked a red light, indicating that there were none within range. So the dolphins were sledless. If she attempted a rescue, she risked the only hope of the crew back at the Seahorse. Should she make a detour around the refugees and hurry toward Streaker as planned? It was an agonizing choice. Hikahi cut her speed to run still quieter and sent the skiff due north toward the dim cries. Chapter 71. Charles Dart. He waited until everyone had left before he unscrewed the back of the new robot and checked its contents. Yes, it was still there, safely concealed. Ah, well, he thought, I'd hoped to repeat the experiment, but one bomb should be enough. Chapter 72. Streaker. From the Journal of Gillian Baskin. We're on our way. Everyone aboard seems relieved to be moving at last. Streaker lifted off the ocean floor late last night, impellers barely ticking over. I was on the bridge monitoring reports by the Fen outside and watching the strain gauges until we were sure Streaker was okay. In fact, she sounded positively eager to be off. Emerson and the crew in the engine room should be proud of the job they've done, though of course it's the coils Tom and Tish found that made it possible. Streaker hums like a starship once again. Our course is due south. We dropped a monofilament relay behind to keep us in touch with the party on the island, and left a message for Hikahi when she shows up. I hope she hurries. Being a commander is more complicated than I'd ever imagined. I have to make sure everything is done in the right order and correctly, and all as unobtrusively as possible, without making the Fen feel the old lady is hovering over them. It makes me wish I had some of the military training Tom got while I was away in medical school. Less than 30 hours and we'll reach the Fennin Shell. Suesi says they'll be ready for us. Meanwhile, we have scouts out, and Wadasetti paces us overhead in a detection sled. His instruments show very little leakage, so we should be safe for now. I'd give a year's wages for Hikahi or Tisht or even Kipiru right now. I'd never understood before why a captain treasures a good executive officer so much. Speaking of captains, ours is a wonder. Krydeiki seemed to be in a daze for a long time after getting out of sickbay, but his long conversation with Saud appears to have roused him. I don't know what Saud did, but I would never have believed a person so severely damaged as Krydeiki could be so vigorous or make himself so useful. When we lifted off, he asked to be allowed to supervise the scouts and flankers. I was desperate for a reliable Finn to put in charge out there, and thought that having him visible could help morale. Even the Stenos were excited to have him about. Their last bitterness over my coup and Takata Jim's exile seems to have dissipated. Krydeiki is limited to the simplest calls in trinary, but that seems to be enough. He's out there now, zipping about in his sled, keeping things orderly by pointing, nudging, and setting an example. In only a few hours, Tish should rendezvous with the scouts we sent ahead, and then Krydeiki can come back aboard. There's a tiny light on my comm that's been flashing since I returned. It's that crazy Timbrimi NIS machine. I've been keeping the damn thing waiting. Tom wouldn't approve, I guess. But a femme has only so much strength, and I've got to take a nap. If the matter were urgent, it would have broken in and spoken by now. Oh, Tom, we could use your endurance now. Are you on your way back? Is your little glider even now winging home to Toshio's island? Who am I fooling? Since the first psi bomb, we've detected nothing. Only noise from the space battle, some of it indicating fighting over his last known position. He's set off none of the message globes, so either he's decided not to send an ambiguous message, or worse. Without word from Tom, how can we decide what to do once we enter the Seahorse? Do we take off and try our luck, or hide within the hulk as long as we can? It will be Hikahi's decision when the time comes. Jillian closed the journal and applied her thumbprint to the fail-safe self-destruct. She got up and turned off the light. On her way out of the lab, she passed the stasis bier of the ancient cadaver they had reclaimed at such cost from the shallow cluster. Herbie just lay there grinning under a tiny spotlight, an ancient enigma, a mystery, a troublemaker. Battered, battle-scarred Streaker moved slowly along the valley floor, her engines turning over with gentle, suppressed power. A dark, foamy mist rose below her, where impellers kicked up the surface ooze. The nubby cylinder slid over gloomy black rills and abysses, skirting the edges of seamounts and valley walls. Tiny sleds paced alongside, guiding the ship by sonar speak. Kreideike watched his ship in motion once again. He listened to the clipped reports of the scouts and sentries and the replies of the bridge staff. He couldn't follow the messages in detail. The sophisticated technical argot was as out of reach to him as last year's wine, but he could sense the undermeaning. The crew had things well in hand. Streaker couldn't really shine in this light, dim and blue, 50 meters down, but he could listen. His own sonar clicked softly in accompaniment as he savored the deep rumble of her engines, and he imagined he could be with her when she flew again. "Never again, Kreideike. You shall never fly with her again." The specter, Kifkri, came into being gradually alongside him, a ghostly figure of silver and sonic shadows. The presence of the god did not surprise or even bother Kreideike. He had been expecting it to come. It swam lazily, easily keeping pace alongside the sled. "You escaped us, yet now you purposely sculpt me out of song, because of the old voices you heard, the voices from below?" "Yes." Kreideike thought not in Anglic or Trinary, but in the new language he had been learning. "There is ancient anger within this world. I have heard its song." The dream god's great brow sparkled starlight, its small jaw opened, teeth shone. "And what do you plan to do?" Kreideike sensed that it already knew the answer. "My duty," he replied in its own speech. "What else can I ever do?" From the depths of the whale dream, it sighed approval. Kreideike turned up the gain on his hydrophones. There were far-away, excited echoes from up ahead, joyous sounds of greeting. On his sled's sonar display, at the far edge of its range, was a small cluster of dots coming inward. They joined the specks that were Streaker's scouts. The first group had to be Tisht's party from the Seahorse. Making sure no one was nearby to take note, he turned his sled aside into a small side canyon. He slipped behind the shadows of a rock outcrop and turned off his engine. He waited then, watching Streaker pass below his eyrie until she vanished, along with the last of her flankers, around a curve in the long canyon. "Goodbye." He concentrated on the Anglic words, one at a time. "Goodbye. And good luck." When it was safe, he turned on his sled and rose out of the little niche. He swung about and headed northward toward the place they had left 20 hours before. "You can come along if you like," he told the god, part figment of his mind, part something else. The ghostly figure answered in un-words, made up from Kreideike's own sonar sounds. "I accompany you. I would not miss this for the song of the world." Part 7. The Food Chain. Master, I marvel how the fishes live in the sea. Why, as men do a land, the great ones eat up the little ones. William Shakespeare, King Richard II. Chapter 73. Aki. It was a scream that curdled his marrow. Only a monster could make a sound like that. He fled it almost as hard as he fled the creature that voiced it. By noontime, Aki realized it was nearly over. His exhaustion showed in a laboring heart and heavy breathing, but also in a painful sloughing of the outer layers of his skin. His allergic reaction to the water seemed to be aggravated by fatigue. It had grown worse as he frantically dodged in and out amongst tiny islets. His once smooth, dynamically supple hide was now a rough mass of sores. His mind felt little more agile than his body. Several times he had escaped traps that should have left him meat. Once he had fled a sonar reflection almost into Catha John's jaws. The giant had grinned and flourished his laser rifle as Aki turned away frantically. It hadn't been by speed or cleverness that Aki escaped. He realized that his enemy was just toying with him. He had hoped to flee northward toward Toshio's island, but now he was all turned around, and north was lost to him. Perhaps if he could wait until sunset. No, I won't last that long. It's time to end it. The chilling hunt scream pealed out again. The ululation seemed to coagulate the water around him. A large part of Aki's fatigue had come from the involuntary terror that cry sent through him. What devil was it that chased him? A little while ago he thought he had distantly heard another cry. It sounded like a tertiop search call, but he was probably imagining things. Whatever was going on back at Streaker, they couldn't have spared anyone to look for him. Even if they had, how could anyone ever find him in this wide ocean? He had done Streaker one service in distracting the monster Catha John, in leading him away from where he could do worse harm. I hope Jillian and Hikahi got back and straightened things out, he thought. I'm sure they did. He took quiet breaths in the shadow of a rock cleft. Catha John knew where he was, of course. It was only a matter of time until he grew bored with the chase and came to collect his prey. I'm fading, Aki thought. I've got to finish this while there's a chance to win something from it, even if it's just the honor of choosing my own time to die. He checked the charge on his harness cells. There was only enough for 2 good shots from his cutter torch. Those would have to be from very short range, and no doubt Catha John's rifle was almost fully charged. With his harness hands, Aki plugged his breather back over his blowmouth. 10 minutes of oxygen remained. More than enough. The high scream echoed again, chilling, taunting. All right, monster. He clenched his jaw to keep from shivering again. Hold your horses. I'm coming. Chapter 74. Kipiru. Kipiru raced to the northeast, toward the battle sounds he had heard during the night. He swam hard and fast at the surface, arching and thrusting to drive through the water. He cursed at the drag of his harness, but to drop it was unthinkable. Once again, he cursed the damnable luck. Both his and Moki's sleds were used up, worthless, and had to be left behind. As he entered the maze of tiny islands, he heard the hunt scream clearly for the first time. Until now, he could tell himself he was imagining things. That distance or some strange refraction in the water had tricked him into hearing what could not be. The screeching cry pealed out, reflecting from the metal mounds. Kipiru whirled, and it momentarily seemed a pack of hunters was all around him. Then came another sound, a brave and very faint skirr of distant trinary. Kipiru swung his jaw about, chose a direction, and swam for all he was worth. His muscles flexed powerfully as he streaked through the maze. When a rasping buzz told him his breather was near empty, he cursed as he popped the thing loose and continued his dash along the surface, puffing and blowing with each driving arch. He came to a narrow meeting of channels and swung about in confusion. Which way? He swiveled about until the hunt cry echoed once more. Then there was a terrible crashing sound. He heard a squeal of outrage and pain, and the soft whine of a harness in operation. Another faint trinary challenge was answered by a shivering scream and another crash. Kipiru sprinted. It couldn't be far. He dashed, sparing none of his reserves, just as there came a final call of exhausted defiance. For the honor of Calafia! The voice disappeared under a scream of savage triumph. Then there was silence. It took him another 5 minutes, frantically casting about the narrow passages, to find the battleground. The taste of the water, when Kipiru sped into the quiet strait, told him he was too late. He caught up short of entering a small vale between 3 metal mounds. Coppery strands of dangleweed floated overhead. Pink froth spread from the center of the tiny valley, with streamers of red in the direction of the prevailing currents. At the center, enmeshed in a tangle of wrecked harness parts, the body of a young amicus neofin, already partly dismembered, drifted belly up, teased and tugged at by the red jaws of a giant dolphin. A giant dolphin? How in all the time since they had left Earth had he not noticed this before? Kipiru desperately reattached a fresh breather from his harness and took gasping breaths while he watched and listened to the killer. Look at the deep counter-shading, he told himself. Look at the short jaw, the great teeth, the short, sharp dorsal fin. Listen to him. Kathajan grunted contentedly as he ripped a piece from Aki's side. The giant didn't even appear to notice a long burn along his left flank, or the bruise slowly spreading from the point where Aki's last desperate ramming had come home. Kipiru knew the monster was aware of him. Kathajan lazily swallowed, then rose to the surface for air. When he descended, he looked right at Kipiru. "Well, pilot?" he murmured happily. Kipiru used Anglic, though the breather muffled the words. "I've just dealt with one monster, Kathajan, but your devolution fouls our entire race." Kathajan's derision was a series of high snorts. "You think I have reverted, like that pathetic Steno-Smoky, don't you, pilot?" Kipiru could only shake his head, unable to bring himself to say what he thought the bosun had become. "Can a devolved dolphin speak Anglic as well as I?" Kathajan sneered. "Or use logic this way? Would a reverted Tersiops, or even a pure Stenos, have pursued an air-breathing prey with such determination and satisfaction? True, the crisis of the last few weeks allowed something deep within me to burst free. But can you truly listen to me and then call me a devolved dolphin?" Kipiru looked at the pink froth around the giant's stubby, powerful jaws. Aki's corpse drifted away slowly with the tide. "I know what you are, Kathajan." Kipiru switched to trinary. "Cold water boils when you scream. Red-jawed hunger fills your dream. Harpoons slew the whales. The nets of ECCO caught us. Yet you alone we feared at night. You alone, Orca. Kthajon's jaw gaped in satisfaction, as if he were accepting an accolade. He rose for air and returned a few meters closer to Kipiru, grinning. I guessed the truth some time ago. I am one of the prized experiments of our beloved human patron Ignacio Metz. That fool did one great thing for all of his stupidity. Some of the others he snuck into berths on Streaker did revert or go mad. But I am a success. You are a calamity, Kipiru spluttered, prevented by the breather from using words more to the point. Kthajon drifted closer still, causing Kipiru to back away involuntarily. The giant stopped again. A satisfied clicking emanated from his brow. Am I, pilot? Can you, a simple fish-eater, understand your betters? Are you worthy to judge one whose forebears were at the top of the ocean food chain, and dealt as judges of the sea with all your kind? Kipiru was hardly listening, uncomfortably aware of the vanishing distance between himself and the monster. You arrogate too much. You have only a few gene splices from... I am Orca! Kthajon screamed. The cry echoed like a high paean of bugles. The superficial body is nothing. It is the brain and blood that matter. Listen to me, and dare deny what I am. Kthajon's jaw clap was like a gunshot. The hunt cry pealed forth, and Kipiru, under its direct focus, felt a deep instinct well up, a desire to tuck himself inward, to hide or die. Kipiru resisted. He forced himself to assume an assertive body stance and bite out words of defiance. You are devolved, Kthajon. Worse, you are a mutant thing with no heritage at all. Metz's grafts went bad. Do you think a true orca would do what you've done? They do hunt fallow dolphins on Earth, but never when sated. The true killer whale does not kill out of spite. Kipiru defecated and flicked it in the giant's direction with his flukes. You are a failed experiment, Kthajon. You say you're still logical, but now you have no home. And when my report gets back to Earth, your gene plasm will be poured into the sewers. Your line will end the way monsters end. Kthajon's eyes gleamed. He swept Kipiru with sonar, as if to memorize every curve of an intended prey. What gave you the idea you were ever going to report? He hissed. Kipiru grinned open-mouthed. Why, the simple fact that you are a crippled, insane monster whose blunt snout couldn't stave in cardboard, whose maleness satisfies only pool gratings, bringing forth nothing but stale water. The giant screamed again, this time in rage. As Kthajon charged, Kipiru whirled and darted into a side channel, fleeing just ahead of powerful jaws. Tearing himself through a thick hedge of dangleweed, Kipiru congratulated himself. By taunting Kthajon into a personal vendetta, he had made the creature forget entirely about his harness and the laser rifle. Now Kthajon obviously intended to kill Kipiru the way he had finished off Aki. Kipiru fled a bare body length ahead of the mutant. So far so good, he thought, as the sparkling metal hillsides rushed past. But it proved hard to shake his pursuer. and the menacing jaws made Kipiru wonder if his strategy had been so wise after all. The chase went on, while the afternoon waned. As the sun set, they were at it still. In the darkness, it became purely a battle of wits and of sound. The nocturnal denizens of the archipelago fled in dismay as two swift foreign monsters streaked in and out of the inter-island channels, swerving and darting in streaming clouds of bubbles. As they swept by, they sprayed the depths and shallows with complex and confusing patterns of sound, compounded images, and vivid illusions of echoes. Local fishes, even giants, fled the area, leaving it to the battling aliens. It was an eerie game of image and shadow, of deception and sudden ambush. Kipiru slid out of a narrow silted channel and listened. It had been an hour since he last heard the hunt scream, but that didn't mean Cathajon was being silent. Kipiru built a mental map of the surrounding area from the reflections that came to him, and knew that some of those images were subtly crafted constructs. The giant was nearby, using his immensely talented sonic organs to place an overlay of untruth over the echoes of this place. Kipiru wished he could see, but the midnight clouds cast everything into darkness. Only faintly phosphorescent plants illuminated the seascape. He rose to the surface for breath and looked at the faint, silvery underlining of the clouds. In a dismal, gloomy drizzle, the vegetation on the hulking metal mounds swished and swayed. Kipiru took 7 breaths, then descended again. Down below was where the battle would be settled. Phantoms swam through the open channels. A false echo seemed to present an opening directly to the north, the direction Kipiru had been trying to lead the chase. But on careful examination, he concluded it was an illusion. Another such fake passage earlier had fooled him, until at the last moment he had swerved away, too late to keep from slamming into the vine-covered verge of a metal mound. Battered, he had fought free of the tangle just in time to escape a ramming. Cathajon's giant muzzle missed him by inches. As he fled, Kipiru was struck by a grazing bolt from the laser rifle. It had seared a hot burn into his left side, hurting like bloody hell. Only his greater maneuverability had enabled him to escape that time, to find a refuge and ride out waves of pain. He could probably elude the pseudo-orca in time, but time was not on his side. Cathajon had dedicated himself to a ritual hunt and spared no thought for anything beyond it. He did not plan to return to civilization. All he had to do was to prevent Kipiru from reporting back and trust Ignacio Metz to protect his birthright back on Earth. Kipiru, though, had responsibilities, and Streaker wouldn't wait for him if she got a chance to flee. Still, he thought, am I really trying all that hard to get away? He frowned and shook his head. 2 hours ago he had been almost sure he had lost Cathajon. Instead of making good his escape, he had turned around under some rationalization he couldn't even remember now, until he picked up the giant sound scent again. His enemy felt him, too. In moments the hunt scream pealed forth, and the mutant was after him again. Why did I do that? An idea glimmered for a moment. The truth. But Kipiru thrust it aside. Cathajon was coming. He barely noticed the thrill of adrenaline that overcame the pain of his bruises and burns. The illusions vanished like an unraveling bank of fog, dissolving into constituent clicks and whispers. In a swirl of powerful fluke strokes, the giant entered the channel below Kipiru. The white countershading of the sport's belly showed against the gloom as Cathajon rose for air, then swam past Kipiru's niche, casting pulse beams of search sonar in front of him. Kipiru waited until the monster had passed, then rose to the surface himself. He blew softly 5 times, then sank without moving a fin. The monster was 10 meters away. Kipiru made no sound as Kathajan ascended and blew again. But as the Stenos descended, Kipiru aimed a tight burst of clicks to carom off 2 metal mounds across the channel. The semi-orca swerved quickly and dashed to Kipiru's left, passing almost beneath him, chasing the illusion. Like a diving missile, Kipiru dropped, nose first, toward his enemy. The hunter's senses were incredible. For all of Kipiru's unnatural quiet, Kathajan heard something behind him and swiveled like a dervish to come upright in the water, half facing Kipiru. The angle was suddenly wrong for a ramming or raking. The laser rifle swung toward him, and the giant jaws. To abort and flee would invite a total blast. Kipiru had a sudden flash of memory. He remembered his tactics instructor at the academy lecturing about the benefits of surprise. It's the one unique weapon in our arsenal as sentient earthlings that others cannot duplicate. Kipiru accelerated and pulled up in front of Kathajan, coming belly to belly with the astonished creature. He grinned. Who can deny an attentive suitor? Let's dance. Kipiru's harness whined, and the 3 Waldo arms snapped out to grab Kathajan's and locked them into place. The stunned ex-bosun screamed in rage and snapped his jaws at Kipiru, but he couldn't bend far enough. He tried to lash out with his massive flukes, but Kipiru's tail flexed back and forth with his adversaries in perfect rhythm. Kipiru felt an erection begin, and encouraged it. In adolescent erotic play between young male dolphins, the dominant one usually took the male role. He prodded Kathajan and elicited a howl of dismay. The giant writhed and shook. He bucked and kicked, then sped off in a random direction, filling the waters with his ululation. Kipiru held on tightly, knowing what Kathajan's next tactic would be. The semi-orca sped slantwise toward a steep-sided metal mound. Kipiru held still until Kathajan was just about to slam into the wall, with him in between. Suddenly he arched and swung his weight to one side in a savage jerk. A giant he might be, but Kathajan was no true orca. Kipiru weighed enough to swing them about just before the collision. Kathajan's right flank hit the wall of rugged metal coral, and bloody streaks of blubber were left behind. Kathajan swam on, shaking his head dizzily, and leaving behind a bloody cloud. For the moment, the monster seemed to lose interest in anything except air as he rose to the surface and blew. I'll be needing air very shortly, Kipiru realized, but now's the time to strike. He tried to pull back to bring his short-range cutting torch into play. It was caught, locked into Kathajan's harness rack. Kipiru tugged, but it wouldn't come loose. Kathajan eyed him. Your turn, little porp, he grinned. You set me off there, but now all I have to do is keep you underwater. It will be interesting to listen to you beg for air. Kipiru wanted to curse, but he needed to save his strength. He struggled to force Kathajan over onto his back so he could reach the surface a bare meter away, but the half-orca was ready and stopped his every move. Think, Kipiru told himself. I've got to think. If only I knew Kniep better. If only... His lungs burned. Almost he gave vent to a primal distress call. He recalled the last time he had been tempted by primal. He replayed Toshio's voice, patron chiding, then patron soothing. He remembered his private vow to die before sinking to the animal level ever again. Of course. I'm an idiotic, overrated fish. Why didn't I think? First, he sent a neural command jettisoning the torch. It was useless anyway. Then he set his harness arms in motion. Those who choose reversion's patterns need not space, nor a spacer's tools. With one claw, he seized the neural link in the side of Cathajon's head. The monster's eyes widened, but before he could do a thing, Kipiru wrenched the plug free, making sure to cause the maximum amount of pain and damage. While his enemy screamed, he ripped the cable out of its housing, rendering the harness permanently useless. Cathajon's harness arms, which had been pulsing under his, went dead. The tiny whine of the laser rifle was silenced. Cathajon howled and thrashed. Kipiru gasped for breath as the mutant's bucking brought them both briefly out of the water in a great leap. They crashed back underwater as he transferred his grip on Cathajon's harness. He held on with two Waldo arms. "Coochie coo," he crooned as he brought the other into play, ready to tear into his enemy. But in a writhing body twist, Cathajon managed to fling him away. Kipiru sailed through the air to land with a great splash on the other side of a narrow mud bank. Puffing, they eyed each other across the tiny shoals. Then Cathajon clapped his jaws and moved to find a way around the barrier. The chase was on again.
This ends Side 2 of Cassette 9, Startide Rising, Cassette 10.
All subtlety went out of the fight with the coming of dawn. There were no more delicate sonic deceptions, no tasteful taunts. Cathajon chased Kipiru with awesome single-mindedness. Exhaustion seemed to hold no meaning to the monster. Blood loss only seemed to feed his rage. Kipiru dodged through the narrow channels, some as shallow as 12 inches, trying to run the wounded pseudo-orca ragged before he himself collapsed. Kipiru no longer thought of getting away. This was a battle that could only end in victory or death. But there seemed no limit to Cathajon's stamina. The hunt scream echoed through the shallows. The monster was casting about, a few channels over. "Pilot, why do you fight? You know I have the food chain on my side." Kipiru blinked. How could Cathajon bring religion into this? Prior to Uplift, the concept of the food chain as a mystical hierarchy had been central to cetacean morality, to the temporal portion of the whale dream. Kipiru broadcast omnidirectionally. "Cathajon, you're insane. Just because Met stuffed your zygote with a few mini-orca genes, that doesn't give you the right to eat anybody." In the old days, humans used to wonder why dolphins and many whales remained friendly to man after experiencing wholesale slaughter at his hands. Humans began to understand a little when they first tried to house orcas and dolphins next to each other at ocean parks, and discovered to their amazement that the dolphins would leap over barriers to be with the killer whales, so long as the orcas weren't hungry. In Primal, a cetacean did not blame a member of another race for killing him, not when that other race was higher on the food chain. For centuries, cetaceans simply assumed that man was at the topmost rung, and begrudged only the most senseless of his killing sprees. It was a code of honor, which, when humans learned about it, made most of them more, not less, ashamed of what had been done. Kipiru slid out into the open channel to change his location, certain that Cathajon had taken a fix from that last exchange. There was something familiar about this area. Kipiru couldn't pin it down. Something to the taste of the water. It had the flavor of stale dolphin death. Eating, eaten, biting, bitten, repay the sea, come and feed me. Too close. Cathah John's voice was much too near, chanting religious blasphemies. Kipiru headed for a crevice to take cover, and stopped suddenly as the death taste became suddenly overpowering. He nosed in slowly and halted when he saw the skeleton suspended in the weeds. "Hist," he sighed. The dolphin spacer had been missing since that first day when the wave had stranded Hikahi, and he had behaved like such a fool. The body had been picked clean by scavengers. The cause of death was not apparent. "I know where I am," Kipiru thought. At that moment the hunt scream pealed again, close, very close. He whirled and darted back into the channel, saw a flash of movement, and dove out of the way even as a monstrous form plunged past him. He was knocked spinning by a whack from the giant's flukes. Kipiru arched and darted away, though his side hurt as if a rib was broken. He called out, "After me, reverted scoundrel! I know, now it's time to feed you." Cathah John roared in answer and charged after him. A body length ahead, now 2, now a half. Kipiru knew he only had moments. The gaping jaws were right behind him. "It's near here," he thought. "It's got to be." Then he saw another crevice and knew. Cathah John roared when he saw that Kipiru was trapped against the island. "Slow, slow, or fast, fast. Time to feed me. Feed me." "I'll feed you," Kipiru gasped as he dove into the narrow-walled canyon. On all sides a dangling weed bobbed, as if tugged by the tide. "Trapped, trapped. I have you." Cathah John squawked in surprise. Kipiru shot to the surface of the crevice, struggling to reach the top before vines closed in around him. He surfaced and blew, inhaling heavily and clinging close to the wall. Nearby the water churned and frothed. Kipiru watched and listened in awe as Cathah John struggled alone, without harness or any aid, tearing great ropes of the killer weed with his jaws, thrashing as strand after strand fell over his great body. Kipiru was busy as well. He forced himself to remain calm and use his harness. The strong claws of his Waldo arm snapped the strands that grabbed at him. He recited his multiplication tables in order to stay in Anglic thought patterns, dealing with the vines one at a time. The half-orca's struggle sent geysers of seawater and torn vegetation into the sky. The surface of the water soon became a beaten green and pink froth. The hunt scream filled the cavern with defiance. Minutes passed. The ropes that attempted to seize Kipiru grew fewer and fewer. More and more descended to fall upon the struggling giant. The hunt scream came again, weaker, still defiant, but desperate now. Kipiru watched and listened as the battle began to subside. A strange sadness filled him, as if he almost regretted the end. "I told you I would feed you," he sang softly to the dying creature below. "But I did not say who I would feed you to." Chapter 75. Hikahi. Since nightfall she had hunted for the refugees, first slowly and cautiously, then with growing desperation. There came a point when she threw caution away and began broadcasting a sonar beacon for them to home in on. Nothing. There were Fen out there, but they ignored her totally. Only after entering the maze did she get a good fix on the sound. Then she realized that one of the Fen was desperately crazy, and that both were engaged in ritual combat, closing out all the universe until the battle was over. Of all the things that could have happened, This stunned Hikahi most of all. Ritual combat? Here? What did this have to do with the silence from Streaker? He had an uneasy feeling that this ritual battle was to the death. Hikahi set the sonar on automatic and let the skiff guide itself. She napped, letting one hemisphere and then the other go into alpha state as the little ship slid through the narrow channels, always headed northeastward. She snapped out of a snooze to the sound of a loud buzzer. The skiff was stopped. Her instruments showed traces of cetacean movement just beyond a sheer shelf of metallic rock, heading slowly westward. Hikahi activated the hydrophones. "Whoever you are," her voice boomed through the water, "come out at once." It was a faint query sound, a weary, confused whistle. "This way, idiot! Follow my voice!" Something moved out from a broad channel between islands. She snapped on the skiff's spotlights. A gray dolphin blinked back in the sharp glare. "Kipiru!" Hikahi gasped. The pilot's body was a mass of bruises, and one side bore a savage burn, but he smiled nevertheless. "Ah, the gentle rains, dear lady, for you to come and rescue me." The smile faded like a quenched fire, and his eyes rolled. Then, on pure instinct, his half-unconscious body rose to the surface, to drift until she came for him. Part 8. The Trojan Seahorse. Ebony half-moons that soar from pools where the half-light begins to set, when on what far shore dolphins? Hamish Maclaren. Chapter 76. Galactics. Bei Chuhuan cursed the parsimony of her superiors. If the Cynthian High Command had sent a mothership to observe the battle of the fanatics, she might have been able to approach the war zone in a flitter, a vessel too small to be detected. As it was, she had been compelled to use a starship large enough to travel through transfer points and hyperspace, too small to defend itself adequately, and too large to sneak past the combatants. She almost fired upon the tiny globe that nosed around the asteroid that sheltered her ship. Just in time she recognized the little Wazoon-piloted probe. He pressed a stud to open a docking port, but the Wazoon hung back, sending a frantic series of tight laser pulses. "Your position discovered," it flashed. "Enemy missiles closing." Bei uttered her vilest damnations. Every time she almost got close enough to cast a message through the jamming to the Earthlings, she had to flee from some random paranoid tentacle of battle. "Come in quickly and dock." She tapped out a command to the Wazoon. Too many of the little loyal clients had died for her already. "Negative. Flee, Bei. Wazoo 2 will distract." Bei snarled at the disobedience. The three Wazoon, who remained on the shelf to her left, cringed and blinked their large eyes at her. The scout globe sped off into the night. Bei closed the port and fired up her engines. Carefully she weaved her way through the lanes between chunks of primordial stone, away from the area of danger. Too late, she thought, as she glanced at the threat board. The missiles were closing too fast. A sudden glare from behind told of the fate of the little Wazoon. Bei's whiskered upper lip curled as she contemplated a suitable way to get even with the fanatics, if she ever got a chance. Then the missiles arrived, and she was suddenly too busy even for nasty, pleasant thoughts. She blasted 2 missiles to vapor with her particle gun. 2 others fired back, Their beams were barely refracted by her shields. "Ah, Earthlings," she contemplated, "you'll not even know I was ever here. For all you know, you have been forsaken by all the universe. But don't let that stop you, wolflings. Fight on, snarl at your pursuers, and when all your weapons fail, bite them." Bay destroyed 4 more missiles before one managed to explode close by, sending her broken ship spinning, burning into the dusty galactic dark. Chapter 77. Toshio. The night blew wet with scattered blustery sheets of rain. Glossy broadleaf plants waved uncertainly under contrary gusts from a wind that seemed unable to decide on the direction. The dripping foliage glistened when 2 of Kithrup's nearby tiny moons shone briefly through the clouds. At the far southern end of the island, a crude thatch covering allowed rain to seep through in slow trickles. It dripped onto the finely pitted hull of a small spaceship. The water formed small meniscus pools atop the gently curving metal surface, then ran off in little rivulets. The tappity-tap of the heavy raindrops hitting the thatch was joined by a steady patter as streams of runoff poured onto smashed mud and vegetation beneath the cylindrical flying machine. The trickles sluiced over stubby stasis flanges and sent jagged trails over the forward viewports, dark and clear in the intermittent moonlight. Trails penetrated the narrow cracks around the aft airlock, using the straight channels to pour dribbling streams onto the muddy ground. There came a tiny mechanical hiss, barely louder than the rainfall. The cracks around the airlock widened almost imperceptibly. Neighboring streams merged to fill the new crevices. A pool began to form in a dirt basin below the hatch. The doorway cracked a little farther. More trickles merged to pour in, as if seeking to enter the ship. All at once a gurgling stream poured from the bottom of the crack. The flow became a gushing waterfall. Then, just as abruptly, the torrent subsided. The armored hatch slid open with a muted sigh. Rain sent a flurry of slanting droplets pelting into the opening. A dark, helmeted figure stood in the threshold, ignoring the onslaught. It turned to look left and right, then stepped out and splashed in the puddle. The hatch shut again with a whine and a small click. The figure bent into the wind, searching in the darkness for a trail. Denny sat up suddenly at the sound of wet footsteps. With her hand at her breast, she whispered, "Toshio?" The tense fly was pushed aside, and the flap zipped open. For a moment a dark shape loomed. Then a quiet voice whispered, "Yeah, it's me." Denny's rapid pulse subsided. "I was afraid it was somebody else." "Who'd you expect, Charlie Dart? Come out of his tent to ravish you, or better yet, one of the Kiwi?" He teased her gently, but could not hide the tension in his voice. He shrugged out of his dry suit and helmet, which he hung on a peg by the opening. In his underwear, Toshio crawled over to his own sleeping bag and slid in. "Where have you been?" "Nowhere. Go back to sleep, Denny." The rain pattered on the fly in an uneven tattoo. She remained sitting up, looking at him in the faint light from the opening. She could see little more than the whites of his eyes, staring straight up at nothing. "Please, Tosh, tell me. When I woke up and you weren't in your sleeping bag—" Her voice trailed off as he turned to look back at her. The difference that had grown in Toshio Iwashaka the last week or so was never more manifest than in his narrowed expression, than his slitted intensity in his eyes. She heard him sigh finally. "All right, Denny. I was just over at the longboat. I snuck inside and had a look around. Denny's pulse sped again. He started to speak, stopped, then finally said, "Wasn't that dangerous? I mean, there's no telling how Takata Jim might react, especially if he really is a traitor." Toshio shrugged. "There was something I had to find out." "But how could you get in and out without being caught?" Toshio rolled over onto one elbow. She saw a brief flash of white as he smiled slightly. "A middy sometimes knows things even the engineering officers never find out, Denny. Especially when it comes to hiding places aboard ship. When off-duty time comes, there's always a pilot or a lieutenant around thinking up homework for idle hands and fins. Always just a little more astrogation or protocol to study, for instance. Aki and I used to grab sack time in the hold of the longboat. We learned how to open the locks without it flashing on the control room." Denny shook her head. "I'm glad you didn't tell me you were going after all. I would have died of worry." Toshio frowned. Now Denny was beginning to sound like his mother again. She still wasn't happy about having to leave while he stayed behind. Toshio hoped she wouldn't take this opportunity to bring up the subject again. Denny lay down and faced him, using her arms as a pillow. She thought for a moment, then whispered, "What did you find out?" Toshio closed his eyes. "You might as well know," he said. "I'll want you to tell Jillian in case I can't get through to her in the morning. I found out what Takata Jim is doing with those bombs he took from Charlie. He's converting them to fuel for the longboat." Denny blinked. But what can we do about it?" "I don't know. I'm not even sure we have to do anything about it. After all, in a couple of weeks his accumulators would be recharged enough to lift off anyway. Maybe Jillian doesn't care. On the other hand, it might be darn important. I still haven't figured it all out yet. I may have to do something pretty drastic." He had seen the partially dismantled bombs through the thick window of the security door to the longboat specimen lab. Getting to them would be considerably more difficult than simply sneaking back aboard. "Whatever happens," he tried to reassure her, "I'm sure it will be all right. You just make certain your notes are all packed properly in the morning. That data on the Kiwi is the second most important thing to come out of this crazy odyssey, and it's got to get back. Okay?" "Sure, Tosh." He let gravity pull him over onto his back, closed his eyes, and breathed slowly to feign sleep. "Toshio?" The young man sighed. "Yes, Den." It's about Sao. He's only leaving to escort me. Otherwise, I think you'd have a mutiny on your hands." "I know. He wants to stay and listen to those underground voices of his." Toshio rubbed his eyes, wondering why Denny was keeping him awake with all this. He already had listened to Sao's importunities. "Don't shrug them off like that, Tosh. He says Kraidaiki listened to them too, and that he had to cut the channel to break the captain out of a trance. The sounds were so fascinating." "The captain is a brain-damaged cripple." The words were bitter. "And Sao is an egocentric, unstable—" "I used to think so too," Denny interrupted. "He used to scare me until I learned he was really quite sweet and harmless. But even if we could suppose the two Fen were having hallucinations, there's the stuff I've been finding out about the metal mounds." "Mm-hmm," Toshio commented sleepily. "What is it? More about the metal mounds being alive?" Denny winced a little at his mild disparagement. "Yes, and the weird eco niche of the drill trees. Toshio, I did an analysis on my pocket comp, and there's only one possible solution. The drill tree shafts are part of the life cycle of one organism, an organism that lives part of its life cycle above the surface as a superficially simple coral colony, and later falls into the pit prepared for it. All that clever adaptation and energy expended to dig a grave for itself? Toshio cut in. No, not a grave, a channel. A metal mound is only the beginning of this creature's life cycle, the larval stage. Its destiny as an adult form lies below the shallow crust of the planet, where convective veins of magma can provide all the energy a metallo-organic life form might ever need. Toshio tried earnestly to pay attention, but his thoughts kept drifting. To bombs, to traitors, to worry over Aki, his missing comrade, and to a man somewhere far to the north who deserved to have someone waiting for him when he finally returned to his island launching point. Only thing wrong is, there's no way I see that such a life form could have evolved. There's no sign of intermediate forms, no mention of any possible precursors in the old library records on Kithrop, and this is certainly unique enough a life form to merit mention. Denny looked over at Toshio. His arm was over his eyes, and he breathed slowly, as if drifting off into slumber. But she saw a fine vein on his temple pulse rapidly, and his other fist clenched at even intervals. She lay there, watching him in the dimness. She wanted to shake him and make him listen to her. Why am I pestering him like this? She suddenly asked herself. Sure, the stuff's important, but it's all intellectual, and Toshio's got our corner of the world on his shoulders. He's so young, yet he's carrying a fighting man's load now. How do I feel about that? A queasy stomach told her. I'm pestering him because I want attention. I want his attention, she corrected. In my clumsy way, I've been trying to give him opportunities to... Nervously, she faced her own foolishness. If I, the older one, can get my signals this crossed, I can hardly expect him to figure out the cues, she realized at last. Her hand reached out. It stopped just short of the glossy black hair that lay in long, wet strands over his temples. Trembling, she looked again at her feelings, and saw only fear of rejection holding her back. As if on a will of its own, her hand moved to touch the soft stubble on Toshio's cheek. The youth started and turned to look at her wide-eyed. Toshio, she swallowed. I'm cold. Chapter 78. Tom Orley. When there came a moment of relative calm, Tom made a mental note. Remind me next time, he told himself, not to go around kicking hornets' nests. He sucked on one end of the makeshift breathing tube. The other end protruded from the surface of a tiny opening in the weedscape. Fortunately, he didn't have to pull in quite so much air this time to supplement what his mask provided. There was more dissolved oxygen in this area. Battle beams sizzled overhead again, and weak cries carried to him from the miniature war going on above. Twice the water trembled from nearby explosions. At least this time I don't have to worry about being baked by the near misses, he consoled himself. All these stragglers have are hand weapons. Tom smiled at that irony. All they had were hand weapons. He had picked off 2 of the Tandu in that first ambush before they could snap up their particle guns to fire back. More importantly, he managed to wing the shaggy epiziarch before diving headfirst into a hole in the weeds. He had cut it close. One near miss had left second-degree burns on the sole of his bare left foot. In that last instant, he glimpsed the epiziarch rearing in outrage, a nimbus of unreality coruscating like a fiery halo around its head. Tom thought he momentarily saw stars through that wavering brilliance. The Tandu flailed to stay upon their wildly bucking causeway. That probably was what spoiled their much vaunted aim and accounted for his still being alive. As he had expected, the Tandu's vengeance hunt had led them westward. He popped up from time to time to keep their interest keen with brief enfilades of needles. Then, as he swam between openings in the weedscape, the battle seemed to take off without him. He heard sounds of combat and knew his pursuers had come into contact with another party of ET stragglers. Tom had left then, underwater, in search of other mischief to do. The battle noise drifted away from his present position. From his brief glimpse an hour ago, this particular skirmish seemed to involve a half-dozen gubru and 3 battered, balloon-tired rover machines of some type. Tom hadn't been able to tell if they were robots or crewed, but they had seemed unable to adapt to the tricky surface for all of their firepower. He listened for a minute, then coiled his tube and put it away in his waistband. He rose quietly to the surface of the tiny pool and risked lifting his eyes to the level of the interwoven loops of weed. In his mosquito raids he had moved ever toward the eggshell wreck. Now he saw that it was only a few hundred meters away. 2 smoking ruins told of the fate of the wheeled machines. As he watched, first one, then the other, slowly sank out of sight. 3 slime-covered gubru, apparently the last of their party, struggled over the morass toward the floating ship. Their feathers were plastered against their slender, hawk-beaked bodies. They looked desperately unhappy. Tom rose up and saw flashes of more fighting to the south. 3 hours before, a small Sorrow scout ship had come diving in, strafing all in sight, until a delta-wing Tandu atmospheric fighter swooped out of the clouds to intercept it. They blasted away at each other, harassed by small arms fire from below, until they finally collided in a fiery explosion, falling to the sea in a tangled heap. About an hour later, the story had repeated itself. This time, the participants were a lumbering Pthaka rescue tender and a battered spear ship of the Brothers of the Night. Their wreckage joined the smoky ruins, which slowly subsided in every direction. No food, no place to hide, and the only race of fanatics I really want to see is the one not represented out here in this dribble-drabble charnel house. The message bomb pressed under his waistband. Again, he wished he knew whether or not to use it. Jillian has to be worried by now, he thought. Thank God, at least she's safe. And the battle's still going on. That means there's still time. We've still got a chance. Yes, and dolphins like to go for long walks along the beach. Ah, well, let's see if there's some more trouble I can cause. Chapter 79. Galactics. The Sorrow, Krat, cursed at the strategy schematic. Her clients took the precaution of backing away, while she vented her anger by tearing great rips out of the Vlitor cushion. 4 ships lost, to only 1 by the Tandu. The recent battle had been a disaster. And meanwhile, the sideshow down at the planet's surface was bleeding away her small support craft in 1s and 2s. It seemed that tiny remnants of all of the defeated fleets, stragglers that had hidden out on moons or planetoids, must have decided the Earthlings were hiding near that volcano down in Kithrop's mid-northern latitudes. Why did they think that? Because surely nobody would be fighting over nothing at all, would they? The skirmish had a momentum all its own by now. Who would have thought that the defeated alliances would have hidden away so much firepower for one last desperate attempt at the prize? Krat's mating claw flexed in wrath. She couldn't afford to ignore the possibility that they were right. What if the distress call had indeed emanated from the Earthling ship? No doubt this was some sort of fiendish human distraction, but she could not risk the chance that the fugitives actually were there. "Have the Fenneman called yet?" she snapped. A peal from the communications section bowed quickly and answered, "Not yet, Fleet Mother, though they have pulled away from their Tandu allies. We expect to hear from Buwalt soon." Krat nodded curtly. "Let me know the very instant." The peal assented hurriedly and backed away. Krat went back to considering her options. Finally, it came down to deciding which damaged and nearly useless vessel she could spare from the coming battle for one more foray to the planet's surface. Briefly, she toyed with the idea of sending a Thenanin ship once the upcoming alliance against the now preeminent Tandu was consummated. But then she decided that would be unwise. Best to keep the priggish, sanctimonious Thenanin up here, where she could keep her eyes on them. She would choose one of her own small cripples to go. Krat contemplated a mental image of the Earthlings, dough-skinned, spindly, shaggy-maned humans who were sneakiness embodied, and their weird, squawking, handless dolphin clients. "When they are finally mine," she thought, "I will make them regret the trouble they are causing me." Chapter 80. The Journal of Gillian Baskin. We've arrived. For the last 4 hours I've been the matriarch of a madhouse. Thank heaven for Hannes and Tisht and Lucky Ka and all the beautiful, competent Fen we've missed for so long. I hadn't realized until we arrived just how many of the best had been sent ahead to prepare our new home. There was an ecstatic reunion. Fen dashed about, bumping each other and making a racket that I kept telling myself the Galactics couldn't really hear. The only pall came when we thought about the absent members of our crew, the 6 missing Fen, including Hikahi, Aki, and Kipiru, and Tom, of course. It wasn't until later that we discovered that Krydaiki was gone also. After a brief celebration, we got to work. Lucky Ka took the helm, almost as sure and steady as Kipiru would have been, and piloted Streaker along a set of guide rails into the cavity of the Thenanin wreck. Giant clamps came down and girdled Streaker, almost making her part of the outer shell. It's a snug fit. Tex immediately started integrating the sensors and tuning the impedances of the stasis flanges. The thrusters are already aligned. Carefully disguised weapons ports have been opened in case we have to fight. What an undertaking. I never would have thought it possible. I can't believe the Galactics will expect anything like this. Tom's imagination is astounding. Only we would hear his signal. I've asked Toshio to send Denny and Sao here by sled. If they take a direct route at top speed, they should arrive in a little over a day. It'll take that long, at least, to finish setting up here. It really is vital we get Denny's notes and plasma samples. If Hikahi reports in, I'll ask her to stop at the island for the Kikwi emissaries. Second only to our need to escape with our data is our duty to the little amphibians, to save them from indenture to some crazy race of galactic patrons. Toshio chose to stay to keep an eye on Takata Jim and Metz, and to meet Tom should he show up. I think he added that last part, knowing it would make it impossible for me to refuse. Of course I knew he'd make the offer. I was counting on it. It only makes me feel worse, using him to keep Takata Jim in check. Even if our ex-vice captain disappoints me and behaves himself, I don't know how Toshio's to get back here in time, especially if we have to take off in a hurry. I'm learning what they mean by the agony of command. I had to pretend shocked surprise when Toshio told me about the mini-bombs Charlie Dart stole out of the armory. Toshio offered to try to get them back from Takata Jim, but I've forbidden it. I told him we'd take our chances. I couldn't take him into my confidence. Toshio is a bright young man, but he has no poker face. I think I have things timed right. If only I were certain. The damn Nis is calling me again. This time I'll go see what it wants. Oh, Tom, would you, if you were here, have misplaced an entire ship's captain? How can I forgive myself for letting Krydeiki go out there alone? He seemed to be doing so well, though. What in Ifni's crapshoot went wrong? Chapter 81. Charles Dart. Early in the morning, he was at his console at the water's edge, happily conversing with his new robot. It was already down a kilometer, planting tiny detectors in the drill tree shaft wall along the way. Charles Dart mumbled cheerfully. In a few hours he would have it down as deep as the old one, the next to worthless probe he had abandoned. Then, after a few more tests to verify his theories about local crustal formations, he could start finding out about bigger questions, like what Kithrop, the planet, was like. Nobody but nobody could stop him now. He remembered the years he had spent in California, in Chile, in Italy, studying earthquakes as they happened, working with some of the greatest minds in geophysical science. It had been exciting. Still, after a few years, he had begun to realize that something was wrong. He had been admitted into all the right professional societies. His papers were greeted with both high praise and occasional vehement rejection, both reactions far preferred by any decent scientist over yawns. There was no lack of prestigious job offers. But there came a time when he suddenly wondered where the students were. Why didn't graduate students seek him out as an advisor? He saw his colleagues besieged by eager applicants for research assistantships. Yet in spite of his list of publications, his widely known and controversial theories, only the second-raters came to him, students searching more for grant support than a mentor. None of the bright young males and femmes sought him out as an academic patron. Of course, there had been a couple of minor cases in which his temper had gotten the better of him, and one or two of his students had departed acrimoniously, but that couldn't account for the doldrums in the pedagogical side of his career, could it? Slowly, he came to think that it must be something else, something racial. Dart had always held himself aloof from the uplift obsession of many chimps, either the fastidious respectfulness of the majority toward humans, or the sulking resentfulness of a small but vocal minority. A couple of years ago, he began paying attention, however. Soon he had a theory. The students were avoiding him because he was a chimpanzee. It had stunned him. For 3 solid months, he dropped everything to study the problem. He read the protocols governing humanity's patronhood over his race, and grew outraged over the ultimate authority mankind held over his species. Until, that is, he read about uplift practice in the galaxy at large. Then he learned that no other patron gave a 400-year-old client race seats on its high councils, as mankind did. Charles Dart was confused. But then he thought about that word, gave. He read about humanity's age-old racial struggles. Had it really been less than half a millennium since humans contrived gigantic, fatuous lies about each other simply because of pigment shades, and killed millions because they believed their own lies? He learned a new word, tokenism, and felt a burning shame. That was when he volunteered for a deep space mission, determined not to return without proof of his academic prowess, his skill as a scientist, on a par with any human. Alas, that he had been assigned to Streaker, a ship filled with squeaking dolphins and water. To top it off, that smug-pot Ignacio Metz immediately started treating him like another of his unfinished experimental half-breeds. He'd learned to live with that, even cozied up with Metz. He would bear anything until the results from Kithrop were announced. Then they'll stand up as Charles Dart enters rooms. The bright young human students will come to him. They'll all see that he, at least, is no token. Charlie's deep thoughts were interrupted by sounds from the forest nearby. He hurriedly slapped the cover plate over a set of controls in a lower corner of his console. He was taking no chances with anyone finding out about the secret part of his experiment. Denny Sudman and Toshio Iwashika emerged from the village trail, talking in low voices, carrying small bundles. Charlie busied himself with detailed commands to the robot, but cast a surreptitious eye toward the humans, wondering if they suspected anything. But no, they were too much into each other, touching, caressing, murmuring. Charlie snorted under his breath at the human preoccupation with sex, day in, day out, but he grinned and waved when they glanced his way. They don't suspect a thing, he congratulated himself, as they waved back, then turned to their own concerns. How lucky for me they're in love.
This ends side 1 of cassette 10. Cassette 10, side 2.
I still want to stay. What if Julian's wrong? What if Takata Jim finishes converting the bombs early? Toshio shrugged. I still have something he needs. He glanced down at the second of 2 sleds in the pool, the one that had belonged to Tom Orley. Takata Jim won't take off without it. Exactly. Denny was emphatic. He'll need that radio, or the ETs would blast him to bits before he could negotiate. But you'll be all alone. That Finn is dangerous. That's just one of many reasons I'm sending you away right now. Is this the big macho Mel talking? Denny tried sarcasm, but was unable to put much bite into it. No, Toshio shook his head. This is your military commander talking, and that's that. Now, let's get these last samples loaded. I'll escort you and Soud a few miles before we say goodbye. He bent over to pick up one of the parcels, but before he touched it, he felt a hand in the small of his back. A sharp push threw him off balance, flailing. Denny! He caught a glimpse of her, grinning devilishly. At the last moment, his left hand darted out and caught hers. Her laughter turned into a shriek as he dragged her after him into the water. They came up spluttering between the sleds. Denny cried out in triumph as she grabbed the top of his head with both hands and dunked him. Then she leapt half out of the water as something goosed her from behind. Toshio, she accused. That wasn't me. He caught his breath and backed out of arm's reach. It must have been your other lover. Oh, no! Soud! Denny whirled around, searching and kicking, then whooped as something got her from behind again. Do you scrotum-brain males ever think of anything else? A mottled gray dolphin's head broached the surface nearby. The breather, wrapped over his blowmouth, only muted his chattering laughter slightly. Long before humans rode out on logs, we made an invention. Care to manage a try at ménage à trois? He leered, and Toshio had to laugh as Denny blushed. That only sent her splashing water at him until he swam over and pinned her arms against one of the sleds. To stop her imprecations, he kissed her. Her lips bore the desperate tang of Kithrop as she kissed him back. Soud sidled up alongside them and nibbled their legs softly, with jagged, sharp teeth. You know, we're not supposed to expose ourselves to this stuff if we can help it, Toshio told her as they held each other. You shouldn't have done that. Denny shook her head, then buried her face in his shoulder to hide it. Who are we fooling, Tosh? He mumbled. Why worry about slow metal poisoning? We'll be dead long before our gums start to turn blue. Aw, Denny, that's nuts. He sought words to comfort her, but found that all he could do was hold her close as the dolphin wrapped himself around them both. A few minutes later, a comm alert buzzed. Stout went over to the unit on Orley's sled, the one connected by monofilament cable to Streaker's old position. He listened to a brief burst of primitive clicks, then squawked quickly in reply. He rose high in the water, popping his breather loose.
It's for you, Toshio.
Toshio didn't bother asking if it was important. Over that line it had to be. Gently he disengaged from Denny. You finish packing. I'll be back right away to help. She nodded, rubbing her eyes. Stay with her a while, will you, Stout? He asked as he swam over to the comm unit. The steno shook his head.
I would gladly, Toshio. It's my turn to amuse the lady. Unfortunately, you need me here to translate.
Toshio looked at him uncomprehendingly.
It is the captain,
Stout informed him.
Krydaiki wants to talk to both of us. Then he wants us to help him get in touch with the techno-inhabitants of this world.
Krydaiki? Calling here? But Jillian said he was missing. Toshio's brow furrowed as the rest of Stout's sentence sunk in. Techno? He wants to talk to the Kiwi? Stout grinned.
No, sir. They hardly qualify, fearless military leader. Our captain wants to talk with my voices. He wants to talk to those who dwell below.
Chapter 82. Tom Orley. The brother of 12 Shadows piped softly. His pleasure spread through the waters around him, below the carpet of weeds. He swam away from the side of the ambush, the faint thrashing sounds of victims dying down behind him. The darkness beneath the weeds didn't bother him. Never would absence of light displease a brother of the night.
Brother of the dim gloom, he hissed, do you rejoice as I do?
From somewhere to his left, amongst the dangling sea vines, came a jubilant reply.
I rejoice, senior brother. That group of Paha warriors shall never again kneel before perverted sorrow females, thank the ancient warlords.
We shall thank them in person,
brother of 12 Shadows answered,
when we learn the location of their returning fleet from the half-sentient earthers. For now, thank our long-deceased night hunter patrons who made us such formidable fighters. I thank their spirits, senior brother.
They swam on, separated by the 30 body lengths demanded by underwater skirmish doctrine. The pattern was inconvenient with all these weeds about, and the water echoed strangely, but doctrine was doctrine, as unquestionable as instinct. Senior brother listened until the last weak struggles of the drowning Paha ceased. Now he and his fellow would swim toward one of the floating wrecks, where more victims surely awaited. It was like picking fruits from a tree. Even powerful warriors such as the Tandu were reduced to floundering dolts on this carpet of noxious weeds, but not the brothers of the night. Adaptable, mutable, they swam below, wreaking havoc where it could be wrought. His gill slits pulsed, sucking the metal-tangy water through. The brother of 12 Shadows detected a patch of slightly higher oxygen content and took a slight detour to pass through it. Keeping to doctrine was important, surely, but here, underwater, what could harm them? There was suddenly a flurry of crashing sounds to his left, a brief cry, and then silence.
"Lesser brother, what was that disturbance?"
He called in the direction his surviving partner had been, but speech carried poorly under water. He waited with growing anxiety.
"Brother of the dim gloom?"
He dove beneath a cluster of hanging tendrils, holding a flechette gun in each of his 4 tool hands. What down here could have overcome so formidable a fighter as his lesser brother? Surely none of the patrons or clients he knew of could do such a thing. A robot should have caused his metal detectors to go off. It suddenly occurred to him that the half-sentient dolphins they sought might be dangerous in water. But no, dolphins were air breathers, and they were large. He swept the area around him and heard no likely reflections. The eldest brother, who commanded the remnants of their flotilla from a cave on a small moon, had concluded that the Earthlings were not here in this northern sea, but he had sent a small vessel to harass and observe. The 2 brothers in the water were all that survived, but everything they had seen confirmed the quarry wasn't here. The brother of 12 shadows quickly skirted the edge of an open pool. Had his younger brother strayed into the open and been blasted by a walker above? He swam toward a faint sound, weapons ready. In the darkness he sensed a bulky body up ahead. He chirped out and concentrated on the complex echoes. The returning sounds showed only one large creature in the vicinity, still and silent. He swam forward, took hold of it, and mourned. Water pulsed through his gill slits, and he cried out, "I am going to avenge you, brother. I am going to slay all in the sea who think. I am going to bring darkness upon all who hope. I am going to—" There came a loud splash. He let out a brief irk as something heavy fell from above onto his right side and wrapped long legs and arms around him. As the brother of 12 shadows struggled, he realized in stupefaction that his enemy was a human, a half-sentient, frail-skinned, wolfling human. "Before you do all those other things, here's one thing you'll do first." The voice rasped in Galactic 10, just behind his hearing organs. The brother wailed. Something fiery, sharp pierced his throat near the dorsal nerve cord. He heard his enemy say, almost sympathetically, "You are going to die." Chapter 83. Jillian. All I can tell you, Jillian Baskin, is that he knew how to find me. He came here aboard a walker and spoke to me from the hallway. Krydike was here? Tom and I figured he'd deduced we had a private, high-level computer, but the location should have been impossible. I was not terribly surprised, Dr. Baskin, the NIST machine interrupted, covering the impoliteness with a soothing pattern of abstract images. The captain clearly knows his ship. I had expected him to guess my location. Jillian sat by the door and shook her head. I should have come when you first signaled for me. I might have been able to stop him from leaving. It is not your fault, the machine answered with uncharacteristic sensitivity. I would have made the request more demanding if I thought the situation urgent. Oh, sure, Jillian was sarcastic. It's not urgent when a valuable fleet officer succumbs to pressure atavism and gets lost in a deadly alien wilderness. The patterns danced. You are mistaken. Captain Krydike has not fallen prey to reversion schizophrenia. How would you know? Jillian said hotly. Over a third of the crew of this vessel have shown signs since the ambush at Morgren, including all but a few of the Stenos graft at Fen. How can you say Krydeiki hasn't reverted after all he's suffered? How can he practice Kanink when he can't even talk? The Nis answered calmly. He came here seeking specific information. He knew I had access not only to Streaker's micro-branch library, but the more complete one taken from the Fenin Wreck. He could not tell me what it was he wanted to know, but we found a way to get across the speech barrier. How? Jillian was fascinated in spite of her anger and guilt. By pictograms, visual and sound pictures of alternate choices, which I presented to him quite rapidly. He made quick yes or no sounds to tell when I was getting, as you humans say, hotter or colder. Before long, he was leading me, making associations I had not even begun to consider. Like what? The light motes sparkled. Like the way many of the mysteries regarding this unique world seem to come together. The strangely long time this planet has lain fallow since its last tenants became degenerate and settled here to die. The unnatural ecological niche of the so-called drill tree mounds. Sounds, strange voices from the depths. Dolphins of Sout's temperament are always hearing voices, Jillian sighed. And don't forget, he's another of those experimental Stenos. I'm sure some of them were passed into this crew without the normal stress tests. After a short pause, the machine answered matter-of-factly, There is evidence, Dr. Baskin. Apparently Dr. Ignacio Metz is a representative of an impatient faction at the Center for Uplift. Jillian stood up. Uplift? Damn it, I know what Metz did. You think I'm blind? I've lost several dear friends and irreplaceable crewmates because of his crazy scheme. Oh, he hot-tested his sports all right, and some of the new models failed under pressure. But all that's finished. What does Uplift have to do with voices from below, or drill tree mounds, or the history of Kithrop, or our friendly cadaver Herbie, for that matter? What does any of it have to do with rescuing our lost people and getting away from here? Her heart raced, and Jillian found that her fists were clenched. Dr. Baskin, the Nis replied smoothly, that was exactly what I asked your Captain Krydeiki. When he put the pieces together for me, I too realized that Uplift is not an irrelevant question here. It is the only question. Here at Kithrop, all that is good and evil about this several billion-year-old system is represented. It is almost as if the very basis of galactic society has been placed on trial. Jillian blinked at the abstract images. How ironic, the disembodied voice went on, that the question rests with you humans, the first sophant race in eons to claim evolved intelligence. Your discovery in the so-called shallow cluster may result in a war that fills the 5 galaxies, or it may fade away like so many other chimerical crises. But what is done here on Kithrop will become a legend. All of the elements are there. And legends have a tendency to affect events long after wars are forgotten. Jillian stared at the hologram for a long moment. Then she shook her head. Will you please tell me what the bloody damn hell you are talking about? Chapter 84. Hikahi Kipiru. We must hurry, the pilot insisted. Kipiru lay strapped to a portadock, Catheters and tubes ran from the webbing that kept him suspended above the water's surface. The sound of the skiff's engines filled the tiny chamber.
"You must relax," Hikahi soothed. "The autopilot is in charge now. We're going as fast as we can underwater. We should be there very soon."
Hikahi was still somewhat numbed by the news about Crydyke, and shaken by Takata Jim's treachery. But over it all, she could not bring herself to accept Kipiru's frantic urgency. He was obviously driven by his devotion to Jillian Baskin, and wanted to return to her aid instantly, if possible. Hikahi looked at things from another perspective. She knew Jillian probably already had things well under control back at the ship. Compared with the disaster she had been fantasizing the last few days, the news seemed almost buoyant. Even Crydyke's injury could not suppress Hikahi's relief that Streaker survived intact. Her harness whined. With one Waldo hand she touched a control to give Kipiru a mild soporific.
"Now I want you to sleep," she told him. "You must regain your strength. Consider that an order if, as you say, I am now acting captain."
Kipiru's eyes began to recess. The lids drooped together slowly.
"I'm sorry, sir. I guess I'm not much more logical than Moki. I'm always causing trouble."
His speech slurred as the drug took hold. Hikahi swam almost underneath the drowsy pilot and sighed a brief, soft lullaby. Dream, defender, dream of those who love you, and bless your courage. Chapter 85. Jillian.
"You're saying these Karank were the last Sophants to have license to the planet Kithrop 100 million years ago?"
"Correct," the Nis machine replied.
"They were savagely abused by their patrons, mutated far beyond the degree allowed by the codes. According to the Thenanin Battleships Library, it caused quite a scandal at the time. In compensation, the Karank were released from their indenture as clients and granted a world suited to their needs, one with low potential for developing pre-sentience. Water worlds make good retirement homes for that reason. Few pre-Sophants ever arise on such planets. The Kikwi seem to be an exception."
Jillian paced the sloping ceiling of the lopsided room. An occasional clanking, transmitted by the metal walls, told of the final fittings being made to secure Streaker into the Trojan seahorse.
"You aren't saying the Kikwi have anything to do with these ancient—" "No. They appear to be a genuine find, and a major reason why you should endeavor to escape this trap and return to Earth with what you have learned."
Jillian smiled ironically.
"Thanks, we'll do our best. So, what was done to the Karank?"
She did her best with the double glottal stop.
"To make them want to hide away on Kithrop, never to associate with galactic culture again."
The Nis explained.
"In their pre-sentient form, they were mole-like creatures on a metal-rich world like this one. They had carbon-oxygen metabolisms, such as yours, but they were excellent diggers."
"Let me guess. They were bred as miners to extract ores on metal-poor worlds. It would be cheaper to import and breed Karank diggers than ship large quantities of metals across interstellar space."
"A very good guess, Dr. Baskin. The client Karank were indeed transformed into miners,
and in the process converted to a metabolism extracting energy directly from radioactives. Their patrons thought it would help serve as an incentive. Jillian whistled. Such a drastic shift in their structure couldn't have been successful. Ifney, they must have suffered. It was a perversion, the Nis agreed. When it was discovered, the Kurank were freed and offered recompense. But after a few millennia trying to adapt to standard starfaring life, they chose to retire to Kithrop. This planet was ceded them for the duration of their race. No one expected them to survive for long. Instead of dying out, however, they seem to have continued to modify themselves on their own. They appear to have adopted a lifestyle unique in known space. Jillian brought together the threads of the earlier part of the conversation and made an inference. Her eyes widened. You mean to tell me the metal mounds are larvae of an intelligent life form which dwells in the crust of this planet? Yes. I might have surmised this from the latest data sent by Dr. Denny Sudman, but Krydeiki had leapt to the conclusion before we even heard from her. That is why he came to see me, to get confirmation of his hypothesis. Sounds, voices, Jillian whispered. They're Kurank. An acceptable tentative deduction, the Nis approved. It would have been the discovery of the century, were it not for the other things you've already turned up on this expedition. I believe you humans have an old expression in English. It doesn't rain, but it pours. It's quaint, but apropos. Jillian wasn't listening. The bombs! She slapped her forehead. I beg your pardon? I let Charlie Dart steal some low-yield bombs from our armory. I knew Takata Jim would confiscate them and begin transforming them into fuel. It was part of a plan I had cooked up, but... You assumed Takata Jim would confiscate all of the bombs? Yes. I was going to call him up and tip him off if he overlooked them, but he was quite efficient and discovered them right away. I had to lie to Toshio about it, but that couldn't be helped. If all went according to plan, I do not see the problem. The problem is that Takata Jim may not have seized all of the bombs. It never occurred to me that Charlie could harm living Sophants if he still had one. Now, though, I've got to get in touch with Toshio at once. Can it wait a few minutes? Takata Jim probably was thorough, and there is another matter I wish to discuss with you. No, you don't understand. Toshio's about to sabotage his comm set. It's part of my plan. If there's even a chance Charlie's got a bomb, we have to find out quickly. The holo patterns were agitated. I'll make the connection at once, the Nis announced. It will take me a few moments to worm through Streaker's comm system without being detected. Stand by. Jillian paced the sloping floor, hoping they would be in time. Chapter 86. Toshio. Toshio finished the rewiring, slapped the cover over the transmitter on Thomas Orley's sled, and spread a light smear of mud on the plate to make it seem long unopened. Then he unhitched the monofilament line from the unit, tied a small red marker ribbon to the end, and let the almost invisible fiber drift down into the depths. Now he was out of touch with Streaker. It made him feel more alone than ever, even lonelier than when Denny and Stout had departed early in the morning. He hoped Takata Jim would follow orders and wait here until Streaker left. If he did, Jillian would call down as they blasted away and warn him of the modifications that had been made to the longboat and this transmitter. But what if Takata Jim were indeed a traitor? What if he took off early? Charles Dart would probably be aboard then, as well as Ignacio Metz, 3 Stenos, and perhaps 3 or 4 Kiwi. Toshio wished none of them harm. It was an agonizing choice. He looked up and saw Charles Dart happily muttering to himself as he played with his new robot. Toshio shook his head, glad that the chimp at least was happy. He slid into the water and swam over to his own sled. He had jettisoned its tiny radio an hour ago. He strapped himself in and turned on the motors. He still had to make one more splice below the island. The old robot, the damaged probe Charles Dart had abandoned down near the bottom of the drill tree shaft, had one last customer. Krydeiki, hanging around Streaker's old site, still wanted to talk to Sout's voices. Toshio figured he owed the captain the favor, even if he did feel like he was humoring a delusion. As the sled sank, Toshio thought about the rest of his job here, the things he might have to do before he could leave. Let Tom Orley be waiting for me when I come back up, he wished fervently. That would solve everything. Let Mr. Orley be finished with his job up in the north and land up there while I'm below. Toshio smiled ironically. And while you're at it, Ifni, why not throw in a giant fleet of good guys to clear the skies of baddies, He descended down the narrow shaft into the gloom. Chapter 87. Jillian.
Drat! Triple hell! The line's dead. Toshio's already cut it. Don't be overly alarmed, the Miss spoke reassuringly. It is quite likely that Takata Jim confiscated all of the bombs. Did not Midshipman Iwashika report that he saw several being dismantled for fuel, as you expected? Yes, and I told him not to worry about it, but it never occurred to me to ask him to count them. I was caught up in the minutiae of moving the ship, and I didn't think Charlie would do any real harm, even if by some chance he managed to keep one. Now, of course, we know better.
Jillian looked up, wondering if the Timbrimi machine was being tactful or obliquely sarcastic.
Well, she said, what's done is done. Whatever happens can't affect us here. I just hope we don't add a crime against a sentient race to our dubious record on this voyage. She sighed. Now, will you tell me again how all this is going to become some sort of legend?
Chapter 88. Toshio. The connection was made. Now Krydeiki could listen to the underground sounds to his heart's content. Toshio let the monofilament drop into the mud. He emptied ballast, and the sled rose in a spiral toward the drill tree shaft. When he surfaced, Toshio knew at once that something had changed. The second sled, the one belonging to Tom Orley, had been dragged up the steep embankment and lay on the sward to the south of the pool. Wires dangled from an open section in the control panel. Charles Dart squatted by the water's edge. The chimp leaned forward with his finger to his lips. Toshio cut the motors and loosened his straps. He sat up and looked about the clearing, but saw only the waving forest fronds. Charlie said in a guttural whisper,
I think Takata Jim and Metz are planning to take off soon, Toshio, with or without me.
Dart looked confused, as if dazed by the foolishness of the idea. Toshio kept his expression guarded.
What makes you think that, Dr. Dart?
As soon as you went down, 2 of Takata Jim's stenos came to take that sled's radio. Also, when you were below, They tested the engines. They sounded kind of ragged at first, but they're working on 'em now. I think now they don't even care if you report back anymore."
Toshio heard a soft growling sound to the south, a low whine that rose and fell unevenly. A rustle of movement to the north caught his eye. He saw Ignacio Metz hurrying southward down the forest trail, carrying bundles of records. Behind him trooped 4 sturdy Kiqui volunteers from the village. Their air sacs were puffed up proudly, but they obviously did not like approaching the rough engine noises. They carried crude bundles in front of them. From the foliage, several dozen pairs of wide eyes watched the procession nervously. Toshio listened to the sound of the engines and wondered how much time was left. Takata Jim had finished recycling the bombs sooner than expected. Perhaps they had underestimated the Dolphin lieutenant. How much else had he jury-rigged to make the longboat serviceable ahead of schedule? Should I try to delay their takeoff? If I stay any longer, it's unlikely I'd ever reach Streaker in time. What about you, Dr. Dart? Are you ready to finish up and hop aboard when Takata Jim calls? Dart glanced to his console. He shook his head.
"I need another 6 hours, he grumbled. "Maybe we've got a common interest in delaying the longboat taking off. You got any ideas?"
Toshio considered. Well, this is it, isn't it? This is where you decide. Leave now if you plan to go at all. Toshio exhaled deeply. Ah, well. If I think of a way to delay them for a while, Dr. Dart, will you help me? It may be a little risky. Dart shrugged.
"All I'm doing right now is waiting for my bot to dig into the crust to bury an instrument. I'm free until then. What do I have to do?"
Toshio unhooked the monofilament feeder coil from his sled and cut the free end. Well, for starters, I think we'll need someone to climb some trees. Charlie grimaced.
"Stereotypes,"
he muttered to himself.
"All the time getting trapped by stereotypes."
This ends Side 2 of Cassette 10, Startide Rising, Cassette 11.
Chapter 89. Jillian. She shook her head slowly. Maybe it was her tiredness, but she couldn't understand more than a fraction of the NIST machine's explanation. Every time she tried to get it to simplify some subtle point of galactic tradition, it insisted on bringing in examples that only muddied things further. She felt like a Cro-Magnon trying to understand the intrigues in the court of Louis XIV. The NIST seemed to be saying that Streaker's discoveries would have consequences that reached beyond the immediate crisis over the derelict fleet, but the subtleties eluded her. Dr. Baskin, the machine tried again. Every epoch has its turning point. Sometimes it occurs on the battlefield. Sometimes it takes the form of a technological advance. On occasion, the pivotal event is philosophical, and so obscure that the species in existence at the time are hardly aware that anything has changed before their worldview is turned topsy-turvy around them. But often, very often, these upheavals are preceded by a legend. I know of no other Anglic word to use for it. A story whose images will stand out in the minds of almost all Sophans. A true story of prodigious deeds and powerful archetypal symbols, which presages the change to come. You're saying we may become one of these legends? That is what I am saying. Jillian could not remember ever feeling so small. She couldn't lift the weight of what the NIST was implying. Her duty to Earth and the lives of 150 friends and crewmates were burdens enough. Archetype symbols, you say? What could be more symbolic, Dr. Baskin, than Streaker and her discoveries? Just one, the derelict fleet, has turned the 5 galaxies upside down. Now add the fact that the discovery was made by the newest of all client races, whose patrons are wolflings, claiming no patrons at all. Here on Kithrop, where no presentient life was supposed to be able to arise, they find a ripe presentient race, and take great risks to protect the innocents from a galactic civilization grown rigid and calcified. Now, now add the Karank. In all of the recent epochs, no sapient race has been treated so foully, so abused by the system which was supposed to protect them. So what were the chances that this ship would happen to flee to the very planet that was their last refuge? Can you not see the overlying images, Dr. Baskin? From the progenitors down to the very newest race, what one sees is a powerful sermon about the uplift system. Whatever the outcome of your attempt to escape Kithrop, whether you succeed or fail, the stars cannot help but make a great song of your adventure. This song, I believe, will change more than you can imagine. The voice of the Nis finished, with a hushed, almost reverent tone. Its implication was left spinning in the silence. Jillian stood on the sloping ceiling of the dark, lopsided room, blinking in the sparkling light cast by the swirling motes. The silence hung. Finally, she shook her head. "Another damn Timbrimy practical joke," she sighed. "A goddamn shaggy dog story. You've been pulling my leg." The motes spun silently for a long moment. "Would it make you feel any better if I said I were, Dr. Baskin? And would it change what you have to do one bit if I said I weren't?" She shrugged. "I guess not. At least you pulled me back from my own troubles for a little while. I feel a bit lightheaded from all that philosophical crap, and maybe even ready to get some sleep." "I am always ready to be of service." Jillian smirked. "Sure you are." She climbed up on a packing crate to reach the door plate, but before opening the door, she looked back up at the machine. "Tell me one thing, Nis. Did you give Krydike any of this bullshit you were feeding me just now?" "Not in Anglic words, no. But we did cover most of the same themes." "And he believed you?" "Yes, I believe he did. Frankly, I was a bit surprised. It was almost as if he had heard it all before, from another source." That explained part of the mystery of the captain's disappearance, then, and there was nothing that could be done about it now. "Assuming he did believe you, just what does Krydike think he's going to accomplish out there?" The motes spun for a few seconds. "I suppose, Dr. Baskin, he is first off looking for allies. On an entirely different level, I think he is out there trying to add a few choice stanzas to the legend." Chapter 90. Krydike. They moaned. They had always been in pain. For eons, life had hurt them. "Listen," he called out in the language of the ancient gods, coaxing the Karank to answer him. "Listen, you deep hidden ones, you sad, abused ones. I call from the outside. I crave an audience." The doleful singing paused. He felt a hint of irritation. It came in both sound and sigh, a shrug to shake a bothersome flea away. The song of lamentation resumed. Creidaike kept at it, pushing, probing. He floated at the relay link Streaker had left behind, breathing from his sled's air dome, trying to get the attention of the ancient misanthropes, using the electrical buzz of a distant robot to amplify his faint message. I call from the outside, seeking aid. Your ancient tormentors are our enemies too. That stretched the truth slightly, but not in essence. He hurried on, sculpting sound images as he felt their attention finally swing his way. We are your brothers. Will you help us? The growling drone suddenly erupted. The sigh portion felt angry and alien. The part that was sound grated like static. Without his apprenticeship in the Sea of Dreams, Creidaike felt certain he would have found it unfathomable. Do not bother us. Do not say. We have no brothers. We reject the universe. Go away. Creidaike's head rang with the powerful dismissal. Still, the potency of the sigh was encouraging. What Streaker's crew had needed all along was an ally, any ally. They had to have some help, at least a distraction, if Thomas Orley's clever plan of deception and disguise stood a chance of success. As alien and bitter as these underground creatures were, they had once been starfarers. Perhaps they would take some satisfaction in helping other victims of galactic civilization. He persisted. Look. Listen. Your world is surrounded by gene meddlers. They seek us, and small ones who share this planet with you. They wish to warp us, as they did you. They will invade your private agony. He crafted a sonic image of great fleets of ships embellished with gaping jaws. He painted over them an impression of malicious intent. His picture was shattered by a thundering response. We are not involved. Creidaike shook his head and concentrated. They may seek you out as well. They have no use for us. It is you they seek, not us. The reply dazed him. Creidaike had only strength for one more question. He tried to ask what the Karank would do if they were attacked. Before he finished, he was answered by a gnashing that could not be parsed, even in the sense glyphs of the ancient gods. It was more a roar of defiance than anything decipherable. Then, in an instant, the sound and metal echoes cut off. He was left there, drifting with his head ringing from their anger. He had done his best. Now what? With nothing better to do, he closed his eyes and meditated. He clicked out sonar spirals and wove the echoes of the surrounding ridges into patterns. His disappointment subsided as he sensed Nukapai take shape alongside him, her body a complex matting of his own sounds and those of the sea. She seemed to rub along his side, and Creidaike thought he could almost feel her. He felt a brief sexual thrill. Not nice people, she commented. Creidaike smiled sadly. No, not nice, but they hurt. I would not bother such hermits but for need. He sighed. The world song seems to say they will not help. Nukapai grinned at his pessimism. She changed tempo and whistled softly in an amused tone. Go below and hear tomorrow's weather. Go below. Prescience, prescience. Grydike concentrated to understand her. Why did she speak Trinary, a language almost as difficult for him now as Anglic? There was another speech, subtle and powerful, that they could share now. Why did she remind him of his disability? He shook his head, confused. Nukapai was a figment of his own mind, or at least she was limited to whatever sounds his own voice could create. So how was it she could talk in Trinary at all? There were mysteries still. The deeper he went, the more mysteries there seemed to be. Go below, deep night diver. Go below. Prescience, prescience. He repeated the message to himself. Did she mean that something could be read from the future? That something inevitable was fated to bring the Karank out of their isolation? He was still trying to puzzle out the riddle when he heard the sound of engines. Grydike listened for a few moments, but he didn't need to turn on the sled's hydrophones to recognize the pattern of those motors. Cautiously, tentatively, a tiny spacecraft nosed into the canyon. Sonar swept slowly from one end to another. A searchlight took in the scars in the seabed that the departing streaker had left behind. They scanned bits and pieces of abandoned equipment, and finally came to rest on the little boxy relay and his sled. Grydike blinked in the bright beam. He opened his jaws wide in a smile of greeting, but his voice froze. For the first time in several days, he felt bashful, unable to speak for fear of choking over even the simplest words, and seeming a fool. The ship's speakers amplified a single happy sigh, elegantly simple. Grydike! With a warm pleasure, he recognized that voice. He turned on the sled's motors and cast loose from the relay. As he sped toward the skiff's opening hatch, he called out careful words in Anglic, one at a time. Hikaki, nice to hear your voice again. Chapter 91. Tom Orley. Fog swirled over the sea of weeds. That was good, up to a point. It made stealth easier, but it also made it hard to look for traps. Tom searched carefully as he crawled across the last stretch of weeds before the open end of the wrecked cruiser. This patch couldn't be taken underwater, and he didn't doubt those who had taken shelter within the hulk had set up defenses. He found a device only a few meters from the gaping opening. Thin wires were strung from one small hump of vines to the next. Tom inspected the arrangement, then carefully dug below the tripwire and slithered underneath. When he was clear, he scrambled quietly to the edge of the floating ship and rested against the pitted hull. The weed beasties had taken cover during the fighting. They were out again, now that almost all of the combatants were dead. Their frog-like croaks refracted eerily in the noisome vapor. Distantly, Tom heard the rumble of the volcano. His empty stomach growled. It sounded loud enough to rouse the progenitors. He checked his weapon. The needler had only a few shots left. He had better be right about the number of ETs that had taken shelter aboard this vessel. I'd better be right about a number of things, he reminded himself. I've staked a lot on there being food here as well as the information I need. He closed his eyes in brief meditation, then turned to crouch below the opening. He peeked one eye just past the ragged edge. 3 bird-like gubru huddled around a motley array of equipment on the smoke-stained, canted deck. A tiny, inadequate heater held the attention of 2, who warmed slender, boned arms over it. The third sat before a battered portable console and squeaked in Galactic 4, a language popular among many avian species.
"No signs of humans or their clients,"
the creature peeped.
"We have lost our deep search equipment, so we cannot be certain, but we find no sign of Earthlings. We cannot achieve anything more. Come for us."
The radio sputtered.
"Impossible to come out of hiding, impossible to squander last resources at this time. You must maintain. You must lie low. You must wait." "Wait? We shelter in a hull whose food supply is radioactive. We shelter in a hull whose equipment is ruined. Yet this hull we shelter in is the best still afloat. You must come for us."
Tom cursed silently at the news. So much for eating. The radio operator maintained its protests. The other two Gubru listened, shifting their weight impatiently. One of them stamped its clawed feet and turned around suddenly as if to interrupt the radio operator. Its gaze swept past the gap in the hull. Before Tom could duck back, the creature's eyes went wide. It began to point.
"A human! Quickly!"
Tom shot it in the thorax. Without bothering to watch it fall, he dove through the opening and rolled behind a tilted console. He scuttled to the other end and snapped off 2 quick shots just as the second standing Gubru tried to fire. A thin flame spat out of a small handgun, searing the already scarred ceiling as the alien shrieked and toppled backward. The Galactic at the radio stared at Tom. It glanced at the radio beside it. "Don't even think it," Tom squawked in heavily accented Galactic 4. The alien's crest riffled in surprise. It lowered its hands and kept still. Tom rose carefully, never drawing a bead away from the surviving Gubru. "Drop your weapons belt and stand away from the transmitter. Slowly. Remember, we humans are wolflings. We are feral, carnivorous, and extremely fast. Do not make me eat you." He grinned his broadest grin to display a maximum of teeth. The creature shuddered and moved to obey. Tom reinforced obedience with a growl. Sometimes a reputation as a primitive had its uses. "All right," he said, as the alien moved to where he gestured by the gaping hole. Tom kept his gun trained and sat by the radio. The receiver gave out excited twitters. He recognized the model, thank Ifni, and switched it off. "Were you transmitting when your friend here spotted me?" he asked his captive. He wondered if the commander of the hidden Gubru forces had heard the word human. The Galactic's comb fluttered. Its answer was so irrelevant that Tom momentarily wondered if he had totally misphrased the question.
"You must surrender pride,"
it chanted, puffing its feathers.
"All young ones must surrender pride. Pride leads to error. Hubris leads to error. Only orthodoxy can save. We can save."
"That's enough," Tom snapped.
"Save you from heretics. Lead us to the returning progenitors. Lead us to the ancient masters. Lead us to the rule-givers. Lead us to them. They expect to return to the paradise they decreed when they long ago departed. They expect paradise, and would be helpless before such as the Sorrow, or the Tandu, or the Thenanin, or—"
"Thenanin. That's what I want to know. Are the Thenanin still fighting? Are they powers in the battle?" Tom swayed with the intensity of his need to know.
"Or the Dark Brothers. They will need protection until they are made to understand what terrible things are being done in their name. Orthodoxies broken, heresies abounding. Lead us to them. Help us cleanse the universe. Your rewards will be great, your modifications small, your indenture short."
"Stop it!" Tom felt the strain and exhaustion of the last few days rise in a boiling rage. Next to the Sorrow and Tandu, the Gubru had been among humanity's worst persecutors. He had had all he was about to take from this one. "Stop it, and answer my questions." He fired at the floor near the alien's feet. It hopped in surprise, wide-eyed. Tom fired twice more. The first time, the Gubru danced away from a ricochet. The second time, it winced as the needler misfired and jammed. The Galactic peered at him, then squawked joyfully. It spread its feathered arms wide and unsheathed long talons. For the first time, it said something direct and intelligible.
"Now you shall talk, impertinent, half-formed, masterless upstart!"
It charged, screaming. Tom dove to one side as the shrieking avian screeched past him. Slowed by hunger and exhaustion, he couldn't prevent one razor-sharp claw from passing through his wetsuit and ripping his side along one rib. He gasped and stumbled against a blood-stained wall as the Gubru turned around to renew the attack. Neither of them even considered the handguns that lay on the floor. Depleted and slippery, the weapons weren't worth the gamble to stoop and retrieve them.
"Where are the dolphins?"
The Gubru squawked as it danced back and forth.
"Tell me, or I shall teach you respect for your elders the hard way."
Tom nodded. "Learn to swim, bird brain, and I'll take you to them." The Gubru's talons spread again. It shrieked and charged. Tom summoned his reserves. He leapt into the air and met the creature's throat with a savage kick. The shriek was cut off abruptly, and he felt its vertebrae snap as it went down, sliding along the damp deck to fetch up at the wall in a heap. Tom landed stumbling beside it. His eyes swam. Breathing heavily with hands on his knees, he looked down at his enemy. "I told you we were wolflings," he muttered. When he could, he walked unsteadily to the ragged tear in the side of the ship and leaned on the curled and blackened lower edge, staring out at the drifting fog. All he had left were his mask, his freshwater still, his clothes, and, oh yes, the nearly worthless hand weapons of the Gubru. And the message bomb, of course. The weight pressed against his midriff. "I've put off a decision long enough," he decided. While the battle lasted, he could pretend he was searching for answers. Maybe he had been procrastinating, though. I wanted to be sure. I wanted to know the trick had a maximum chance of working. For that to happen, there had to be Thenanin. I met that scout. The Gubru mentioned Thenanin. Do I have to see their fleet to guess there are still some in the battle above? He realized there was another reason he had been putting the decision off. Once I set it off, Krydike and Jillian are gone. There's no way they'll be able to stop for me. I was to get back to the ship on my own, if at all. While fighting on the weeds, he had kept hoping to find a working vessel, anything that could fly him home, but there were only wrecks. He sat down heavily with his back to the cool metal and drew out the message bomb. Do I set it off? The seahorse was his plan. Why was he out here, far from Jillian and home, but to find out if it would work? Across the blood-smeared deck of the alien cruiser, his gaze fell on the Gubru radio. You know, he told himself, there is one more thing I can do. Even if it means I'll be putting myself right in the middle of a bullseye, at least it'll give Jill and the others all I know. And maybe it'll accomplish more than that. Tom summoned the strength to stand up one more time. Ah, well, he thought as he staggered to his feet. There's no food anyway. I might as well go out in style. Part 9. Ascent. Sunset and evening star, and one clear call for me, and may there be no moaning of the bar when I put out to sea. A. Tennyson. Chapter 92. Denny and Soud. It's the longer way, Denny. Are you sure we shouldn't just cut southwest? Soud swam alongside the sled, keeping pace fairly easily. Every few strokes he glided smoothly to the surface to blow, then rejoined his companion without breaking stride. "I know it would be faster south," Denny answered without looking up from her sonar display. She was careful to skirt far from any metal mounds. It was in this area that the killer weed grew. Toshio's story about his encounter with the deadly plant had terrified her, and she was determined to give the unfamiliar mounds a wide berth. "Then why are we returning to Streaker's old site before heading south?" "For several reasons," Denny answered. "First of all, we know this part of the route, having been over it before, and the path from the old site to the Seahorse is straight south, so there's less chance of getting lost." South snickered, unconvinced. "And this way we'll stand a chance of finding Hikahi. My guess is she may be nosing around the old site about now." "Did Jillian ask you to look for her?" "Yeah," Denny lied. Actually, she had her own reasons for wanting to find Hikahi. Denny was afraid of what Toshio intended to do. It was possible that he meant to delay leaving the island until Streaker's preparations were finished, and it was too late for Takata Jim to interfere. Of course, by then, it would be too late for him to rejoin the ship via sled. In that case, the skiff would be Toshio's only chance. She had to find Hikahi before Jillian did. Jillian might decide to send the skiff after Tom Orley instead of Toshio. She knew she wasn't thinking things out and felt a little guilty about her decision, but if she could lie to one dolphin, she could lie to another. Chapter 93. Takata Jim and Metz. The former vice-captain tossed his head and gnashed his teeth as he contemplated the latest sabotage. "I will string their entrails from the forest branches," he hissed. The heavy Waldo arms of his armored spider whined. Ignacio Metz stared up at the thin, almost invisible wires that formed a tight tracery over the longboat, holding it to the ground. He blinked, trying to follow the trail of fibers into the forest. Metz shook his head. "Are you sure you're not overreacting, Vice-Captain? It seems to me the boy was only trying to make sure we didn't take off before we agreed to." Takata Jim whirled to glare down on the human. "And have you suddenly changed your mind, Dr. Metz? Do you now think we should let the lunatic woman who now controls Streaker send our crewmates out to certain death?" "No, of course not." Metz shrank back from the Dolphin officer's rancor. "We should persevere, I agree. We must try to make our offer of compromise to the Galactics, but what?" Metz shrugged uncertainly. "I just don't think you should blame Toshio for doing his job." Takata Jim's jaws clapped together like a gunshot, and he caused the spider to advance upon Metz, stopping less than a meter from the nervous man. You think! Of all comedies, that one tops all. You, who have the arrogance to suppose his wisdom exceeded the counsels of Earth, who brought pet monsters amongst an already fragile crew, who deceived himself into thinking all was well and ignored danger signs when his wisdom was needed by his desperate clients. Yes, Ignacio Metz, tell me how you think. Takata Jim snorted in derision. But you and I agreed on nearly everything. My gene graft Stenos were your most loyal supporters. They're the only ones who stood by you. Your Stenos were not Stenos. They were benighted, erratic creatures who did not belong on this mission. I used them as I have used you.
but don't class me with your monsters, Metz.
Stunned, Metz sagged back against the hull of the longboat. From nearby came sounds of returning machines. With a withering glance, Takata Jim warned the human to be silent. Srikapal's spider pushed through the foliage.
"The fibers lead to the pool," the Finn announced.
His Anglic was almost too high-pitched for Metz to follow.
"They go below and wrap around the drill tree shaft."
"You cut them?"
"Yes."
The Neo-Fin tossed its head. Takata Jim nodded. "Dr. Metz, please prepare the kiwi. They are our second greatest trade item, and must be ready for inspection by whichever race we contact."
"Where are you going now?"
Metz asked. "You don't want to know." Metz saw Takata Jim's determined expression. Then he noted the three Stenos. Their eyes gleamed with an eager madness.
"You've been goading them in primal," he gasped. "I can tell. You've taken these Fen over the edge. You're going to make them homicidals."
Takata Jim sighed. "I will wrestle with my conscience later, Dr. Metz. In the meantime, I will do what I must to save the ship and our mission. Since a sane dolphin cannot kill human beings, I needed insane dolphins." The three Stenos grinned at Metz. He looked at their eyes in terror and listened to their feral clickings.
"You're mad,"
he whispered. "No, Dr. Metz." Takata Jim shook his head pityingly. "You are mad. These Fen are mad. I am only acting as a desperate and dedicated human being might act, criminal or patriot. It's a matter of opinion, but I am sentient." Metz's eyes were wide.
"You can't take back to Earth anyone who knows—"
He paled and turned to run for the airlock. Takata Jim did not have to give the order. From Srikapal's spider, a burst of blue light lanced out. Ignacio Metz sighed and fell to the muddy ground just outside the longboat's hatch. He stared up at Srikapal like a father betrayed by a son he had doted on. Takata Jim turned to his crew, hiding the nauseated feeling that churned within him. Find and kill. Kill, soft-skinned human, hairy ape. I wait here. The Fen gave out a shrill assent in unison, and turned as one to go crashing back into the forest, heavy manipulator arms brushing aside saplings like twigs. The man groaned. Takata Jim looked down at him and considered putting him out of his misery. He wanted to, but he couldn't bring himself to do direct violence against a human being. Just as well, he thought. There are still repairs to do. I must be ready when my monsters return. Takata Jim stepped daintily over the supine human and climbed into the airlock. "Dr. Metz?" Toshio pulled the wounded man to one side and lifted his head. He whispered urgently as he applied a spray ampule of painkiller to the geneticist's neck. "Dr. Metz, can you hear me?" Metz blearily looked up at the young man.
"Toshio? My boy, you've got to get away. Takata Jim has sent—"
"I know, Dr. Metz. I was hiding in the bushes when they shot you."
"Then you heard," he sighed.
"Yes, sir.
"And you know what a fool I've been."
"Now's not the time for that, Dr. Metz. We've got to get you away. Charlie Dart's hiding nearby. I'll go fetch him now while the Stenos are searching another part of the island." Metz clutched Toshio's arm.
"They're hunting for him, too."
"I know, and you've never seen a more stunned chimp. He honestly believed they'd never think he helped me. Let me go get him, and we'll move you away from here." Metz coughed, and red foam appeared on his lips. He shook his head. No, like Victor Frankenstein, it seems I am murdered by my own hubris. Leave me. You must go to your sled and depart. Toshio grimaced. Their first stop was the pool, Dr. Metz. I followed and saw them sink my sled. I ran ahead then to chase the kiwi off the island. Denny taught me their panic signal, and they split like crazed lemmings when I called it out, so at least they're safe from the Stenos. Not Stenos, Metz corrected. Dimenso cetus metzi, I should think. Metz's mad dolphins. You know, I think I'm the first dolphin-perpetrated homicide, and... He brought his fist to his mouth and coughed again. Metz looked at the red spittle in his hand, then up at Toshio. We were going to give the kiwi to the Galactics, you know. I wasn't happy, but he convinced me. Takata Jim? Yes. Didn't think offering the location of the derelict fleet would be enough. He's got tapes? Toshio felt stunned. But how? Metz wasn't listening. He seemed to be fading fast. Didn't think would be enough to win Streaker's freedom, so we'd give them the aboriginals as well. The man grabbed feebly at Toshio's arm. Don't let the fanatics have them. They're so promising. Must have kind patrons. Maybe the Linton or Cynthians. We're not suited. We'd make them caricatures of ourselves. We'd... The geneticist sagged. Toshio waited with him. It was all he could do for the man. Metz roused once more a minute later. He stared up without seeing. Takata Jim, he gasped. I never thought of it before. Why, he's exactly what we've been looking for. I never realized, but he's not a dolphin. He's a man. Who in the world would have thought? His voice faded into a rattle. His eyes rolled upward. Toshio found no pulse. He lowered the corpse to the ground and slipped back into the forest. Metz is dead, he told Charles Dart. The chimp looked out from the bushes. The whites of his eyes shone. But that's homicide, I know. Toshio nodded, sympathizing with Charles Dart. The one standard technique of uplift humans had taken unmodified from the Galactics was to ingrain a revulsion of patron murder in their clients. Hugh thought it particularly hypocritical, considering man's liberal record in other areas. Still... Then they won't think twice about shooting you and me. Toshio shrugged. What are we gonna do? Charlie had dropped all professorial mannerisms. He looked to Toshio for guidance. He's the adult and I'm the kid, Toshio thought bitterly. It should be the other way around. No, that's foolish. Age or patron-client status has nothing to do with it. I'm military. Keeping us alive is my job. He kept his nervousness hidden. We'll do as we have done, Dr. Dart. We've got to harass them and keep them from taking off as long as possible. Dart blinked a few times, then protested. But we'll have no way off then. Can't you get Streaker to come for us? If it turns out to be at all possible, I'm sure Jillian will try to make arrangements, but you and I are expendable now. Try to understand that, Dr. Dart. We're soldiers. They say there's a kind of satisfaction in sacrificing oneself for others. I guess it's true. Otherwise, there wouldn't ever be legends. The chimp tried to believe. His hands fluttered. If they get back to Earth, they'll tell about what we did, won't they? Toshio smiled.
You bet.
Charlie looked at the ground for a moment. In the distance, they could hear the Stenos crashing through the forest.
Toshio, there's something you ought to know.
What is it, Dr. Dart?
You remember that thing I wanted to make them wait a few hours for before taking off?
Your experiment. Yes, I remember.
Well, the instruments I left aboard Streaker will take the data, so the info will get home even if I don't.
Hey, that's great, Dr. Dart. I'm happy for you. Toshio knew what that meant to the chimp scientist. Charlie smiled weakly.
Yeah, well, it's too late to stop it from happening, so I figure you ought to know so it doesn't surprise you.
Something about the way he said it made Toshio feel uneasy. Tell me, he said. Charlie looked at his watch.
The robot will be where I want it in 80 minutes.
He glanced up at Toshio a little nervously.
Then my bomb goes off.
Toshio fell back against the bole of a tree. Oh, great. That's all we need.
I was gonna tell Takata Jim just before so we could hover when it exploded,
Charlie explained sheepishly.
I wouldn't worry too much, though. I looked over Denny's map of the cavern below the island. I'd say there's at least even money the mound won't fall in, but, you know.
He spread his hands. Toshio sighed. They were going to die anyway. Fortunately, this latest twist didn't seem to have any cosmic implications.
This ends Side 1 of Cassette 11. Cassette 11, Side 2.
Chapter 94. Streaker. We're ready. He made the announcement quite matter-of-factly. Jillian looked up from the holo display. Hannes Suesi gave Jillian a two-fingered salute from the door jamb. Light from the bright hallway cast a stark trapezoid onto the floor of the dimly lit room. The impedance matchings? He asked. All darn near perfect. In fact, when we get back to Earth, I'm going to suggest we buy a bunch of old hulls from the Feminine to refit all snarks with. We'll be slow, doubly so because of all the water in the Central Bay, but Streaker will lift, fly, and warp, and it'll take a hell of a punch to pound through the outer shell. Jillian put one foot on the desk. There's still a lot of punch out there, Hannes. She'll fly. As for the rest, the engineer shrugged. The only constraint I'd suggest is that you let the engineering staff get an hour or so under sleep machines, if you don't want us sagging on takeoff. And other than that, it's up to you now, Madame Captain. He stopped her before she could speak. And don't go looking to us for any advice either, Jillian. You've been doing too good a job so far. Neither Tish nor I are going to say anything but, aye, aye, sir, and jump when you say so. Jillian closed her eyes and nodded. All right, she said softly. Hannes looked through the open door from her office to Jillian's laboratory. He knew about the ancient cadaver. He had been there to help Tom Orley bring it back to the ship. Glimpsing a silhouette suspended within a glass case, he shivered and turned away. Jillian's holo display showed a small ping-pong ball-sized representation of Kithrop, and a scattering of small BBs as the planet's moons. Two clusters of blue and red dots were accompanied by tiny computer code letters suspended in space. Don't seem like too many of the nasty buggers are left, Suesi commented. Those are just the ships in nearby space. An expanded view, about a cubic astra, shows two still substantial galactic squadrons. We can't actually identify the fleets from neutrino fluxes, of course. but the battle computer assigns colors on the basis of movement, and they're still changing alliances out there. Also, there's a plethora of survivors hiding out on the moons. Uesi pursed his lips. Almost, he asked the question that was on everyone's mind, but he bit it back. Jillian answered anyway. There's still been no word from Tom. She looked at her hands. Until now, we didn't really have any use for the information, but... She paused. But now we've got to know whether taking off would be suicide. Uesi finished her thought. He noticed Jillian was studying the display again. You're trying to figure it out for yourself, aren't you? Jillian shrugged. Go get that hour, Hannes, or 3 or 10. Tell your friend to take their naps at their stations, and toggle their sleep machines to the bridge. He frowned as she looked at the drifting dots. I may be wrong. We may wind up choosing the lesser evil, hiding down here until our gums start turning blue from metal poisoning. Or we starve. But I have a feeling, a hunch, we may have to act soon. She shook her head. And what about Toshio and Hikahi and the others? Jillian did not answer. No answer was necessary. After a moment, Uesi turned and left. He closed the door behind him. Dots. No more could be resolved by Streaker's passive sensors than drifting dots that occasionally came together in sparkling swarms and separated smaller in number. The battle computer went over the patterns and drew tentative conclusions, but the answer she needed was never there. Would the surviving fleets be indifferent to the sudden reappearance of a long-lost feminine cruiser, or would they join forces to swat it out of the sky? The decision lay with her. Never had Jillian felt so alone. Where are you, boy? You live, I know. I can feel your distant breath. What are you doing right now? To her left, a green light started flashing. Yes, she told the comlink. Dr. Baskin? It was the voice of Wanaseti calling from the bridge. Hikahi calls. She is at the relay, and she has Krydaiki. Put her through. There was a hiss as the operator raised the gain on the attenuated signal. Jillian? Is that you? Yes, Hikahi. Thank God. You all right? And Krydaiki still at the relay? We are both quite well, Life Cleaner. From what the Fen on the bridge tell us, you don't seem to need us there at all. They're damned patron-sucking liars, and I wouldn't trade one of them away for my left arm. Listen, we're missing 5 crew Fen. You should be warned. 2 are atavistic and highly dangerous. The line hissed for a long moment. Then, all are accounted for, Jillian, came the reply at last. 4 of them are dead. Jillian covered her eyes. Dear Lord. Kipiro is with us. Hikahi answered her unasked question. Poor Aki, Jillian sighed. Send word to Calafia that he did his duty. Kipiro says he was defiant and sentient till the end. Jillian did not like the implication of Hikahi's message. Hikahi, you're in command now. We need you back here now. I am this instant officially handing over. Don't, Jillian, the fluting voice interrupted. Please, not yet. There are still things to be done with the skiff. Those on the island must be recovered, and the Kikwi volunteers. I'm not sure we'll have time, Hikahi. The words were bitter as she spoke them. She thought of bright, ever self-deprecating Denny Sudman, of the erudite Saud, and Toshio, so very young and noble.
Has Tom called? Is there an emergency?
Neither yet, but
Then what?
she couldn't explain. She tried in trinary. What a piercing sound I hear, the peal of bugles, engines rising, the tears of love abandoned. Soon, so very soon. There was a long silence from the skiff. Then, it was not Hikahi's voice, but Kreidaki's that answered. In his repetitious, simply phrased trinary, there was something Jillian could only catch a hint of, something deep and a little eerie. Sounds, all sounds, answer something, answer something. Acts, all acts, make sounds, make sounds. But duty, all duty, calls silently, calls silently. Jillian didn't breathe as she listened to Kreidaki's last note fall away. Her spine was chilled.
Bye, Jillian, Hikahi said. You do what you have to. We'll be back quick as we can, but don't wait for us. Hikahi!
Jillian reached for the comm link, but the carrier wave cut off before she could say another word. Chapter 95. Toshio.
Both airlocks are bolted from the inside,
Toshio panted when he returned to the hiding place.
Looks like we try it your way.
Charles Dart nodded and led him to the impulse thrusters at the stern of the small spacecraft. Twice they had hidden themselves by climbing tall trees as patrolling Stenos passed below. It seemed not to occur to the mad Fen to look above for their quarry, but Toshio knew they'd be deadly if they ever caught him and Charlie in the open. Charlie removed the rear cover to the maintenance bay between the engines.
I got in by crawling between the feed lines, over there, till I reached the access plate and that bulkhead.
He pointed. Toshio peered into the maze of pipes. He looked back at Dart, amazed.
No wonder nobody expected a stowaway. Is this how you got into the armory as well? By climbing through the ducts where no human could fit?
The planetologist nodded.
I guess you can't go in with me. That means I gotta get the little critters out by myself, right?
Toshio nodded. I think they're in the aft hold. Here's the voter. He handed over the translator. It looked like a large medallion hanging from a neck chain. All neo-chimps knew about voters, since they generally had trouble talking until the age of 3. Charlie slipped it over his head. He started to climb into the small opening, but stopped and looked sidelong at the middy.
Say, Toshio, imagine this was one of those 20th century zoo ships, and those were a bunch of pre-sentient chimps in the hold of a clipper ship, or whatever they used back then, on their way from Africa to some laboratory or circus. Would you have snuck in to rescue them?
Toshio shrugged. I don't honestly know, Charlie. I'd like to think I would have, but I really don't know what I'd have done. The neo-chimp met the human's eyes for a long instant. Then he grunted.
Okay, you guard the rear.
He took a boost from Toshio and squirmed into the mechanical maze. Toshio squatted beneath the thruster tubes and listened to the forest. While Charlie struggled to get the inner access plate off, he made what felt like a terrible racket. Then it stopped. Toshio slid into the forest to make a cautious circuit of the immediate area. From crashing sounds up in the direction of the Kikwi village, He guessed the Stenos were amusing themselves with a destructive spree. He hoped none of the little natives had come back yet to witness, or worse, be caught in the violence. He returned to the longboat and looked at his watch. 17 minutes until the bomb went off. They were cutting it close. He reached into the maintenance area and spent a few minutes twiddling with some of the valves, spoiling their settings. Of course, Takata Jim didn't need the thrusters at all. If he was indeed refueled, he could take off on gravitics. Leaving the access panel loose would decrease the boat's aerodynamic stability, but even that effect would be slight. Longboats like these were built rugged. He stopped and listened. The rampage through the forest was heading this way again. The Fen were on their way back.
Hurry up, Charlie.
He fingered the grip of his holster needler, not certain he could aim well enough to hit the vulnerable patches where the dolphins were unprotected by the metal-sided spiders.
Come on!
There came a series of small, wet slapping sounds from within the cavity. Intermittent squeaks echoed from the narrow confines, and then he saw a pair of widely splayed, green-finned hands. They were followed by the head of a rather distressed-looking kiwi. The aboriginal scuttled through the inner panel and crept through the maze of pipes until it leapt into Toshio's arms. Toshio had to peel the frightened creature loose and put it down in order to reach for the next one. The little kiwi were making a fearful racket, squeaking dolefully. Finally, all four were out. Toshio peered inside and saw Charles Dart trying to replace the inner panel.
Never mind that,
Toshio hissed.
Agata! Takata Jim will notice the change in air pressure on his panel. It's only luck he hasn't yet.
Come on! There! He heard the whine of Waldo motors and crushed vegetation.
They're here. I'm going to draw them away from you. Good luck, Charlie. Wait!
Toshio crawled a few meters into the shrubbery so they would not guess where he came from. Then, from a crouched start, he ran. There! Whaler! Iki Netman! Tuna follower! There! Kill! There! The Stenos squawked from very close nearby. Toshio dove behind an ollie-nut tree as bolts of blue death sizzled overhead. The kiwi screamed and scattered into the forest. Toshio rolled to his feet and ran, trying to keep the tree between him and his pursuers. He heard sounds to the left and right as the Fen moved quickly to surround him. His dry suit slowed him down as he tried to reach the shore cliffs before the circle was closed. Chapter 96. Tom Worley. He spent a while listening to the radio, but although he recognized a few species types in the voices, so much of the traffic was intercomputer that there was little to be learned that way. All right, he told himself. Let's work out the proper phrasing. This had better be good. Chapter 97. The Skiff. Denny stumbled over the words she had so carefully prepared. She tried to rephrase her arguments, but Hikahi stopped her.
Dr. Sudman, you needn't persist. Our next stop is the island anyway. We'll pick up Toshio if he hasn't left already, and perhaps we'll deal with Takata Jim as well. We'll be on our way as soon as Kraitaki finishes.
Denny exhaled all of her remaining tension. It was out of her hands, then. The professionals would take care of things. She might as well relax.
How long?
Hikahi tossed her head.
Kraitaki doesn't expect to do any better this time than last. It shouldn't take long. Why don't you and Sao go and rest in the meantime?
Denny nodded and turned to find some space to stretch out in the tiny hold. Sao swam alongside.
Say, Denny, as long as we're trying to relax, want to trade backgrounds?
Denny laughed. Sure, Sal. Just don't get carried away, okay? Frydike tried to reason with them one more time. We are desperate, as you once were. We offer hope to little unfinished ones on this very world. Hope to grow unbent. Our enemies will harm you as well in time. Help us. The static pulsed and throbbed in response. It carried a partly psychic feeling of closedness, of pressure and molten heat. It was a claustrophilic song, in praise of rough, hard stone and flowing metal. Seas, peas, relieve, isolation. Silence fell suddenly with a squeal of tortured machinery. The old robot, which had so long hung 2 kilometers down the narrow drill tree shaft, had been destroyed. Frydike clicked a familiar phrase in trinary. It is, that is. He was tempted to enter the dream again, but there was on this level of reality no time for such things. This level of reality was where duty lay for the moment. Later, perhaps. Later he would visit Nukapai again. Perhaps she would show him the untellable things that she heard through the vague avenues of prescience. He headed back to the airlock of the tiny spaceship. Hikahi, seeing him approach, started warming up the engines. Chapter 98. Tom Orley. A small group of dolphins spotted a few hundred Pactars north of this location. They were moving north quite rapidly. They may have come this way to see what all the fighting was about. Hurry! Now is the time to strike. Tom clicked off the receiver. His head hurt from the concentration it took to speak Galactic 10 rapidly. Not that he expected the Brothers of the Night to believe his was the voice of one of their missing scouts. That didn't matter to his plan. All he wanted to do was stir up their interest before the final jab. He switched frequency and pursed his lips in preparation to speaking Galactic 12. Actually, this was fun. It distracted him from his exhaustion and hunger, and satisfied his aesthetic sense, even if it did mean everyone and his client would be down here shortly, all looking for him. Ha-ha warriors, ha-ha ab Klepko, ab Puber, ab Soro, ab Ho. Inform the Soro fleet mistress we have news. Tom chuckled as he thought of a pun that could only be phrased in Galactic 12, and which, nevertheless, he was sure the Soro would never get. Chapter 98. Jillian. Something was making the fleets shift all of a sudden. Small squadrons raveled off the battered fleets and joined tiny groups from Kithrop's moons, all heading toward the planet. As they merged, the groups swirled about and tiny explosions took the place of individual lights. What in the world was going on? Whatever it was, Jillian felt a glimmer of opportunity.
Dr. Baskin, Jillian? Tish's voice came over the comm speaker. We're getting radio traffic from the planet's surface again. It's from a single transmitter, but it keeps putting out stuff in different galactic languages. Yet I swear they all sound like one voice.
He leaned forward and touched a switch.
I'm on my way up, Tish. Please call half of the off-duty shift to stations. We'll let the others rest a while longer.
He switched off the unit. Oh, Tom, she thought. He hurried out the door. Why this? Couldn't you have come up with anything more elegant, anything less desperate? Of course he couldn't. She chided herself as she ran down the hallway. Come on, Jill. The least you can do is not be a nag. In moments she was on the bridge, listening for herself. Chapter 100. Toshio. Cornered, Toshio couldn't even climb a tree. They were too close and would be on him the instant they heard him move. He could hear them as they spiraled closer, tightening the noose. Toshio clutched his needler and decided he had better attack first, before they were close enough to support each other. It would be a small handgun against armored machines and high-powered lasers, and he was no marksman like Tom Orley. In fact, he had never fired at a sentient being before, but it beat waiting here. He crouched and began to crawl to his right, toward the shoreline. He tried not to snap any twigs, but a minute after leaving his hiding place, he flushed some small animal, which fled noisily through the bushes. Immediately, he heard the noise of approaching mechanicals. Toshio slithered quickly under a thick bush, only to emerge facing the broad footpad of a spider. Gotcha, gotcha. There was a squeal of triumph. He looked up to meet the mad eye of Srikapal. The fin leered as he commanded the spider to lift its leg. Toshio rolled aside as the foot crashed down where his head had been. He reversed direction, avoiding a kick. The mechanical reared back, bringing both front legs into play. Toshio saw no place to turn. He fired a small pistol against the armored belly of the machine, and tiny needles ricocheted harmlessly into the forest. The triumphant whistle was pure primal. Gotcha! Then the island began to shake. The ground heaved up and down. Toshio was jounced right and left, and his head hit the loam rhythmically. The spider teetered, then crashed backward into the forest. The shaking accelerated. Toshio somehow rolled over onto his stomach. He fought the oscillations to rise to his knees. There was a crunching sound as two spider riders stumbled into the clearing. One crashed past Toshio in panic. The other, though, saw him and squawked in wrath. Toshio tried to hold out his needler, but the island's trembling began to turn into a list. It became a race between him and the mad dolphin to see who could aim and fire first. Then both of them were staggered by a scream that echoed within their heads. Bad, bad ones, leave us alone! It was a roar of rejection that made Toshio moan and grab at his temples. The needler slipped out of his grasp and fell to the rapidly tilting ground. The dolphin whistled shrilly as its spider collapsed in convulsions. It wailed in a foxhole lamentation. Sorry, sorry, patron, forgive, forgive. Toshio stumbled forward. Forgiven, he managed to say as he hurried past. He couldn't deal with the fin's schizoid conversion. Come this way if you can, he called back, as he tried to make it to the shore. The noise in his head was like an earthquake. Somehow, Toshio managed to stay on his feet and stumble through the forest. When he reached the edge of the mound, the sea was a froth below. Toshio looked right and left, and saw no place that looked any better. At that moment, a scream of engines pealed forth. He looked back to see a tornado of broken vegetation fly up from a spot only 100 meters away. The gunmetal gray longboat rose above the rapidly tilting forest. It was surrounded by a glowing nimbus of ionization. Toshio's hackles rose as the island was swept by a throbbing anti-gravity field. The boat turned slowly and seemed to hesitate. Then, with a thunderclap, it speared into the eastern sky. Toshio crouched as the boom whipped at him, tugging at his clothes. There was no time to delay. Either Charles Dart had got away, or he hadn't. Toshio pulled his mask up over his face, held it with one hand, and leapt. Ifni's boss, he prayed, and he fell into the stormy waters. Chapter 101 Galactics. Above the planet, small flotillas of battered warships paused suddenly in their multi-sided butchery. They had left hiding places on Kithrop's tiny moons, gambling all on the chance that the strange radio broadcasts from the planet's northern hemisphere were indeed of human origin. On their way down to Kithrop, the tiny alliances sniped at each other with their waning strength, until a sudden wave of psychic noise hit the entire motley ensemble. It rose from the planet with a power none could have expected, overwhelming psi shields and striking crews temporarily motionless. The ships continued to plunge toward the planet. Their living crews blinked limply, unable to fire their weapons or guide their vessels. If it had been a weapon, the psychic shout would have cleansed half of the ships of their crews. As it was, the mental scream of anger and rejection reverberated within their brains, driving a few of the least flexible completely mad. For long moments the cruisers drifted out of formation, uncontrolled, downward into the upper fringes of the atmosphere. Finally, the psi scream began to fade. The grating anger growled and diminished, leaving burning after-images as the numb crews slowly came to their senses. The Zatini and their clients, having drifted away from the others, looked about and discovered that they had lost their appetite for further fighting. They decided to accept the pointed invitation to depart. Their 4 ragged ships left Casthamone's system as quickly as laboring engines could manage. The J-8-Lek were slow coming around. After succumbing to the numbing mind scream, they drifted in amongst the ships of the Brothers of the Night. The Brothers awakened sooner and used the J-8-Lek for target practice. Sophisticated autopilots brought 2 Joffer warships to land on the slope of a steaming mountain, far to the south of their original destination. Automatic weapons kept watch for enemies, while the Joffers struggled with their confusion. Finally, as the stunning psychic noise subsided, the crews began to revive and retake control of their grounded ships. The Joffer were almost ready to lift off again and head north to rejoin the fray, when the entire top of their mountain blew away in a column of superheated steam. Chapter 102 Streaker. Jillian stared, slack-jawed, until the grating sounds finally began to fade. She swallowed. Her ears popped, and she shook her head to clear away the numb feeling. Then she saw that the dolphins were staring at her. "That was awful," she stated. "Is everybody all right?" Tish looked relieved. "We're all fine, Jillian. We detected an extremely powerful psi explosion a few moments ago. It easily pierced our shields and seems to have dazed you for a few minutes, but except for some momentary discomfort, we hardly felt it." Jillian rubbed her temples. "Must be my Esper sensitivity that made me susceptible. Let's just hope the ETs don't follow that attack up with another even closer." She stopped. Tish was shaking her head. "Jillian, I don't think it was the ETs, or if it was, they weren't aiming for us. Instruments indicate that burst came from very close nearby and was almost perfectly tuned not to be received by cetaceans. Your brain is similar to ours, so you only felt it a little. The Wesley reports hardly feeling a thing. But I imagine some of the Galactics had a rough time weathering that psi storm." Jillian shook her head a second time. "I don't understand." "That makes 2 of us, but I don't suppose we have to understand. All I can tell you is this. At almost the same time that psi burst went off, there was an intense ground tremor not 200 clicks from here. The crustal waves are only now starting to arrive." Jillian swam over to Tish's station in the glassy sphere of Streaker's bridge. The Dolphin lieutenant pointed with her jaw toward a globe model of the planet. Not far from Streaker's position on the globe, a small cluster of flashing red symbols was displayed.
"That's Toshio's island,"
Jillian said.
"Then Charlie did have a spare bomb after all." "Beg pardon?"
Tish looked confused.
"But I thought Dakota Jim had confiscated—"
"Ship rising," a detection officer announced. "Anti-G in stasis, from the same site as the crust tremors, 150 clicks from here. Tracking. Ship is now heading off at Mach 2 due east." Jillian looked at Tish. They shared the same thought. Dakota Jim. Jillian saw the question in the Dolphin officer's eye.
"We may face a decision shortly. Have his blip follow to see where he's headed, and we'd better start awakening the rest of the off-duty crew." "Aye, sir. Those that managed to remain asleep through the last few minutes."
Tish turned and relayed the command. A few minutes later, the battle computer began to chatter.
"What now?"
Jillian asked. Bright yellow pinpoints began to glow up and down a long, jagged streak on the globe of Kithrop, starting from the site of Toshio's island.
"Detonations of some sort,"
Tish commented.
"The computer's interpreting them as bombings, but we've detected no missiles. And why this scattered pattern? The detonations are only occurring along this narrow stripe of longitude."
"More psi disturbances," an operator announced. "Strong, and from numerous sources, all on the planet." Jillian frowned.
"Those detonations aren't bombings. I remember seeing that pattern before. That's the boundary of this planetary crustal plate. Those disturbances may be volcanoes." "I'd say it's the locals' way of showing they're unhappy."
Tish queried confusedly. Jillian's expression was thoughtful, as if she was looking at something very far away.
"I think I'm starting to understand what's been going on. We can thank Krydike for the fact that the psi disturbances don't affect dolphins, for instance."
The Dolphin stared at her. Jillian smiled and patted Tish's flank.
"Not to worry, Femfin. It's a long story, but I'll explain if we have time. I expect the biggest effect all this will have on us is crust quakes. We should be getting some shortly. Will we be able to ride them out down here?"
The Dolphin lieutenant frowned. The way humans could change mental tracks mid-stride was beyond her comprehension.
"Yes, I think so, Jillian. That is, so long as that remains stable."
He gestured through a port toward the sea cliff that loomed over their hybrid ship. Jillian looked up at the hulking mass of rock visible through cracks in the Thenanin armor.
"I'd forgotten about that. We'd better keep an eye on it."
He turned back to the holo display, watching the spreading pattern of disturbances.
"Come on, Hikagi," he urged silently. "Pick up Toshio and the others and get back here. I have to make a decision soon, and you might get back too late."
The minutes passed. Several times the water seemed to tremble as a low rumble passed through the seafloor. Jillian watched the blue globe of Kithrop. A string of flickering yellow pinpoints spread gradually northward, like an angry wound in the planet's side. Finally, the dots merged with a small group of tiny islands in the northeast quadrant.
"That's where Tom is,"
he remembered. Suddenly, the comm operator thrashed at his station. "Commander, I'm getting a transmission, and it's in Anglic." Chapter 103. Tom Orley. He held the microphone awkwardly. It had been designed for alien hands. Tom ran his tongue over his cracked lips. He didn't have time to go over his speech once more. Company would be arriving any moment now. He pressed the transmit lever. "Startide," he spoke carefully. "Record and replay for Jillian. She'll interpret." He knew every ship in near space was listening to this transmitter by now. Probably a large number were already on their way here. If he composed his new lines properly, he could make sure even more of them came. "My direct wire to the ship is broken," he said, "and 100 kilometers is a long way to have to carry a message, so I'll risk this new coder, hoping it's not been broken in all the fighting here." That last was a tissue of fantasies for galactic consumption. Now for the real message. Hidden in context, he had to tell Streaker what he knew. "Jill, our egg hatched, hon, and a zoo spilled out. A zoo of fierce critters. But I came across only one bedraggled sample of the brand we're shopping for. I've heard clues it's still for sale on higher shelves, but those have been just clues. You and H and C are going to have to decide on that basis. Remember when old Jake Demois took us along with him on that mission to the Central Library on Tanith? Remember what he said about hunches? Tell Krydike about it. It's his decision, but my gut feeling is, follow Jake's advice." He felt a thickening in his throat. He should cut this off. No sense in letting the ETs zero in too closely. "Jill," he coughed. "Hun, I'm out of the game now. Get Herbie and the rest of the data to the Council. And those abos, too. I've got to believe all this has been worth it." He closed his eyes and gripped the mic. "When you see old Jake, hoist a glass with him for me, will you?" He wanted to say more, but realized that he was already getting a little too unambiguous. He couldn't afford to let the Galactic's language computers figure out what he was talking about. He pursed his lips and bid adieu in a language designed for such things. "Petals floating by, drift through my woman's hand, as she remembers me." The carrier wave hissed until he cut the circuit. He rose and carried the radio outside. Carefully approaching the edge of an open pool, he dropped the transmitter in. If anyone had locked into a resonance with the crystals in the set, that ET would have to dive for it. He stood there by the pool and watched low clouds roll past, dark and heavy with unspent rain. They'd be arriving any moment. His weapons were at his belt, and his breathing tube, and a full canteen. He was ready for them. He was standing that way, watching and waiting, when the steaming volcano on the horizon began to growl, then cough, then angrily spout bright fireworks into the sky. The bridge was a blur. Jillian's eyes swam, but when she blinked, the tears would not bead and drop away. Her eyes clung to them like precious things. "Shall we answer?" Tish spoke softly from next to her. Jillian shook her head. "No," she tried to say, but she could only mouth the word. Telepathically, she sensed the sympathy of those around her. "How can I mourn," she wondered, "when I can still feel him faintly? He is still alive out there somewhere. How can I mourn?" She felt a swirl of movement as a Finn approached cautiously and tried to report to Tish without disturbing her. Jillian pressed her burning eyelids together. The tears flowed at last, in narrow trails down her cheeks. She couldn't reach under her mask to brush them away, so she let them lie. When she opened her eyes, her vision had cleared. "I heard that, Wadasetti. Which way is Takata Jim headed?" "Toward the Galactic Flotillas, Commander. Though the fleet seemed to be in chaos, they are boiling every which way after the confusion caused by that psi-burst. A major free-for-all is shaping up above Mr. Orley's position. Jillian nodded. We'll wait a little while longer. Go to condition yellow and keep me informed. Off-duty personnel were called to their posts. Duessi and Dionidi reported that the engines were warm. Last chance, Hikahi, Jillian thought. Are you coming? Jillian, Lucky Ka called. With his harness arm, he pointed out one of the ports. The cliff! Jillian hurried over and looked where the pilot indicated. The entire mass of rock was trembling. Cracks began to appear in the great wall that towered over Streaker. Lift stations, Jillian commanded. Tisht, take us out of here.
This ends Side 2 of Cassette 11, Startide Rising, Cassette 12.
Chapter 104 Galactics. Kol Kalambra bowed low before the Sorrow Krat. Have you interpreted the human's broadcast? He snapped. The stocky pill bowed again, backing away slightly. No, Fleet Mother, not completely. The humans spoke in their two Dogora languages called Anglic and Trinary. We have translation programs for both, of course, but they are so chaotic and contextual, unlike any civilized language. The librarian flinched as Krat hissed at him. Have you nothing? Mistress, we think the last part of his message in the dolphin speech may be the important part. It might have been a command to his clients, or... The librarian piped dismay and dodged back into his station as a ling plum missed him by inches. Hypotheses? Tentative conjectures? Krat stormed. Even the Tandu boil with excitement and send expedition after futile piddling expedition to the site of the planet's surface from which the message emanated. And we must, perforce, follow, no? She stared about. Her crew avoided her gaze. Has anyone even a hypothesis to explain that psi assault which struck a short time ago and seems to have disoriented every sophant in the system? Was that also a chimera of the Earthlings? Are the volcanoes that fill our instruments with static mere trickery? The crew tried to look simultaneously busy and attentive. No one wanted to risk the ire of the Fleet Mother. A Paha warrior strode from the office of detection. Mistress, it announced, we did not notice before because of the volcanoes, but there has been a launching from the planet's surface. Krat felt a turn of glee. This was what she had been waiting for. Though she had sent ships of her own to the site of the radio messages, she had kept the core of her fleet together. Diversions! They were all diversions. The radio calls, the psi attacks, even the volcanoes. A part of her was curious about how the Earthlings had managed the last two, but that question would be solved when the humans and their clients were captured and interrogated. The Earthlings waited until much of the battle had moved near their planet, she muttered. And now they make their attempt to escape. Now we must. Kol Kalambra came up to her side and bowed. Mistress, I've done a deep search of the library, and I think I know the source of the psi and the... The pill's eyes bugged out as Krat stabbed him in the abdomen with her mating claw. Krat stood up, carrying the librarian in the air, then flung his lifeless body over to the wall. She stood over the body, breathing deeply of the death odors. No trouble would come over this killing, at least. The idiotic pill had actually interrupted her. No one would deny that she had been within her rights this time. She sheathed her claw. It had felt good, not quite like mating with a male of her own race who could fight back in kind, but good.
"Tell me about the Earthling ship,"
she crooned to the Paha. She noticed it waited a full second after she finished speaking to begin.
"Mistress," it said, "it is not their main vessel. It appears to be a scout ship of some sort."
Krat nodded.
"An emissary? I wondered why they did not try to work out a surrender agreement before this. Move the fleet to intercept this vessel. We must act before the Tandu notice it. Have our new Thenanin allies take the rear. I want them to understand that they are junior partners in this enterprise."
"Mistress, the Thenanin have already begun preparations to leave us. They appear to be eager to join the chaos at the planet's surface."
Krat grunted.
"Let them. We are even with the Tandu again, and the Thenanin are almost used up anyway. Let them depart. Then we proceed after the scout ship."
She settled back onto the Vlitor cushion and hummed to herself. Soon, soon. The masters demanded too much. How could they expect the Acceptor to report specifically when so much was happening? It was beautiful. Everything was going on at once. Sparkling little battles over the planet's surface, bright, hot volcanoes, and that great psychic roar of anger that had poured out of the planet itself only a little while ago. The anger still steamed and spumed. Why were the masters so uninterested in something so unique? Sigh from below a planet's surface? The Acceptor could tell the Tandu so much about that angry voice, but they were only interested in shutting it out. It distracted them and made them feel vulnerable. The Acceptor witnessed it all in bliss until the punishment came again. The masters applied a neural whip. Its legs jerked at the unpleasant sensation that coursed through its brain. Could it let the punishment alter its behavior this time? The Acceptor considered. It decided to ignore the pain. Let them cajole and shout. The Acceptor was enthralled by the angry voices that churned below, and listened with all its might. Chapter 105. The Skiff.
"What the devil?"
Denny was rolled off the dry shelf to splash into the water below. Soud squawked in confusion as the tiny ship's hold tipped. Then, in addition to the physical tossing, a rolling wave of psychic discomfort began to fill their heads. Denny coughed water and grabbed a wall stanchion. She wanted to cover her ears.
"Not again,"
she moaned. She tried to use the techniques Toshio had taught her, focusing on her heartbeat to drive out the grinding static in her head. She hardly even noticed when Soud shouted,
"It's them!"
The Finn pressed the hatch button with his beak and sped out into the hallway. He streaked into the tiny control room.
"Kraidaiki,"
he began, forgetting for a moment that the captain could not understand him.
"It's them! The voices from below!"
Kraidaiki looked back at him, and Soud realized that the captain already knew. In fact, he seemed hardly surprised. Kraidaiki crooned a soft melody of acceptance. He appeared content. From the pilot station, Kipiru announced, "I'm getting neutrinos and anti-G flux. They're coming from dead ahead. A small ship taking off." Hikahi nodded.
"Probably Takata Jim. I hope Jillian's right that he's been taken care of."
They continued to drive underwater toward the east. About a half hour later, Kipiru shouted again, "More anti-G! A big ship! taking off from near to the southwest. Kreideike's flukes struck the surface of the water. Up, 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 and look, look! Hikahi nodded to Kipiru. Take her up. The skiff surfaced. Seawater slid in sheets off the ports. They clustered around a southern port and watched as a distant wedge-shaped object erupted from the horizon and lumbered into the sky, slowly gathering speed. They watched as it flew south, passing the speed of sound, finally disappearing into the high clouds. They watched even after Streaker's contrail began to drift and slowly come apart under Kithrop's contrary winds. Part 10. Rapture. They are the lads that always live before the wind. Herman Melville. Chapter 106. Toshio. Toshio swam hard as the swell tried to drag him backward. He fought the current and strove for the open sea. Finally, just as he felt aching arms and legs could do no more, he reached calmer waters. With burning lungs, he turned and watched as the metal mound, now almost 2 kilometers away, sank slowly into its pit. The sinking couldn't go on. The drill tree had not completed its excavations when he and Denny had blown it apart. The island would probably settle until the shaft was plugged. Dull detonations groaned on all sides of him. Toshio treaded water and looked around. On islands in all directions, trees swayed, and not from the wind. In the distance, he saw at least 3 roiling clouds of steam and smoke rise from boiling patches in the sea. There was a growling of sub-sea quakes. All this because of one little bomb? In spite of all he had been through, Toshio calmly wondered about the cause of it all. With nothing left to do but choose the manner of his dying, he felt queerly liberated. What if the bomb released a vein of magma? Toshio wondered. If a volcano appeared anywhere, I'd think it would be in that drill tree shaft, but I guess the island's plugging it. The metal mound that had been his home for 2 weeks seemed to have stopped sinking. A few treetops waved above the water. Toshio wondered about the fate of Charles Dart. He couldn't imagine the chimpanzee swimming very far. Perhaps it was just as well. At least Charlie had had a clean exit. Toshio felt a bit better having rested. He began swimming again for the open sea. About 20 minutes later, there came another low rumbling. He looked around just in time to see the distant mound rocked by a terrific explosion. Dirt and vegetation flew in all directions. The mound itself heaved upward, almost out of the water, split apart, then fell back into a cloud of steam. Chapter 107. Takata Jim. Calling battle fleet. Calling the battle fleet ahead. This is Lieutenant Takata Jim of the Tarragon Survey Service. I wish to negotiate. Please respond. The receiver was silent. Takata Jim cursed. The radio must work. He had taken it from Thomas Orley's sled, and that human always maintained his equipment. Why weren't the Galactics answering? The longboat was designed to be run by more than one person. The sudden and unexpected disaster at the island had forced him to abandon his Stenos. Now he had no one to help him. He had to juggle 2 or 3 jobs at once. He watched the tactics display. A cluster of yellow lights were heading his way from Galactic North. It was a paltry flotilla compared with the great armadas that had come sweeping into the system only weeks ago, but it was still an awesome array of firepower. They were heading right for him. Everywhere all was chaos. The planet was pockmarked with energy releases. boiling steam tornadoes where volcanoes emptied into the sea, and above the planet's northern hemisphere, a free-for-all battle was going on. Takata Jim increased the scale on his display and saw another fleet. It, too, had just started turning toward him. The ether was filled with a roar of voices. AM, FM, PCM, every spot on the dial took part in the confusion. Could that explain why nobody seemed to hear him? No, the Galactics had sophisticated computers. It had to be his own equipment. There had been no time to check it all before taking off. Takata Jim nervously watched the map. He was flying into a pod of tiger sharks, hoping to negotiate Streaker's protection and eventual release. But he remembered the look on Jillian Baskin's face a week before, when he had suggested giving the ETs everything they wanted. Metz had supported him then, but the expression on the woman's face came to mind now. She had looked at him pityingly and told him that fanatics never worked that way. "They'll take all we have, thank us politely, and then boil us in oil," she had commented. Takata Jim tossed his head. "I don't believe it. Besides, anything is better than what she plans." He watched the tactics hollow. The first fleet was only 100,000 clicks away now. The computer gave him data on the ships at last. They were Sorrow battlecruisers. Sorrow. Takata Jim tasted bile from his first stomach. All the stories he had heard about them came to mind. What if they shoot first? What if they're not even interested in prisoners? He looked at his own battle controls. The armament of the longboat was pitiful, but a claw of his harness reached over to flick on the arming switch, just for the small comfort it gave. Chapter 108. Streaker. Now both of the larger fleets turned toward Takata Jim. Jillian nodded. "Keep me informed, Watasetti." She turned. "Tisht, how long can we stay hidden by these tectonic disturbances?" "Our anti-G's been detectable for 5 minutes, Jillian. I don't think we can put off energy detection much longer by flying over volcanoes. If we're to make a break for it, we've got to gain altitude." "We're being scanned at long range," the detector operator snapped. "A couple of ships from that battle over Orly's position are curious." "That's it, then," Tish commented. "We go for it." Jillian shook her head. "Buy me 5 more minutes, Tish. I don't care about the stragglers up north. Keep me hidden from the main fleets just a little while longer." Tish whirled through the oxywater, leaving a trail of bubbles. "Lucky Ka! Steer south by southwest toward that new volcano." Jillian stared intently at the display. A tiny blue speck showed the longboat flying toward a mass of over 30 much larger dots. "Come on, Takata Jim," Jillian murmured to herself. "I thought I had you figured out. Prove me right." There hadn't been a sound on the radio from the renegade lieutenant. Toshio must have done his job and sabotaged the sets on the island. The blue speck drew within 100,000 kilometers of the enemy. "Telemetry! Takata Jim's armed his weapons," Watasetti announced. Jillian nodded. "I knew it. The fellow's almost human. He'd have to have a stronger personality than I'd ever expected. Not to do that, just for the security blanket effect. As pointless as it seemed, who would go to face an enemy with his safeties on? Now, just a little closer. "Jillian!" the detector officer cried. "I don't believe it. Takata Jim has—" Jillian smiled a little sadly. "Let me guess. Our brave vice-captain is firing on the entire battle fleet." Tish and Watasetti turned to look at her wide-eyed. She shrugged. "Come now. For all his faults, no one ever said Takata Jim wasn't brave." She grinned to hide her own nervousness. Get ready, everybody. Chapter 109. Takata Jim. Takata Jim shrieked and grabbed at the toggle switch. It didn't work. The fire controls were activating without his orders. Every few seconds a shudder passed through the little ship as a small seeker missile launched from the single torpedo tube. Small bursts of antimatter erupted from the longboat's nose, automatically aimed at the nearest alien vessel. In a lucky shot, the lead Sorrow ship blossomed open like a fiery flower unfolding. The sheer surprise of the attack had overcome defenses designed to withstand nova heat. He cursed and tried the override. It, too, had no effect. As the Sorrow fleet began firing in return, Takata Jim wailed and swerved the little scout into a wild series of evasive maneuvers. With the Dolphin's natural three-dimensional sense, he whirled off in a high G gyration, threading salvos that passed chillingly close. There was only one thing to do, only one possible source of succor. Takata Jim sent the scout streaking toward the second battle fleet. They must have witnessed his attack. They would think him an ally if he survived long enough to reach them. He sped out into space, chased by a herd of behemoths that turned and lumbered after him. Chapter 110. Streaker.
Now, Jillian? Almost, dear. Another minute. Those ships from the north seem to have decided. Several of them are turning this way. Correction, the whole skirmish is heading southward, toward us.
Jillian couldn't make herself feel too bad about drawing fire away from Tom's position. He was only returning his favor, after all.
All right, you choose a trajectory. I want to head out east on the ecliptic, just as soon as that second fleet finishes turning toward the longboat.
Tish warbled an impatient sigh.
Aye, sir.
She swam to the pilot's position and conferred with Lucky Ka. Chapter 111. Tom. He raised his head above the surface of the pool where he had taken refuge. Where had everybody gone all of a sudden? Minutes ago, the sky had been ablaze with pyrotechnics. Burning ships were falling out of the sky right and left. Now he caught sight of a few stragglers high in the distant sky, speeding southward. It took him a moment to come up with a guess. Thanks, Jill, he thought. Now, give 'em hell for me. Chapter 112. Takata Jim. Takata Jim spluttered in frustration. He was so busy there wasn't time to work on the fire controls. Desperate, he sent impulses shutting down whole blocks of computer memory. Finally, something worked. The weapon system turned off. Frantically, he made the ship roll left and applied full thrust to escape a spread of torpedoes. The two fleets were coming together quickly, with him in between. Takata Jim intended to dive into the second fleet and stop behind it, conveying by his actions what he couldn't say by radio, that he was seeking protection. But the controls wouldn't respond. He couldn't correct from his last evasive maneuver. He must have shut down too much memory. The longboat streaked outward at right angles to the converging fleets, away from both of them. Both armadas turned to follow. Chapter 113. Streaker. Now, she said. The pilot needed no urging. He had already been adding momentum. Now he applied full power. Streaker's engines roared, and she left the atmosphere on a crackling trail of ionization. The acceleration could be felt even through stasis, even inside the fluid-filled bridge. The gray sea disappeared under a white blanket of clouds. The horizon became a curve, Then an arc. Streaker fell outward into an ocean of stars.
They're following us, the skirmishers from up north. How many? About 20.
Tish listened to her neural link for a moment.
They're strung out, except for a fairly big group at the rear. Hardly any two of them seem to be of the same race. I hear shooting. They're fighting each other, even as they chase us. How many in that final bunch? 6, I think. Well, let's see what we can do when we stretch our legs.
The planet fell behind them as Lucky Ka sent Streaker accelerating in the direction Jillian had chosen. Beyond Kithrop's horizon, a great battle had begun. Her path kept her hidden by the planet's bulk for several minutes. Then they came into view of the conflagration. 1,000,000 kilometers away, space was filled with bright explosions and hackle-raising shrieks that feebly penetrated the side screens. Tish commented,
The big boys are fighting over Takata Jim. We might even make it out of the system before the major fleets could catch up with us.
Jillian nodded. Toshio's sacrifice had not been in vain.
Then our problem is these little guys on our tail. Somehow we've got to shake them off. Maybe we can do a dodge behind the gas giant planet. How long until we can get to it? Hard to judge, Jillian. Maybe an hour. We can't use overdrive in system, and we're carrying a lot of excess mass.
Tish listened to her link, concentrating.
The ones on our tail have mostly stopped beating on each other. They may be damaged, but I think at least 2 of the lead ships will catch up with us about the time we reach the gas giant.
Jillian looked at the hollow tank. Kithrop had shrunk to a tiny ball in one corner, a sparkle of battle beyond it. On this side, a chain of small dots showed Streaker's pursuers. In the forward tank, a shining pastel-striped globe began to grow. A huge world of frigid gas, looking much like Jupiter, swelled slowly but perceptibly. Jillian pursed her lips and whistled softly.
Well, if we can't outrun them, I guess we'll have to try an ambush.
Tish stared at her.
Jillian, those are battleships. We're only an overweight Snark-class survey ship.
Jillian grinned.
This Snark has become a boojum, girl. The Thenanin shell will do more than just slow us down, and we may be able to try something they'll never expect.
She didn't mention that given a chance, she wanted to hang around this system a while, in case of a miracle.
Have all loose objects been secured? Standard procedure. It's been done. Good. Please order all crew out of the central bay. They're to strap themselves in wherever they can.
Tish gave the order, then turned back with a questioning look. Jillian explained.
We're slow because we're overweight, right? They'll be shooting at us before we reach the cover of the gas giant, let alone overdrive range. Tell me, Tish, what's making us overweight? The Thenanin shell. And what else?
Tish looked puzzled. Jillian hinted with a riddle. Living touch, the substance of motion, like air, forgotten until it's gone. Tish stared blankly. Then she got it. Her eyes widened.
Pretty tricky, yes. It just might work at that. Still, I'm glad you told me. The crew are going to want to wear the right apparel.
Jillian tried to snap her fingers in the water and failed.
Spacesuits. You're right, Tish. What would I do without you?
Chapter 114 Galactics.
The side battle amongst all the remnant forces seems to have moved away from the planet, a Paha warrior reported. They are streaming away from Kithrop, chasing a rather large vessel.
The Sorrow, Krat, finished paring a ling plum. She fought to hide the nervous tremor in her left arm.
Can you identify the one they pursue?
It does not appear to be the quarry. The Paha tastefully ignored the fleet mistress's obvious wave of relief on hearing this. It is too large to be the Earth ship. We have tentatively identified it as a crippled feminine. Although...
Yes?
Krat asked archly. The Paha hesitated. It behaves strangely. It is inordinately massive, and its motors seem to have a quasi-timbrimy tone. It is already too far to read clearly. Krat grunted.
What is our status?
The Tandu parallel us, sniping at our flanks as we do theirs. We both chase the Earth Scout. Both of us have ceased firing at the boat, except when it gets too close to the other side. Krat growled.
This vessel leads us farther and farther from the planet, from the true quarry. Have you contemplated a scout ship whose very purpose may have been to accomplish this?
He snapped. The Paha considered, then nodded. Yes, Fleet Mother, it would be just like a Timbrimy or Wolfling trick. What do you suggest? Krat was filled with frustration. It had to be a trick. Yet she couldn't abandon the chase, or the Tandu would capture the scout ship. And the longer the chase went on, the worse the attrition on both sides. She threw the plum across the room. It splattered dead center on the rayed spiral glyph of the library. A startled pill jumped and squeaked in dismay, then glared at her insolently.
Transmit standard truce call 3, Krat commanded with distaste. Contact the Tandu stalker. We must put an end to this farce and get back to the planet at once.
The Tandu stalker asked the trainer one more time. Can you arouse the Acceptor? The trainer knelt before the stalker, offering its own head. I cannot. It has entered an orgasmic state. It is overstimulated. Operant manipulation does not achieve success. Then we have no metaphysical way to investigate the strange chase behind us. We do not. We can only use physical means. The stalker's legs ratcheted. Go and remove your head. With your last volition, place it in my trophy rack. The trainer rasped assent. May the new one I grow serve you better. Indeed, but first, the stalker suggested, arrange to open a talk line with the Sorrow. I shall sever the leg I used to talk with them, of course. But talk to them we now must. Buwalt bit at his elbow spikes, then used them to preen his ridge crest. He had guessed correctly. He had taken the last 6 Thenanin ships out of the battle between the Tandu and the Sorrow, and arrived at the planet in time to join a long chase. 10 ragged ships were ahead of him, chasing an object that could only dimly be made out. More speed, he urged. The others are uncoordinated. While the Tandu and Sorrow chase a ruse, we are the only fair-sized squadron in the vicinity. We must chase. Far ahead of the Thenanin, a Gubru captain ruffled its feathers and cackled.
We catch up. We catch up with the lumbering thing. And look, now that we are near, look and see that its emanations are human. They fly inside the shell, but now we are near and can look and see and catch that which is inside that shell. Now we are near, and we will catch them.
Failure was still possible, of course, but total defeat would be unpermissible.
If we cannot catch them,
it reminded itself,
then we must make certain to destroy them.
Chapter 115 Streaker. The gas giant loomed ahead. The heavily laden Streaker lumbered toward it.
They'll expect us to dive in close for a tight hyperbolic,
Tish commented.
It's generally a good tactic when being chased in a planetary system. A quick thrust while we're swinging near the planet can translate into a major shift in direction.
Jillian nodded. That's what they'll expect, but that's not what we'll do. They watched the screens as 3 large blips grew and then took form as solid figures, ships with ugly battle scars and uglier weapons. The great bulk of the planet began to intrude, even as the pursuing ships grew larger. Are all fins secured?
Yes.
Then you choose the time, Lieutenant. You have a better feel for space battles than I. You know what we want to do. Tish clapped her jaws together.
I do, Jillian.
They dove toward the planet.
Soon they'll be committed.
Tish's eyes narrowed. She concentrated on sound images transmitted by her neural link. The bridge was silent except for the nervous clicking of dolphin sonar. Jillian was reminded of tense situations on human ships when half the crew would be whistling through their teeth without ever being aware of it.
Get ready,
Tish told the engineering crew by intercom. The pursuing ships disappeared briefly behind the planet's limb.
Now,
she cried for Suesi to hear.
Open the rear locks. Activate all pumps.
She swung to the pilot.
Launch that decoy probe. Hard lateral acceleration. Apply stasis to compensate all but 1 G rearward. Repeat, allow 1 gravity rearward in the ship.
Half the control boards in the bridge sprouted red lights. Forewarned, the crew overrode safeguards as the contents of Streaker's central bay flew out behind her into the vacuum of open space. The Gubru captain was concerned with the Pithaka's ship encroaching on its lead. The commander contemplated maneuvers to destroy the Pithaka, but the master computer suddenly squawked frantically for attention.
They have not done that,
the captain chanted as it stared in disbelief at the display.
They cannot have done such a thing. They cannot have found such a devilish trap. They cannot have...
It watched the Pithaka ship collide, relativistically, with a barrier that had not been there minutes before. It was only a diffuse stream of gas particles drifting in their path, but unexpected, it met the Pithaka warship's screens like a solid wall. At a fair fraction of light speed, any barrier was deadly.
Veer off,
the Gubru commanded.
Fire all weapons on the quarry.
Fiery energy lanced out, but the beams struck an intangible wall between the Gubru and the rapidly turning Earthship.
Water!
It shrieked as it read the spectral report.
A barrier of water vapor! A civilized race could not have found such a trick in the library. A civilized race could not have stooped so low. A civilized race would not have...
It screamed as the Gubru ship hit a cloud of drifting snowflakes. Lightened by megatons, Streaker screamed about in an arc far tighter than she could have managed minutes before. Her locks closed, and the ship slowly refilled with air. Internal anti-gravity was reapplied. Her spacesuited crew fan flew back to their duty stations from hull rooms where they had taken refuge. In the still water-filled bridge, Jillian watched the annihilation of the first 2 pursuing vessels. The crew cheered as the 3rd battered cruiser swerved desperately, then suffered a malfunction at the last moment and collided disastrously with the diffused cloud. It dissolved into a flat ball of plasma.
The rest of them are still out of sight beyond the gas giant,
Jillian said.
After the chase from Kithrop, they'll think they know our dynamic and never guess we could turn around like this.
Tish looked less certain.
Perhaps. We did fire off a decoy probe along our old flight path, mimicking our radiation. They may chase it. At least, I'd be willing to bet they'll come in on a tight and fast hyperbolic
and we'll pick 'em off as they come. Jillian felt a little giddy. There was just a chance they might be able to do it cleanly, so cleanly that they might be able to lie low, to wait a little longer for Hikahi and Kreidaiki, for another miracle. Streaker groaned as she fought to change direction.
Suesi says the wall braces are under stress,
Lucky Ka reported.
He asks if you're going to be turning off stasis again, or pulling any other, he calls them wild, crazy female maneuvers. His words, sir.
Jillian gave no answer. Suesi certainly didn't expect one. Streaker completed her sharp turn and sped back the way she had come, just as two more battle cruisers came into view around the limb of the gas giant.
Get 'em, Tisht,
Jillian told the dolphin officer. An outrage she had not allowed to show in weeks of frustration came out in her voice.
Use your own tactics, but get them.
Yes.
Tisht noted Jillian's balled fists. She felt it too.
Now!
She whirled and called to the crew.
Patiently, we took the insults. Patiently, evil intent. Now we stop. Patient no longer. Dream and logic join in combat.
The bridge crew cheered. Streaker dove toward the surprised foe. Chapter 116 Galactics. The voice of the Sorrow matriarch growled out of the communications web.
Then we are in agreement to stop this chase and join our forces?
The Tandu stalker promised itself it would remove 2 legs, not 1, for the shame of making this agreement. Yes, it replied. If we continue in the present manner, we will only erode ourselves down to nothing. You, Sorrow, fight well, for vermin. Let us unite and end it. Krat made it explicit.
We swear by Pact Number 1, the oldest and most binding to be found in the library, to capture the Earthlings together, to extract the information together, and to seek out together the emissaries of our ancestors, to let them be the judges of our dispute.
Agreed, the Tandu assented. Now, let us finish here and turn about together to seize the prize. Chapter 117 Takata Jim. He now understood what humans meant by a Nantucket sleigh ride. Takata Jim was tired. He had fled for what seemed like hours. Every time he tried to make the boat drift to one side so he could surrender to one party, the other side fired salvos between him and his goal, forcing him back. Then some time ago he detected a long chain of ships leaving Kithrop in the other direction. It didn't take much to figure out that Streaker was making her move. It's over then, he thought. I tried to do my duty as I saw it and save my own life at the same time. Now the die is cast. My plan is lost. I'm lost. There's nothing I can do except maybe buy Streaker a few minutes. Some time ago, the 2 fleets had stopped tearing at each other as they chased him. Takata Jim realized they were coming to an agreement. Suddenly his receiver buzzed with a basic contact code in Galactic 1. The message was simple. Stop and surrender to the combined Tandu Sorrow fleet. Takata Jim clapped his jaws together. He hadn't a transmitter, so he couldn't respond. But if he stopped dead in space, they would probably take that as a surrender. He delayed until the message had been repeated 3 times. Then he began decreasing speed, but slowly, very slowly, drawing out the time. When the Galactics had drawn close and their threats began to sound final, Takata Jim sighed and turned the longboat's fire control computers back on. The boat bucked as small missiles leaped away. He applied full thrust again. When both flotillas simultaneously fired volleys of missiles at him, he tried to evade, of course. It would be unsporting to give up. But he didn't have the heart for a major effort. Instead, while he waited, he worked on a poem. The saddest of things to a dolphin, even me, is to die alone.
This ends side 1 of cassette 12. Cassette 12, side 2.
Chapter 118. Streaker. The ambush at the gas giant was unexpected. The enemy came in close, using the great planet's gravity to swing about in a tight hyperbolic turn. They were unprepared for an attack on their flanks. Compared with their breakneck dive, Streaker was almost motionless. She fell upon the pair of cruisers as they passed, lacing a web-like tracery of antimatter in their paths. One of the battleships blossomed into a fireball before Streaker's computers could even identify it. Its screens were probably already damaged after weeks of battle. The other cruiser was in better shape. Its screens flashed an ominous violet, and thin lines of exploding metal brightened its hull. But it passed through the trap and began decelerating furiously.
"It'll miss our mines, worse luck," Tish announced. "There wasn't time to lay a perfect pattern."
"We can't have everything," Jillian replied. "You handled that brilliantly. He'll be some time getting back to us." Tish peered at the screen and listened to her neural link.
"He may be very tardy if his engines keep missing. He's on a collision spiral with the planet."
"Goody. Let's leave him and see about the others." Streaker's motion was taking her away from the giant planet toward another group of 5 onrushing cruisers. Having witnessed part of the ambush, these were all adjusting course furiously.
"Now we'll see how well the Trojan Seahorse works," Jillian said. "The first bunch was close enough to read our engines and know we're Earth-made, but these guys were too far back. Has Suesi altered our power output along Thenanin lines as planned?"
Wadasetti whistled confirmation.
"It's done. Suesi says it'll cut efficiency, though. He reminds you that our engines aren't Thenanin." "Thank him for me. Now, for all our lives, what happens next depends on whether they're an unimaginative lot, as Tom guessed they'd be." "Full power to the psi shields." "Aye, sir."
Energy detectors lit up as the oncoming ships swept them with probe beams. The motley assortment of approaching ET vessels seemed to hesitate, then diverged.
"Numbers 1, 4, and 5 are accelerating to pass us by," Tish announced.
The bridge was filled with chattering dolphin applause.
"What about the others?"
Tish's manipulator arm pointed to 2 dots in the holotank.
"Decelerating and preparing for battle. We're picking up a beam cast in Galactic 10. It's a ritual challenge."
Tish shook her head.
"They do think we're Thenanin, but they want to stop and finish us off."
"Who are they?"
"Brothers of the Night."
The magnification screens showed the 2 approaching battle wagons, dark and deadly, and growing nearer. What to do? Jillian kept her face impassive. She knew the Fen were watching her. "We can't outrun them, especially not while we're faking Thenanin engines, or wearing this heavy Thenanin shell. But only a fool would try to take them in a straight battle. A fighting fool like Tom," she thought ironically. "Or Krydike. If either of them were in command, I'd be preparing condolence wreaths for the Brothers of the Night right now."
"Jillian,"
Tish asked nervously. Jillian shook herself. "Now, decide now." She looked at the approaching death machines. "Down their throats," she said. "Head toward Kithrop." Chapter 119. Galactics.
We shall leave half of our fleet above the planet. None of the others will dare return now that we have consolidated. We shall also send squadrons to clean the moons of hiding enemies and to investigate the happenings out beyond the gas giant.
The Tandu stalker had only 4 legs now, instead of the former 6. The Sorrow, Krat, wondered what accident had befallen the leader of her unpleasant allies. Not that it really mattered. Krat dreamt of the day when she could personally detach the stalker's remaining limbs, and then all its head buds.
Is it possible that out-planet chaos may be caused by the quarry?
She asked. The Tandu's expression was unreadable on the display screen. All things are possible, even the impossible. Sounded like a Tandu truism. But the quarry could not escape even the stragglers' small might. If they are captured by them, the remnants will fight over the spoils. When our task force arrives, we will take over. It is simple. Krat nodded. It did sound elegant. Soon, she told herself, soon we will wring the information out of the Earthlings, or sift it out of their wreckage, and soon thereafter we will be before our ancestors themselves. I must try to make certain some few of the humans and dolphins are left alive after they tell us where the progenitor fleet is located. My clients do not appreciate it when I use them for entertainment. It would save trouble if I found amusements outside the family. Wistfully, she longed for a scrappy male of her own species as a joint Tandu Sorrow detachment of 13 ships blasted at full thrust toward the gas giant planet. Chapter 120. Streaker. Damage to the stasis flanges on the port side, Watasetti announced. All missile slots in that sector are out. Any harm to the inner hull? Julian asked anxiously. The Finn looked blank as he sounded out the damage control computer. Nope, the Thenanin shell's taken it all so far, but Suesi says the bracings are weakening. They'll try to concentrate fire on the port side now that it's damaged, Tish said. And they'll expect us to turn away. Starboard missile batteries, fire mines at 40 degrees azimuth by 100 south. Slow thrust and lurk fuses. But no one's there. They will be. Fire. Helm, roll ship left 2 radians per minute, pitch up 1 per minute. Streaker shuddered and groaned as she turned slowly in space. Her screens flickered dangerously under powerful battle beams she could never hope to match. Not a blow had been struck on her opponents. They kept up easily with her lumbering attempts at evasion. From Streaker's shadowed quarter, 6 small missiles puffed lazily outward, then cut thrust. Streaker turned to try to protect her weakened side, a little more slowly than she was really capable of turning. Sensing a fatal weakness, the enemy's battleships followed the turn. Beams stabbed out to blast at Streaker's damaged side, at what the Brothers of the Night thought was their supine enemy's real hull. Streaker shook as the beams penetrated her shields and struck the Thenanin armor. Stasis flickered, giving them all eerily vivid feelings of déjà vu. Even in the water-filled bridge, the blasts nearly threw the crew from their stations. Damage control spotters screamed reports of smoke and fire, of melting armor and buckling walls. The cruisers drifted confidently into the mined region, and the missiles exploded. Jillian clutched a handrail whitely. On those sensors that had not been blasted to vapor, the enemy was hidden by a cloud of roiling gas. Hard thrust, 20 degrees by 270, Tish called. Stop, roll, and pitch. The abused engines struggled, the bracings holding Streaker to her armored shell, groaned as she accelerated in a new direction.
"Blessings on that damned feminine armor," one of the Finns sighed. "Those beams would have sliced Streaker like toast."
Jillian peered into one of the few operational holotanks, straining to see through the space smoke and debris. Finally, she saw the enemy.
"A hit! A palpable hit!"
she exulted. One of the battle wagons bore a gaping hole in its side. Burning metal still curled away from the cavity, and secondary explosions shook the cruiser. The other one appeared, undamaged, but more wary than before.
"Oh, keep hesitating," she urged them silently. "Let us get a head start." "Anybody else around?" she asked Tish.
If these two ships were the only ones left, he'd be willing to turn the engines back on full power and even let the devil know they were an Earth ship. The lieutenant blinked.
"Yes, Jillian. 6 more, approaching rapidly."
Tish shook her head.
"There's no way we'll get away from this new bunch. They're coming too fast. Sorry, Jillian."
"The brothers have made up their minds," Wadaseti announced. "They're coming after us." Tish rolled her eyes. Jillian silently agreed. "We won't fool them again."
"Suesi calls. He wants to know if—"
Jillian sighed.
"Hell, Hannes, there don't seem to be any more female tricks forthcoming. I'm fresh out of ideas."
The two battleships drew nearer, chasing Streaker's stern. They held their fire, saving it for a total assault. Jillian thought about Tom. She couldn't help feeling that she had failed him. "It really was a good plan, hon. I only wish I'd executed it competently for you." The enemy bore down on them, looming ominously. Then Lucky Ka shouted, "Vector change!" The pilot's tail thrashed. "They're veering off, fleeing like mullets." Jillian blinked in confusion.
"But they had us." "It's the newcomers, Jillian. Those 6 oncoming ships!"
Tish shouted joyfully.
"What? What about them?"
Tish grinned as broadly as a Neo-Fin could manage.
"They're feminine. They're coming in blasting, and it's not us they're shooting at."
The screen showed the pair of cruisers that had been chasing them, now in full flight, firing Parthian style at the approaching mini-flotilla. Jillian laughed. "Wadaseti, tell Suesi to shut down, put everything on idle, and pour out smoke. We want to play the gravely wounded soldier." After a moment came the engineer's reply. "Suesi says that will be no problem. No problem at all." Chapter 121. Galactics. Bualt's crest riffled with waves of emotion. Krondosfire lay ahead of them, battered but proud. He had thought the old battle wagon lost since the first day of the battle, and Baron Ibrimsev its commander. Bualt longed to see his old comrade again. "Is there still no response?" he asked the communicator. "No, Commander, the ship is silent. It is possible they just now sustained a fatal blow that—" "Wait, there is something. A flashing light signal in uncoded open talk. They are sending from one of the viewing ports." Bualt edged forward eagerly. "What do they say? Do they require help?" The communications officer huddled before his monitor, watching the winking lights, jotting notes. "All weapons and communications destroyed," he recited. "Life support and auxiliary drives still serviceable. Earthlings ahead, chased by a few dregs. We shall withdraw. Happy hunting. Krondosfire out." Bualt thought the message a little odd. Why would Embresev want to pull out if he could still follow and at least draw fire from the enemy? Perhaps he was making a brave show in order not to hold them back. Bualt was about to insist on sending aid anyway, when the communications officer spoke again. "Commander, a squadron is outbound from the water planet. At least 10 vessels. I read signs of both Tandu and Sorrow." Bualt's crest momentarily collapsed. It had come to pass, the very last alliance of heretics. "We have one chance. After the fugitives at once. We can overpower the remnants even as they overpower the Earthlings, and be off before the Tandu and Sorrow arrive." As his ship leapt outward, he had a message sent back to Chrondospire. "May the great ghosts dwell with you." Chapter 122. Streaker.
"That's a pretty sophisticated little computer you've kept hidden away all this time,"
Tish commented. Jillian smiled. "It's actually Tom's." The Finns nodded wisely. That was explanation enough. Jillian thanked the NIS machine for its hurry-up feminine translation. The disembodied voice whispered from a cluster of sparkles that floated near her, dancing and whirling amidst the fizzing oxy-water bubbles. "I could do nothing else, Jillian Baskin," it replied. "You few lost Earthlings have accumulated in the course of heaping disasters upon yourselves more data than my masters have gathered in the last 1,000 years. The lessons about uplift alone will profit the Timbrimi, who are always willing to learn, even from wolflings." The voice faded, and the sparkles vanished before Jillian could reply.
"The signal party's returned from the viewport, Jillian," Tish said. "The Feminine have gone off chasing our shadows, but they'll be back. What do we do now?"
Jillian felt tremors of adrenaline reaction. She had not planned beyond this point. There was only one thing she wanted desperately to do now. Only one destination in the universe she wanted to go.
"Kithrop,"
she whispered. Jillian shook herself. Kithrop? She looked at Tish, knowing what the answer would be, wishing it weren't so. Tish shook her sleek head.
"There's a flotilla orbiting Kithrop now, Jillian. No fighting. There must have been a winner in the big battle. Another squadron's heading this way, fast. A big one. We don't want him to get close enough to see through our disguise."
Jillian nodded. Her voice didn't want to function, but she made the words come. "North," she said. "Take us out along Galactic North, Tish, to the transfer point. Full speed. When we get close enough, we'll dump the Seahorse and get the Ifni damned hell out of here with the ashes we've won." The Dolphins returned to their posts. The rumble of the engines gathered strength. Jillian swam to one dark corner of the crystal dome, to a place where there was a chink in the Thenanin armor, where she could look at the stars directly. Streaker picked up speed. Chapter 123. Galactics. The Tandu Sorrow detachment was gaining on the strung-out fugitives. "Mistress, a crippled Thenanin is approaching the transfer point on an escape trajectory." Krat squirmed on her cushion and snarled.
"So? Casualties have left the battle area before. All sides try to evacuate their wounded. Why do you bother me when we are even now closing in?"
The little Pila detector officer scuttled back into its cubbyhole. Krat bent to watch her forward screens. A small squadron of Thenanin struggled to keep ahead. Further on, at the edge of detection, sparks of desultory battle showed that the leaders were still bickering, even as they closed on the quarry. What if they're mistaken? Krat wondered. We chase the Thenanin, who chase the remnants, who chase what? Those fools might even be chasing each other. It didn't matter. Half the Tandu Sorrow fleet orbited Kithrop, so the Earthlings were trapped, one way or another. We'll deal with the Tandu in good time, she thought. and meet the ancient ones alone. "Mistress," the Pila shouted shrilly, "there is a transmission from the transfer point."
"Bother me one more time with inconsequentials," she rumbled, flexing her mating claw threateningly.
But the client interrupted her. The pill dared to interrupt. "Mistress, it is the Earth ship. They taunt us. They defy us. They—"
"Show me," Krat hissed. "It must be a trick. Show me at once."
The pill ducked back into its section. On Krat's main screen appeared the hollow image of a man and several dolphins. From the man's shape, Krat could tell it was a female, probably their leader. Stupid creatures unworthy of the name Sophants. Foolish presentient offspring of errant masters. We slip away from all your armed might, laughing at your clumsiness. We slip away as we always will, you pathetic creatures, and now that we have a real head start, you'll never catch us. What better proof that the progenitors favor not you, but us? What better proof? The taunt went on. Krat listened, enraged, yet at the same time savoring the artistry of it. These men are better than I'd thought. Their insults are wordy and overblown, but they have talent. They deserve honorable, slow deaths. "Mistress, the Tandu with us are changing course. Their other ships are leaving Kithrip for the transfer point." Krat hissed in despair.
After them at once. We've followed them through space this far. The chase only goes on."
The crew bent to their tasks resignedly. The Earth ship was in a good position to escape. At best, this would be a long chase. Krat realized that she would never make it home in time for mating. She would die out here. On her screen, the man continued to taunt them.
"Librarian," she called. "I do not understand some of the man's words. Find out what that phrase, nya nya, means in their beastly wolfling tongue."
Chapter 124. Tom Orley. Cross-legged on a woven mat of reeds, shaded by a floating wreck, he listened as a muttering volcano slowly sputtered into silence. Contemplating starvation, he listened to the soft, wet sounds of the endless weedscape, and found in them a homely beauty. The squishy, random rhythms blended into a backdrop for his meditation. On the mat in front of him, like a focus mandala, lay the message bomb he had never set off. The container glistened in the sunlight of North Kithrip's first fine day in weeks. Highlights shone in dimpled places where the metal had been battered, as he had been. The dented surface gleamed still. Where are you now? The subsurface sea waves made his platform undulate gently. He floated in a trance through levels of awareness, like an old man poking idly through his attic, like an old-time hobo looking with mild curiosity through the slats of a moving boxcar. Where are you now, my love? He recalled a Japanese haiku from the 18th century by the great poet Yosa Buson. As the spring rains fall, soaking in them, on the roof, is a child's rag ball. Watching blank images in the dents on the side globe, he listened to the creaking of the flat jungle, its skittering little animal sounds, the wind riffling through the wet, flat leaves. Where is that part of me that has departed? He listened to the slow pulse of a world ocean, watched patterns in the metal, and after a while, in the reflections in the dents and creases, an image came to him. A blunt, bulky wedge shape approached a place that was a not place, a shining blackness in space. As he watched, the bulky thing cracked open. The thick carapace slowly split apart like a hatching egg. The shards fell away, and there remained a slender, nubbed cylinder, looking a bit like a caterpillar. Around it glowed a nimbus, a thickening shell of probability that hardened even as he watched. No illusion, he decided. It cannot be an illusion. He opened himself to the image, accepting it, and from the caterpillar a thought winged to him. Blossoms on the pear, and a woman in the moonlight reads a letter there. His slowly healing lips hurt as he smiled. It was another haiku by Busan. Her message was as unambiguous as could be under the circumstances. She had somehow picked up his trance poem and responded in kind. Jill, he cast as hard as he could. The caterpillar shape, sheathed in a cocoon of stasis, approached the great hole in space. It dropped forward toward the not place, grew transparent as it fell, then vanished. For a long time, Tom sat very still, watching the highlights on the metal globe slowly shift as the morning passed. Finally, he decided it wouldn't do him or the universe any harm if he started doing something about survival. Chapter 125. The Skiff. Between you two crazy males, have you come any closer to figuring out what he's talking about? Kipiro and Sao just stared back at Hikahi. They turned back to their discussion without answering her, huddling with Kreidaiki, trying to interpret the captain's convoluted instructions. Hikahi rolled her eyes and turned to Toshio. You'd think they'd include me in these seances of theirs. After all, Kreidaiki and I are mates. Toshio shrugged. Kreidaiki needs Sao's language skill and Kipiro's ability as a pilot. But you saw their faces. They're halfway into the whale dream right now. We can't afford to have you that way while you're in command. Hikahi spumed, only slightly mollified. I suppose you've finished the inventory, Toshio? Yes, sir, he nodded. I have a written list ready. We're well enough stocked in consumables to last to the first transfer point, and at least one beyond that. Of course, we're in the middle of nowhere, so we'll need at least 5 transfer jumps to get anywhere near civilization. Our charts are pitifully inadequate, our drives will probably fail over the long haul, and few ships our size have even taken transfer points successfully. Aside from all that, and the cramped living quarters, I think we're all right. Hikahi sighed. We can't lose anything by trying. At least the Galactics are gone. Yeah, he agreed. It was a nice stroke, Jillian taunting the ETs at the last minute. It let us know they got away, and got the ETs off our backs. Don't say ETs, Toshio. It's not polite. You may offend some nice Kantan or Linton one day if you get into the habit. Toshio swallowed and ducked his head. No matter where or when, no lieutenant had ever been known to slacken off on a middy. Yes, sir, he said. Hikahi grinned and flicked a small splash of water on the youth with her lower jaw. Duty, duty, brave shark biter, what reward could taste better? Toshio blushed and nodded. The skiff started to move again. Kipiru was back in the pilot's saddle. Kreidaiki and Sao chattered excitedly in a semi-primal rhythm, which still sent shivers down Hikahi's spine. And Sao had said that Kreidaiki was toning it down on purpose. She was still getting used to the idea that Kreidaiki's injury might have been a door opening rather than a closing. The skiff lifted from the sea and began to speed eastward, following Kreidaiki's hunch. What about passenger morale? Hikahi asked Toshio. Well, I guess it's all right. That pair of Kikwi are happy so long as they're with Denny. And Denny's happy. Well, she's happy enough for now. Hikahi was amused. Why should the youth be embarrassed about Denny's other preoccupation? She was glad the two young humans had each other, as she had Kreidaiki. In spite of his new eerie side, Kreidaiki was the same dolphin. The newness was something he used, something he seemed only to have begun exploring. He could hardly speak, but he conveyed his great intellect and his caring in other ways.
"What about Charlie?"
she asked Toshio. Toshio sighed. He's still embarrassed. They had found the chimp a day after the great earthquakes, clinging to a floating tree trunk, sopping wet. He had been unable to speak for 10 hours, and had kept climbing the walls in the skiff's tiny hold until he finally calmed down. Charlie finally admitted that he had scrambled to the top of a tall tree just before the island blew. It had saved his life, but the stereotype mortified him. Toshio and Hikahi crowded in behind Kipiru's station and watched as the ocean rolled swiftly beneath the skiff. For minutes at a time, the sea turned a brilliant green as they passed over great swatches of vine. The little boat sped toward the sun. They had been searching for almost a week, ever since Streaker had departed. First found had been Toshio, swimming purposefully westward, never giving up. Then Denny had led them to another island where there was a tribe of Kiqui. While she negotiated another treaty, they searched for and found Charles Dart. Takata Jim's stenos were all missing or dead. After that had come one last and apparently forlorn search. They had been at this last phase for several days now. Hikahi was about to give up. They couldn't go on wasting time and consumables like this, not with the journey they had ahead of them. Not that they really had much of a chance. No one had ever heard of a voyage like they planned. A cross-galactic journey in the skiff would make Captain Bligh's epic crossing of the Pacific in the Bounty's longboat seem like an afternoon jaunt. She kept her appraisal to herself, though. Kreidaiki and Kipiru probably understood what lay ahead of them. Toshio seemed to have guessed part of it already. There was no reason to inform the others until they had to cut the rations for the 4th time. She sighed. Of what else are heroes made than men and women who, like us, try? Kipiru's fluting call of triumph was like a shrill trumpet. He squalled and tossed on his platform. The skiff rolled left and right in a wiggle-waggle, then went into a screaming climb. "What the f—" Toshio stopped himself. "Holy jumping turtlefish, Kipiru! What is it?" Hikahi used a harness arm to grab a wall stanchion and looked out a port. She sighed for a 3rd time, long and deep. The smoke from his fire momentarily hid the boat from sight. The first he knew of it was the sonic boom that rolled over him, nearly knocking over his drying racks. The human standing on the woven reed mat almost dove for cover, but a hunch made him stop and look up instead. His eyes were sun-squinted. Crow's feet that had not been there a few weeks before lay at the corners. His beard was black with thin gray flecks. It had grown out and nearly stopped itching, almost covering a ragged scar that ran down one cheek. Shading his eyes, he recognized the wild maneuvers before he did the outlines of the tiny ship. It streaked high into the sky and looped about, coming back to screech past him again. He reached out to steady the drying racks against the thunder. No sense in letting the meat go to waste. It had taken a lot of work to harvest it, strip it, and prepare it. They might need it for the voyage ahead. He wasn't sure how the Fen would take to the stuff, but it was nourishing, the only food on the planet that an Earthling could eat. Gubru jerky, tandu strips, and flayed epiziarch would never make it into haute cuisine, of course, but perhaps they were an acquired taste. He grinned and waved as Kipiru finally calmed down enough to bring the skiff to a halt nearby. How could I have ever doubted he'd still be alive? Hikahi wondered joyfully. Jillian said he had to live. None of the Galactics could ever touch him. How could they? And why, in the wide universe, was I ever worried about getting home? Postscript. Dolphin names often sound as if they are Polynesian or Japanese. In some cases this is true. In general, however, the neophin chooses for a name